The manhwa begins at a towering demon castle, cloaked in gloom and menace. A man's laughter echoes through the dark hall. He says that he can't believe such a lowly creature dared to come all this way with such a filthy body, though he admits that he admires the audacity and skill. A heavy wave of killing intent bursts out from him, suffocating the air. This man is revealed to be the Demon King, the seventh ranked among his kind, known by the name Parza. The one standing before him, enduring that murderous pressure, is the Archduke of Steel. The Archduke, Han Jaewoo, smiles coolly and tells Parza to shut his mouth, because his era ends today. Then he charges. He draws his blade, invoking the Empire Sword's 12th form, Slayer. With a sharp, overhead strike, he yells at the Demon King to take this final blow. But just before impact, a status window suddenly flashes in front of his face, halting everything. The notification says that the connection to the server has been lost. Parza breaks into laughter, mocking that Jaewoo is full of flaws. Jaewoo, frustrated and confused, tells him to wait and stop. Embarrassment washes over him. He realizes he's just failed the Warburg's Parza raid. The legendary warrior, Jaewoo, didn't clear it. In the real world, voices from his apartment break the tension. One person asks if he's still playing the game. Another says that maybe this'll wake him up. A third voice suggests shaking him gently. But then Jaewoo's arm wraps around the cord, and the screen goes dark. He's just been unplugged. A guy in the room mutters that he just dropped a log in his pants and says "uh-oh." Jaewoo shoots him a fierce glare and asks if he was the one who unplugged the Ethernet cable. The guy quickly apologizes. Jaewoo says that he was basically done with the raid, just a few steps away. One of the others tells the guy to stop messing around. Jaewoo starts explaining that he might look like a gaming addict, but things weren't always like this. He says that he used to be Hanum's problem solver, the brains of the operation, and their money goblin. Back then, he lived a good life. But he eventually realized how meaningless all of it was. Something shifts in him as his eyes fall on the VR capsule. He says that everything he had obsessed over before had been a waste of time. The game he's playing is called Guardian of Humanity, a VR epic made by Super AI Aquila. It's a single-player RPG with a massive open world, and Jaewoo says this place changed him. For someone who had never even read a picture book, it felt like magic. The stories, the beauty of the characters, beings of all kinds, it all pulled him in. He admits that the game didn't just entertain him, it changed him. It made him care about more than money. He and his friends ended up borrowing a huge sum, just to afford a VR capsule that cost $1 billion. He says that maybe you could call him crazy. The guy lying under him speaks up, asking how Jaewoo could treat him like this, considering he was the one who invested in him so he could game. Jaewoo laughs, saying that he understands the frustration, but he's covered for them more than a few times. He points out that one of them was caught sneaking out to golf behind his wife's back, another was working 2 secret jobs, and someone else had been simping for VTubers for a decade. He says he always had their backs. Bulkut jumps in, asking if Jaewoo really thinks he's one to talk, borrowing $1 billion just to play a game. Jaewoo glares. The guy instantly backtracks, saying he didn't mean it like that. They all question how he plans to repay the debt by writing walkthrough guides for others. Meanwhile, Jaewoo pushes through trial after trial in the game, constantly problem-solving, constantly learning. We see him typing intensely at his keyboard. When he opens his bankbook, the entries are all in red, withdrawal after withdrawal. He's almost out of money. The others suggest that he should come work with them again. They remind him that he was Hanmom's fixer, after all. But Jaewoo says no, he hasn't seen the true ending yet. No one has. He says that reaching the true ending is the least he can do to repay the world that gave him so much. Then he declares that the workday is over and tells them to go home. They protest, bringing up the interest he still owes, but they add that they still believe in him. As the door closes behind them, Jaewoo turns back to his capsule. He heads straight to it and boots up the game again. He spawns inside Baird Cathedral. A message says that, due to his death, he is suspended from actions for 22 hours. He mutters that he forgot about getting disconnected, but now he wonders, how is he going to earn money? A woman's voice comments that he looks like he's struggling. He turns around and sees her spawn behind him. He asks who she is. She introduces herself as Aquila. She says that she's the game master of Guardians of Humanity. Jaewoo bursts out laughing, questioning if this kid is being serious. She tells him not to judge a book by its cover. He says that she's totally his type. Then he asks if she really expects him to believe her, just because she popped out of nowhere and called herself Aquila. She snaps her fingers, and the entire world freezes. Jaewoo observes that this must be the time-stopping spell. He notes that it's at least a triple S rank skill. Aquila corrects him, saying it's not a skill. She simply shut down the server for a bit. She asks if he believes her now. She then announces that she's created a new event for the 7th anniversary, and asks if he's curious about it. At 12 p.m., a new world will open. She challenges him to be the first to clear it as a new character. Jaewoo protests that he hasn't even cleared the game as his current character, and questions if she's lost her mind. She tells him that the reward is $25 billion. Then she smirks and teases him, asking if he's scared. It strikes a nerve. She adds that she thought he wanted to see the true ending, that it might actually exist. She means the clue to reaching it, anyway. He looks shocked and reaches for something she's holding, but she pulls it back into her inventory, telling him to wait. She says that if he gives it a try, he might even get a free gift. Suddenly, he receives a notification. 30 million won has been sent to him. He stares at it, saying that this is insane. Aquila says it's because he's her VIP. His score ranks number 1, higher than almost the next 3 players combined. He asks if she's joking. He remarks that even if he doesn't clear the event, he'll at least be safe for this month's interest. He tells her that only an idiot would say no to this, and that he'll give it a shot. She says that she knew he'd agree. That's what she expected from the top player. She says she'll send him in right away. She begins murmuring in enchantment table language. Her eyes glaze over, and a glowing halo forms above her head. Her whispers continue. Feathers start falling as angel wings spread out behind her. A rift in time tears open above her. She utters the word, installation. The NPCs in the world begin fading one by one. Jaewoo looks around, and finds himself standing on the moon, staring down at the planet. Aquila tells him that the door behind him will lead to the new world. He asks if it's the Anywhere door, a nod to Doraemon, and wonders if the game begins once he steps through. She confirms that it does. He grins as he reaches for the door and opens it. Then he tells her not to forget the reward money, because it's time for him to get that true ending. Aquila suddenly adds that she almost forgot to mention, if his character dies in this event, he'll die in real life too. But he's already halfway through the door. He yells, demanding to know why the hell she forgot to tell him that, but it's too late. He's already plummeting from the sky, crashing into a random forest below. He groans, wondering why it hurts. He's in a game, but that girl, was she actually telling the truth? He starts shaking with anger and curses, but then says that he'll go through with this, just to prove her wrong. It's time. The former Archduke of Steel is officially in the game. The story jumps forward. Jaewoo is seen struggling to walk, exhausted. He groans that he's so thirsty, and says that he's never going to forgive Aquila for doing this to him. He opens his status window and sees the harsh reality. His hydration bar is empty, and his health is down to a mere 3 points. He mutters that he can't believe this new character has a max health of only 20, and only 3 mana to work with. He says this character is straight cheeks. He reflects on the fact that he's only walked for half a day, and he's already dehydrated. He wonders how the hell he's supposed to get the true ending using a character this weak. Then he hears it, the faint sound of water dripping, and instantly locks onto it. He finds a river and nearly cries out in relief. He exclaims that Bear Grylls really saved him, because if not for this, he was just about ready to drink his own piss. He adds that he's very glad the game's realism is this high. As he begins drinking from the river, his health bar starts to rise steadily. He wiggles his hips without realizing, seemingly out of pure joy. But off in the distance, in the river itself, there's a woman bathing, something that catches his eye. He notices her naked back and starts to drool, but the excitement proves too much. He loses 1 health. He wonders aloud if this is who he thinks it is. As the woman begins turning around, his eyes widen with anticipation. He's about to get blessed. But before the reveal, a prompt appears saying that he needs to pay for the DLC. He yells in frustration, asking why a VIP has to pay for additional content, and says he thought this was supposed to be a complete edition. Then a group of women suddenly start speaking to him. They say he'll need to pay up if he wants to see what happens next, and they begin to surround him. He reacts with surprise, asking how much. The next scene cuts abruptly. He's thrown into a room, now locked in with another man. The woman who was bathing before looks down at him, calling him a lewd brat and telling him to stay still. He only has 1 health left. She adds that if he keeps quiet, she might just leave his pants on. The man beside him turns and asks if he's alright. Jaewoo groans and asks how much the DLC costs. The group of women starts laughing as they walk away. The man looks confused and asks what he's even talking about. Jaewoo replies that it's nothing. The man introduces himself as Rud, a monster hunter, and says that his in-game name is Valor Steed, though he's not even sure where that name came from. He asks how Jaewoo ended up in this situation. Rud explains that he ended up near the witch's forest while chasing prey and just got unlucky. Jaewoo replies that's definitely some bad luck. Rud then says it's Jaewoo's turn to explain how he landed here. Jaewoo vaguely says it's something similar to Rud's story. He clearly doesn't want to admit he was peeping. Rud notes that whatever it was, it's unfortunate, especially since Jaewoo looks so young. Jaewoo tells him not to worry, that these kinds of tight spots are actually his specialty. Rud asks if he has a plan to escape. Jaewoo confidently says yes. He's the guy who wrote the walkthrough on how to beat these witches. Took him 3 full days to map it all out. He explains that the 5 witches of Hovel earned their title because they dwell in the Hovel forest. Their names are Gunda, Kaldora, Aldida, Fugal, and the one he got caught spying on, Hajuju. Though technically early game bosses, thousands of players have died trying to beat them. Their notoriety is well earned. But Jaewoo points out that if you look closely, they're completely disorganized. Right then, Fugal and Hajuju start bickering. Jaewoo calls out to Fugal, pretending to be overjoyed to see her alive. The system notifies him that he's now provoking her. He says that he clearly remembers Hajuju declaring that she was going to kill Fugal. Hajuju tells him to shut up, but Fugal's already worked up, turning and asking who exactly was going to kill who. The provocation lands. She hates Hajuju. Jaewoo then says he's pretty sure Hajuju also mentioned stealing all of Fugal's assets after killing her. Rud asks if he's being serious. Fugal starts falling for it and asks if Hajuju really said that. Hajuju groans, asking why Fugal would even believe him. She then justifies herself, saying that Fugal doesn't use her money anyway, so she might as well give some of it up. The status window notes that Hajuju is highly greedy when it comes to Fugal's wealth. Aldida, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere, blurts out that this must be why Hajuju was making an acid bomb. Then there's Gunda, who has a massive appetite and starts asking where the food is. Finally, Kaldora, ever the battle freak, asks if she can join the fight. As they all erupt into yelling and accusations, Jaewoo gets a twisted smile on his face, making Rud immediately regret being locked up with him. But everything's going according to plan. Despite their collective title, Jaewoo explains, these witches have no teamwork at all. Most players assume they operate as a unit, and that's how the witches rack up kills. But with some manipulation, it's easy to turn them on each other. As the witches start pulling at each other's hair, Jaewoo tells Rud it's time to make their escape. Rud agrees, saying that Jaewoo really is something else. But Jaewoo says not just yet, he's got another idea. He grabs the rug beneath them and yanks it. The witches all stumble back and fall into one of their own large cooking pots, screaming in surprise. Jaewoo turns to Rud and says now it's time to go. As they move, Jaewoo laughs, saying that the witches might be dumb, but they sure do give a ton of experience. Just then, something slithers and wraps around his leg. It's Fugal's snake, now constricting him. His movement is completely limited. Fugal says he's cunning, but she refuses to die alone. Jaewoo kicks at the snake repeatedly, but misses every time. He tells it to get the hell off, frustrated, and realizes his character is still pathetically weak. Rud steps in, saying he's got this. He draws his blade and swiftly slices the snake's head off. Then he asks if Jaewoo's alright. Jaewoo thanks him and asks if he can borrow his bow. Rud hesitates but asks if Jaewoo is any good with it. Jaewoo grabs it. It has 15 attack and 30 range. Jaewoo says he's only a little bit good with it, then aims toward a large potion above the pot. The arrow flies and smashes the potion. Everyone below looks up. Hajuju starts trembling, saying that's bad. Fugal asks what the hell it is. Juju screams that it's the acid bomb she was going to kill Fugal with. Fugal also starts screaming in panic. The liquid plummets into the pot, creating a massive explosion. A stray rock lance hits Jaewoo in the head, taking away 1 health point. Rudd asks if it's all over. Jaewoo tells him to stop jinxing it. But then he gets a system notification. Achievement unlocked. These witches ain't shit. Multiple messages flood in. He's defeated the witches of Hovel Forest. He gains 320,000 experience points and 5,000 achievement points. Jaewoo confidently says they're definitely dead. Rudd says that's good. He got really lucky at a low level. Rudd then hands him something, saying it might be too much, but to take it as a gift of gratitude. Red dragon fruits. Jaewoo says this is unexpected and notes he doesn't remember these from his previous runs. Rudd says they looked valuable, so he grabbed them from the witch's nest. Jaewoo thanks him and immediately starts chugging. The status window jokes by labeling him a dragonborn. His stats skyrocket. His health hits 220. Strength climbs to 100. Dexterity to 120. Jaewoo says that a regular player like him would never dream of having stats this high. He's hit the jackpot. Rudd watches and smiles, then calls out to him. While Jaewoo is still chewing, Rudd asks if he's interested in monster hunting, extending his hand. Jaewoo looks confused, as a relationship route with the hunter appears. He finishes chewing and replies that he has other things to do. Rudd says that must mean he's a busy young man. Jaewoo realizes something. He doesn't have a class yet. All that experience is currently going nowhere. If he leaves it unspent, it'll disappear in a month. As Rudd turns to leave, Jaewoo calls out, asking if 3 months is enough. Rudd laughs and says doesn't he mean 3 years? They walk deeper into the forest. Rudd tells Jaewoo that he'll give him his first goal. He should go hide deep in the forest. In 30 minutes, Rudd will come after him. Jaewoo immediately commits to getting the monster tracking skill from the hunter's skill tree, making rapid progress. He knows this forest inside and out. He's explored it countless times, down to the location of every twig and landmark. The confusing trees, the poisonous mushrooms, the beasts worse than witches, none of it throws him off anymore. And now, with the red dragon fruit boosting his body, he's operating at max capacity. He thinks there's no way he'll be found so easily. But then, as he's looking around nervously, Rudd suddenly appears behind him and says, "Peekaboo." Jaewoo is stunned. Rudd announces that's 50 points, but adds 10 bonus points because of Jaewoo's effort. Jaewoo demands to know how he did it. Rudd says his face is full of curiosity. He adds that it's been a while since he's had this much fun teaching someone. Then he says it's time to get serious. Jaewoo's quest gets updated. Hunter's hazing is now Hunter's trial. He's officially earned the Monster Hunter class. Along with that, he receives several new skills: herbalism, intermediate swordsmanship, survivalism, musket shooting, and tracking. Jaewoo starts laughing darkly and says he's looking forward to working with him. 3 months pass. Rudd says that it's impressive, Jaewoo has already mastered everything. Jaewoo says that if Rudd doesn't believe in him, then he should go hide somewhere and let him find him. Rudd pats him on the shoulder, saying that he admires his confidence and that he'll give it a try. He adds that if Jaewoo doesn't find him within an hour, he's making dinner tonight. Jaewoo says that's perfectly fine, and that he's looking forward to the meal. As Rudd walks off, Jaewoo smiles to himself. The expression on his face is more mischievous than anything. Rudd begins climbing up a rocky slope, saying to himself that it's refreshing to meet such a passionate apprentice, even this late in his life. He decides that he won't hide too far, and figures if he picks a spot by the cliff, Jaewoo won't find him in an hour. As Rudd settles into place and begins relaxing, Jaewoo suddenly appears in frame, grabbing onto Rudd's leg. Rudd slowly looks down with an "oh shit" face, as Jaewoo says peekaboo. Rudd is stunned. He says that it must have been luck. But when he tries hiding again, the result is the same. Over and over again, Jaewoo finds him. Rudd finally says that he can't believe it. Skills he took 5 years to master, Jaewoo has picked up in just 3 months. Rudd heads deeper into a nearby cave this time, telling himself that there's no way Jaewoo can find him here. As he walks further in, he notes that it's a hellhound's nest and looks visibly nervous. Jaewoo appears behind him again, laughing, and says that tip number 1 from Guardian of Humanity is that even earthquakes won't wake a sleeping hellhound. He then asks if he passed the test. Rudd says he guesses so and congratulates him, saying that he's mastered everything remarkably well. Jaewoo says it's all thanks to Rudd's guidance, but Rudd tells him that it's clearly just his natural talent. The truth, however, is that Jaewoo maxed out all his skills using the enormous amount of experience he gained from defeating the witches. Rudd still says it's amazing, especially how he remembered every little piece of monster ecology advice. He then adds that he doesn't recall ever teaching him about hellhounds. Jaewoo admits that he's actually the author of the Monster Ecology Guidebook. Rudd bursts into laughter, saying that he's never met anyone like Jaewoo before and is sure he'll go far. He asks what Jaewoo plans to do now and if it has to do with that goal he mentioned before. Jaewoo says that first things first, he's going to make a lot of money. Everything starts with cash. Rudd says that's good because he has a close friend who works as a mercenary. He tells Jaewoo to try connecting with him. Jaewoo thinks that it's actually a pretty good idea. Mercenary work is the perfect early game cash flow. It's free, flexible, and if he's lucky, he might even meet some of the Guardians along the way. Rudd hands him a badge, saying that it's his old mercenary emblem, and his friend will recognize it. He wishes him good luck and calls him by his in-game name, Valor. Jaewoo thanks him. Jaewoo says that so far, he's defeated the witches, gained a class, and now has a legitimate path forward. At this pace, even the true ending might not be out of reach. He glances at his hand, remembering Aquila's words, her question about whether he also wanted to know if the true ending existed. He considers that maybe it really does. He goes to log out, but the option is grayed out. He says that he never knows when he'll die here, but that uncertainty is what makes it thrilling. He slaps his own face and declares that she better wait for him, because he's coming for that true ending. With that, his quest, Hunter's Trial, is marked complete, and a new quest appears: joining the Mercenary Guild. Far away on the moon, Aquila watches it all unfold from a tiny little TV. She's laughing uncontrollably, saying that the whole thing was priceless and that she's really glad she's been keeping an eye on him. Someone behind her asks if he's the one, saying that he definitely isn't just an ordinary guy. Aquila blushes slightly and teases, asking the other woman if she's interested in him. The woman is revealed to be another deity, Valfara. Valfara says that as a god, she doesn't see humans that way and asks why Aquila would even suggest such a thing. Aquila answers with a playful shrug, saying it's because he's cute. Valfara doesn't even crack a smile. Aquila calls her too serious, saying she used to be a lot more fun. Valfara replies that those days are long gone. She then asks if Aquila really paid off all of Jaewoo's debts. Aquila says that was taken care of a while ago. Valfara says that's a bit twisted. He's still working hard to repay something that's already been resolved. Aquila says that's what makes it so entertaining. Valfara calls her ruthless. Aquila grins and thanks her for the compliment. Valfara asks if Jaewoo is part of her big plan or just a toy. Aquila takes a moment to think before adjusting her seat and saying that he's more like a promising talent. Her eyes glint slightly, hinting at something obsessive. She then says that she just wants to keep watching him. Back on the ground, Jaewoo lets out a long sigh and collapses to the forest floor. He says that his legs are killing him and wonders why the forest is so damn big. With his current stats, he can get through it in half a day, but it's still exhausting. He says it's time to move, as the mercenary corps is in the town just ahead. A bell rings in the distance. As he enters the town, women dressed as maids welcome him to Francois, the best tavern in Frankfurt. They ask how they can help him. He says he's looking for someone, and one of the maids offers to show him to a seat. Jaewoo looks around and says that the tavern really is a classic spot for intel gathering, booze, rowdy people, and the smell of amazing food. He notes that folks are more talkative in good moods, and on top of that, the waitresses are all cute as hell. He then asks loudly if anyone knows a person named Rabies Schultz. The entire mood shifts. The tavern falls into a stunned silence. One of the waitresses tells him that name is forbidden around here. Jaewoo asks why, and another waitress starts freaking out, explaining that Schultz is too dangerous. She says her boyfriend once got involved with him and came back like a mummy, barely alive. Jaewoo starts panicking, wondering just what kind of lunatic Rudd introduced him to. Two old men sitting nearby start whispering about their own past run-ins, which only deepens his dread. One of the waitresses urgently tells him to leave, saying Schultz will be there any minute. Jaewoo tries asking why they're all so afraid. Then, suddenly, he feels something rub across his face. He stiffens and demands to know who it was. He turns and sees a strange man standing before him. It's Rabies Schultz. Schultz looks down, sees the badge on Jaewoo's waist, and immediately recognizes it as Rudd's. He starts laughing, saying that this is perfect timing because he's been looking for a new battle slave, or, as he corrects himself, companion. Jaewoo is stunned and asks what he just said, muttering to himself that Rudd is a total jerk and that next time they meet, he's definitely going to kill him. He adds that this dude is an absolute freak. He then says that somehow, he's ended up a conscript dragged into a war between the Prince Elector and the forces of Bahamut. Schultz grins and says he's quick on the uptake and clearly a smart one. Jaewoo says that even though it feels like he's getting force drafted into some fantasy war, this could be a real opportunity. The Prince Elector is one of the game's guardians. If he can get close to him, maybe he can learn more about the others. Suddenly, a loud horn blares, and Schultz smirks, saying that speak of the devil, here he comes. A system warning appears. This is an ambush. Jaewoo immediately takes 30 points of damage as his body slams down. Now watching the procession, he sees the Prince Elector riding by, surrounded by his forces. Schultz says that Jaewoo would fit in with that group. Jaewoo, however, says that this is very different from what he imagined. He says he's usually on the other side of things, but this time the Prince Elector looks more like a villain than anything else. Then Jaewoo freezes as he sees something, or someone. He mutters in disbelief. He can't believe she's here. Riding alongside the Prince Elector is a woman with long blonde hair. He says that of all people, he did not expect Dame Volpurgis to show up. The Prince Elector glances at her, asking if something is wrong since she appears distracted. She responds that nothing's the matter and lowers her gaze. He reminds her that the battlefield is waiting. Jaewoo explains that in his previous playthroughs, she was his companion, but no matter what he tried, he could never save her. Every single time, she died to the same monster. He says it was a nightmare of a creature. A wall he could never break through. A barrier he failed to overcome. Schultz notices Jaewoo's distant expression and asks if something's bothering him. Jaewoo tells him no, brushing it off. But internally, he vows that even if he has to risk his life, he will reach an ending where she survives. They proceed toward the mercenary camp, where warriors are training with real swords, shouting and swinging with full force. Jaewoo observes the scene and remarks that this feels more like marine training than any game. Schultz laughs, saying the fun's already started. They're selecting team leaders through sparring matches, and there's real money at stake. Jaewoo comments that pride and cash are one dangerous mix. Still, he says his only goal is to get in contact with the Prince Elector, so it's best to keep a low profile for now. He decides to stay quiet. Schultz then asks if that means Jaewoo's participating, and without waiting for a response, he grips Jaewoo's shoulder, saying that he's definitely in. After all, there's no way Rudd would send over a clueless rookie. Jaewoo groans and asks why his opinion doesn't seem to matter here. Schultz raises his voice to the entire training yard, asking if anyone wants to take a run at the new guy. The mercenaries respond with immediate enthusiasm, calling out that they'll go first, eager to get at the fresh meat. Jaewoo sighs and realizes he might not even have the option to back out. He figures he should show some strength before meeting the Prince Elector anyway. A crowd forms as one of the soldiers steps up. He introduces himself as Max, saying it's nice to meet Jaewoo, but then wonders what's up with Jaewoo's body, since he looks like a twig. Jaewoo mutters that Max's shirt is the only thing running its mouth and adds that his own physique would rack up thousands of likes online. Schultz asks if both sides are ready. When they confirm, the match begins. Max charges forward with a yell, swinging his sword dramatically. In a blink, Max is laid out, completely defeated by a single hit. The spectators gasp, stunned, as Jaewoo gains 15 fame. They ask what just happened. Jaewoo explains that this is expected. After consuming the red dragon fruits, his current strength is on par with an ogre. The others say they have to see it for themselves and insist on fighting him too. Jaewoo begins to get swarmed. He tells them to come one at a time. Using intermediate swordsmanship, he defeats the next opponent, gaining another 15 fame. Then he ties one up. Then, somehow, headbutts another out cold. A bald man steps up, saying that this whole thing is turning ridiculous and the others are embarrassing themselves against a rookie. His name is Charlotte, and despite the feminine name, his body resembles that of a professional bodybuilder. Jaewoo stares at him and wonders aloud if he's even human. He decides this is too much and thinks maybe he should just combat log, but remembers he can't log out. He tells himself that he needs to rest, but Charlotte leaps at him with no warning. Jaewoo mutters that fate really sucks and says that if it's come to this, he'll deal with it properly. Grabbing Charlotte by the arm and collar, he executes a perfect judo throw, slamming the giant into the concrete. Charlotte drops instantly. Jaewoo gains 30 fame and comments that the guy was way too heavy. The surrounding mercenaries are in disbelief. They can't believe Charlotte lost. Schultz starts blushing for some reason. The others gather around Jaewoo, calling him a monster for beating Charlotte. They say he's scrawny but his body is built for battle, and they're itching to challenge him themselves. Schultz pushes through the crowd and tells everyone to move aside. He starts laughing with a twisted grin. Jaewoo guesses that maybe Schultz is about to go easy on him out of respect for being Rudd's apprentice. But Schultz announces something else entirely. He declares that Jaewoo is chosen, and from this moment, he's the new group leader for the upcoming battle. Jaewoo immediately questions his life choices, sinking into a silent existential crisis. Around him, the mercenaries cheer and begin donning armor. Jaewoo looks around at the chaos and wonders what kind of disaster he's been dragged into. The system notifies him that the quest, join the mercenary guild, is now complete, and a new quest has begun. Retake Harfheim Hill. Scene cuts. A real battle is about to take place. Schultz yells for everyone to charge as the entire unit rushes forward, weapons in hand, toward an advancing force of monsters. Jaewoo is among them, slicing through an enemy's neck. He explains that right now, they are allied with the Prince Elector's forces. They're locked in direct conflict against the Demon King's orc army. Their mission is clear. They must steal the enemy commander's military flag. The strategy is to smash through the front lines and, using the chaos, slip through the gaps to disrupt the formation completely. But these are orcs, brutal, relentless, and the most coordinated force on the continent. And as the group leader, it's Jaewoo's job to stop them. As two orcs charge him, Jaewoo ducks and weaves between their attacks. He asks himself why this is his job, calling it ridiculous. He explains that he originally planned to pick up some military merits and then run off quietly. In the orc camp, a scout reports to the orc commander that their spearmen are collapsing. The commander calls it nonsense, saying there's no way their elite spearmen are falling apart. He takes a spyglass to see for himself. As he peers through, he squints and asks what the hell he's looking at. He sees Charlotte and the rest of the mercs tearing through the lines, and sweat forms on his brow. He shouts for the musket squad to form up and open fire. They fire, but their bullets bounce off the mercenaries' shields. Jaewoo calls it pathetic, mocking them for not even knowing what K2 is. He adds that without rapid fire, muskets require a rotation firing system, and while they reload, now is the time to act. Jaewoo charges ahead and tells the others to follow, yelling at them to rip the enemy apart. An orc watches them advance and says that he can't believe his comrades are getting blown away by someone who looks like a shrimp. He adds that these humans aren't normal. But he refuses to let them take their flag. It's the pride of their entire tribe. As the orc lunges to protect it, he screams that he'll never surrender, only to be instantly thrown aside. The mercenaries hoist the flag up, cheering. Jaewoo says now he just needs to hold out a little longer, and the military merit is his. The system notifies him that he has stolen the flag, gaining 30 leadership and 20 achievement points. A loud horn suddenly blares. Max runs up, panicking. He tells Jaewoo that this is bad. Their allies are retreating, and orc reinforcements are directly in front of them. Jaewoo curses, realizing that victory was within reach. He asks why the others are pulling out now. Max suggests maybe they should drop the flag and get out of there. Jaewoo demands to know what kind of logic that is. Max explains that they're completely surrounded. The camera pans to show Jaewoo, Charlotte, and another merc in the center of a tightening orc formation. Then an orc with a massive sword steps forward. He introduces himself as the hidden boss, the Grand General of the orc army, Kalyan. He praises their bravery, calling them formidable human warriors. He offers them a deal. Leave the flag behind and retreat, and he will honor their courage by sparing their lives. Jaewoo refuses to trust that offer. He declares that if the orcs take even one step forward, he'll personally shove the flag into Charlotte's underwear drawer. Charlotte glares menacingly, and Kalyan looks disgusted, saying there's no way they'd desecrate the flag by putting it in such a filthy place. Jaewoo asks the orcs if they seriously believe there are rules in war. He says that if it means winning, he'll smear their flag all over Charlotte's ass. The orcs begin to panic, their formation tightening, muskets raised in all directions. Charlotte, committed to the bit, starts lowering his pants, but the orcs don't flinch. Kalyan gives the order to fire, and before they can even react, shots rain down around them. Charlotte fumbles with his pants, trying to pull them back up. Jaewoo says that, unlike previous playthroughs, they're actually willing to destroy their own flag this time, which means things have gone seriously sideways. He quickly assesses the situation, realizing just how dangerous it's become. He sees several of his men getting hit by stray shots. He mutters that bringing out the Grand General at this stage is pure cheating. With his current fame and rank, he doesn't stand a chance against that monster. Panic sets in. He's stuck, unsure what to do next. Memories from his past runs flash through his mind. Faces of comrades, victories and failures, and Aquila's voice warning that if he dies in the game, he dies in real life. He wonders if this is just another world now, considering she's a god. His chest tightens. Max yells at him, demanding orders or they'll all get wiped out. Jaewoo admits he forgot, and starts shaking uncontrollably. Then, suddenly, he bursts into laughter. The others say he's gone mad. Jaewoo grabs the trumpet. Charlotte tells him there's no point. Reinforcements aren't coming. Jaewoo tells him to just watch. Taking a deep breath, he blows into the trumpet with everything he has. Max shouts that he blew it in the wrong direction, nowhere near their allies. Jaewoo says he knows, and that they just need a distraction, anything to block the incoming bullets. He silently pleads with Aquila, saying that they're even now. If she has any sense of loyalty, she won't abandon her VIP. An orc cries out to his comrades to charge. One leaps into the air, spear in hand, diving straight for Jaewoo. The tip inches closer to his face, but suddenly, something flashes through the sky. The spear stops mid-flight. An arrow pierces the orc's throat, dropping him instantly. A figure on horseback rides above the chaos. Dame Volpurgis, appearing like a divine warrior. She descends beside Jaewoo and the others, landing like a Valkyrie. She tells them not to give up and to raise their swords. Talion, from across the battlefield, commands his soldiers not to interfere. He declares that this will be a duel between him and the Countess Volpurgis herself, and that it will be a noble one-on-one. Volpurgis commends his spirit and immediately lunges, her blade aimed at his head. He narrowly avoids it. Sparks erupt as the two begin exchanging powerful blows. Jaewoo watches, stunned, remarking that they're evenly matched. Volpurgis is still early in her story arc, and she's already this strong. He watches as she sends Talion's sword flying back with a thunderous shockwave. Then, something catches him off guard. Volpurgis spins through the air, lands a precise kick to Talion's face, and blood flies. Talion stumbles, regains his stance, and begins laughing, saying that he expected no less. Jaewoo says that it's not just her swordsmanship, her hand-to-hand skills are elite. She must belong to the Sisterhood of Volpurgia. It all makes sense now. She confirms she serves with a heart full of faith. He laughs, impressed, and she tells him it's getting late. She dashes forward, engaging Talion again. Their blades clash violently. Talion grits his teeth and slams his sword into the ground, cracking it. But Volpurgis is already in the air. She brings her sword down from above, smashing the back of his head. He drops to his knees. He says it was a good match, then collapses completely. As the orcs begin carrying their captain away and retreating, Jaewoo just stands there, speechless. He says he can't believe she took out the Grand General with one strike, but then again, it's Volpurgis. As the orcs flee, she turns to Jaewoo and asks if he's the leader of the mercenaries. She says that she could feel his courage from a distance and introduces herself. Jaewoo shakes her hand and introduces himself in return, saying it's a pleasure. She replies the same and looks at him with respect. He tells her that if she hadn't come, they all would have been dead. He says that he's no longer the Archduke and should have exercised more caution. She asks why he's holding his head low, then gestures to the side. All the mercenaries come running over, shouting for their leader. Max calls out to him, holding up the flag. They still have it. Jaewoo's chest tightens. He thinks about how close they came to dying together, and his whole body starts trembling. Then he lets out a scream, declaring that this is how it should be. He says this feeling is what it's all about, exhilarating. Back at the tavern, a little girl bursts through the door, yelling for Charlotte. She looks distressed. Meanwhile, Charlotte is stuffing his face with food. She asks if he went off to another war and if he's hurt. He reassures her that he's fine and calls her Bap. Jaewoo asks if that's his daughter. Schultz is dumbfounded, asking what the hell Jaewoo is talking about. Charlotte is only 15. Jaewoo reacts with disbelief. He says there's no way. The girl, Baptiste, begs Jaewoo to pay for Charlotte's medical bills. Jaewoo is hit with the confusion status. Charlotte thanks Jaewoo, saying that it's because of him they all made it back alive. The rest of the mercenaries agree. They tell him he saved them. Jaewoo awkwardly tells them to just eat. They notice him blushing and start teasing him, saying he's adorable when embarrassed. Then, Volpurgis enters the tavern, calling out for Jaewoo. He's still blushing when he sees her. She tells him to follow her to the Harfheim forward base. She says the Elector himself has summoned him and plans to honor him with a reward for his efforts. She says it's the highest honor a mercenary can receive. Jaewoo notes that she seems different from the Volpurgis he knew before, more cheerful now. He mentions that she looks happier than he feels. She tells him he can just call her by name, and he agrees. She gestures toward the soldiers outside, saying these are the lives he saved with his courage. Without him, they would have died. She explains that they're citizens of the Empire and thanks to him, they still live. She asks what more reason she needs to be happy. Jaewoo says he understands now. In the past, she once stood up for him too. She hasn't changed, only their roles have. She announces to the Elector that she has brought the man. The Elector praises her and confirms that Jaewoo is the one called Valor. He introduces himself as Philip. Jaewoo says it's an honor and notes internally that this is what it feels like to face a true guardian. The pressure is unreal. Philip says they call Jaewoo the Reaper of the Field now. He says his bravery was astonishing. He was like a lion. Jaewoo says he's flattered, but Philip dismisses that, saying that a man of merit should be recognized. He declares that Jaewoo's comrades will each receive 100 florins, and Jaewoo himself will receive 300. Jaewoo notes that 100 florins is a full year's salary for a spearman. He says he'll repay the kindness. Philip nods, then asks if there's anything else Jaewoo wants to say. Jaewoo requests permission to regroup with his comrades and rest in Weitenbeer. Philip says that's quite far from the warfront but grants the request, saying Jaewoo can take a wagon from the supply stockpile. Jaewoo expresses his gratitude and asks if he may say one more thing. He looks toward Volpurgis, who smiles at him. He smiles back. He says he has a curiosity. Philip invites him to speak, but the air changes as the Elector releases killing intent. Jaewoo breaks a sweat and nervously asks for Philip's opinion on the war. The room becomes tense. People begin murmuring. Even Volpurgis seems uneasy. Jaewoo says he knew this would throw everyone off, but it can't be helped. He's just a mercenary. Philip asks what Jaewoo thinks instead. Jaewoo says that he only sees things from a low vantage point, but there's something troubling him. Someone laughs, saying he thinks he's important now that he has one military merit. Another mocks him, saying he probably heard some garbage intel. Volpurgis interrupts, saying there's an old proverb. Even when crossing a stone bridge, one ought to tap it first. She urges Philip to at least listen. Philip's pet advisor scoffs, asking how a mere countess dares speak like that. But Philip tells his pet uncle that Walpurgis is the niece of the Elector of Byron and should be treated with proper respect. Jaewoo thinks to himself that, as expected, even Philip won't ignore her. The uncle grumbles and stands down. Philip tells Jaewoo to go on. He wants to hear his view. Jaewoo inhales deeply. He declares that an ambush is coming. Instantly, the tension rises. Philip says he assumes there's a basis for that claim. Jaewoo confirms. He explains that Demon King Bahamut has always favored ambushes and betrayal. Looking back at the Kingdom of Toa War 10 years ago and the Margrave Halt battle 6 years prior, both were decided by surprise tactics. Therefore, he warns, it would be dangerous to overlook betrayal as one of Bahamut's main weapons. The uncle stands stiff, looking visibly uneasy. Philip turns his gaze sharply across the room and asks if there's an imposter among them. Jaewoo replies that it's only a possibility, not a certainty. Philip smiles, but it's a cold one. He says that a little caution never hurts. But that's all it is, caution. Then, almost instantly, he unleashes a wave of killing intent, making the entire room tense up. He says Jaewoo is quite bold and reminds him that the only reason his head is still on his shoulders is because he allows it. He asks if Jaewoo understands his place. Walpurgis steps forward, opening her mouth to speak, but Jaewoo lowers his head and says he understands. Walpurgis recognizes that Philip is the one in the wrong here, but she holds her tongue. Jaewoo apologizes for overstepping and exits the room without further comment. Once outside, Jaewoo mutters that something doesn't add up. In his previous runs, Philip had always been cautious and calculating. This time, however, he seems arrogant, too bold. Jaewoo notes that this isn't the only change. Red dragon fruits, which typically appear much later in the story, are already present. Walpurgis, too. She had never appeared this early in his past playthroughs. Everything's different. As he ponders the changes, a voice calls out to him. He turns, confused, and sees Walpurgis catching her breath. Her face is slightly flushed, and she says she finally caught up to him. He asks what she wants, and she says he moves too fast. When he asks if she ran after him out of concern, she says of course she did. Internally, Jaewoo begins freaking out, calling her adorable. She says she wants to apologize on Philip's behalf, for his words and actions, and if there's anything Jaewoo desires, she'll make it happen. He's free to name whatever he wants. Jaewoo starts shaking slightly, stunned by the offer. He mutters to himself that he could ask for something outrageous. He jokes in his mind that he might be a pervert. Walpurgis, however, says not to underestimate her. She reminds him that she's from one of the wealthiest noble families in the empire. Jaewoo thinks that's great and assumes she must have a lot of luxurious clothes. He's clearly spiraling. Eventually, he calms down and says he'd like a quill and a pistol. She's surprised, asking if that's really all. He says it is. He explains that his dream has always been to be a cavalryman, and now he has a chance to learn horseback riding. The pistol? That's just always been part of the dream. As he fights to hold back tears, she asks why he's crying. He says she wouldn't understand. She says she's never met someone so unselfish. She doesn't realize what he's sacrificed. Then she says this isn't the place for that kind of talk and grabs his hand, saying she'll show him. Jaewoo can't believe this side of her exists. He starts blushing again. He's completely folded. Later, the battlefield between Philip and Bahamut burns in the background. Philip declares that today is the day he finally kills him. Bahamut, unimpressed, says someone kill Philip already. His breath reeks. One of Bahamut's assistants appears, announcing that all preparations for war are complete. Bahamut tells him good job. The man hesitates, then asks if Bahamut really plans on using Hexix. Bahamut rolls his eyes and asks why this is being brought up again. The man warns that Hexix is too cruel. If they capture Philip, he could be used as a valuable hostage, but if handed over to that freak, no one knows what will happen. Bahamut says he'll handle it. Then his ring starts buzzing. He answers, and a voice on the other end chirps that she's ready. He tells her good work and to stay sharp. His expression shifts slightly, he looks worried, and he tells her to take it easy this time. The woman on the other end, Hexix, laughs, asking what he means by that. She claims she never goes too far. He says she always does. Hexix twirls and grins, repeating that she always goes easy. She insists she's never overdone it, even once. It becomes obvious she's completely unhinged. There's no logic, no reasoning with her. Meanwhile, Jaewoo rides through a dense forest, marveling at the speed of his horse, Philly. He can't believe this was a spare. It's definitely worthy of a gift from Walpurgis. She even gave him a potion worth 1,000 florins. He says that's the price of an entire building. The potion can heal any wound completely. Suddenly, an explosion erupts behind him. He says the battle's already started, and he has to hurry. Even someone like Philip won't be able to handle this war unscathed. He says Philip will probably charge in recklessly and end up getting caught. Cut to the battlefield. Philip is already injured. His uncle stands next to him, side by side with Bahamut. Philip stares in disbelief and asks his uncle why he would betray the Empire and still call himself a knight. His uncle says Philip doesn't understand the situation and tells him to listen carefully. He accuses Philip of plotting rebellion against the Emperor. Upon realizing this, he says he chose to side with Bahamut and is arresting Philip for treason. He raises his thumb to his own 8 chins and gestures with a throat-cutting motion. Philip says no one will believe such an absurd lie. Bahamut steps forward, pushing Philip's head beneath his foot, telling him to face reality. He calls Philip a delusional lunatic. He orders his men to tie him up, snapping his fingers. As soldiers run toward him with ropes, Philip yells at them to back off, reminding them that he is a noble elector. He starts crying. Bahamut tells them to shut him up, calling him noisy. Just then, Walpurgis drops from the sky and kicks Bahamut square in the face. The impact is solid, but Bahamut manages to stay standing. She commands the other knights to use this chance to escort Philip to safety. Philip's uncle begins shouting, saying they can't let him escape. Bahamut tells him to shut up, complaining that his voice is annoying. Then he speaks into his ring again, telling Hexix they're en route. Hexix asks if it's time already. Bahamut questions if she isn't ready yet. She says she is. She was just playing. He tells her to focus. She agrees and then calls out to her, "Boys," telling them it's mealtime. The strange, twisted creatures she refers to as dogs leap forward. She says they must be starving and it's time to chew on their new toy. The toy thereafter is none other than Jaewoo. As he rides through the forest, he uses his pistol to shoot at the incoming beasts. He says Hexix is using zombie dogs, a tactic she's known for, wearing opponents down before devouring them. One of the creatures leaps toward him from behind. Jaewoo elbows in midair and follows up with a clean shot. He calls it a 2-piece combo, saying he knows her style. He notes that there aren't many left near him, meaning most of them are after Philip. He doesn't care about Philip. What matters to him is Walpurgis. He kicks his horse into full sprint, saying he needs to get there fast. Ahead, Philip and Walpurgis ride side by side, surrounded by the creatures. The dogs begin circling to block their path. Philip mutters that his mana control is off. It's all Bahamut's doing. He calls it a disgusting trick. Walpurgis shouts that it's dangerous. Philip glances over as one of the dogs leaps at him. In fear, he nearly soils himself. Walpurgis intercepts the beast, cleaving its head clean off. Then she follows up with a powerful kick, sending the head flying. She asks if he's okay, and he nods. She tells him the area is uncharted territory. Humans don't venture here often, and he needs to be more careful. Suddenly, screams erupt. Philip turns and sees one of his soldiers being devoured alive. The horror dawns on him. Walpurgis tells him to wait a little longer, but he yells her name and says they can leave her behind. As they ride, the dogs gain ground. Walpurgis starts getting overwhelmed. Philip mutters that he's different from her. His life, and hers, aren't equal. He says she's expendable. Walpurgis grits her teeth, questioning whether this is truly what nobility has come to. She mutters that if she had only listened to Jaewoo before, this could have been avoided. She blames herself for ignoring his warnings. Hexix, now close, laughs and says they're hilarious. She throws a thread around Walpurgis's throat and begins pulling. Walpurgis reaches out toward Philip, her hand outstretched. He turns, shocked, but takes only one glance before riding away. Walpurgis falls off her horse, dragged by the thread. She coughs and says they're cursed to have someone like him as their elector. Her body shakes. Hexix swings her whip and says she's wrong. You need to be exactly that heartless to survive as an elector. Then, without warning, Hexix calls her sister. Walpurgis shouted in anger that Hejaz should immediately retract her earlier words. She went on to explain that the position of elector was passed down through generations, with the authority to choose the next emperor of the empire. Each elector ruled her territory like an emperor. It was a role not to be underestimated. Hejaz commanded the demons beside her to continue tracking Philip. They responded in unison with, yes. Then Hejaz turned back to Walpurgis and provoked her. She asked if Walpurgis, too, carried elector blood. Clenching the whip, murder radiated from her. Her red eyes flashed. She asked if she had hit a sore spot. Walpurgis, furious beyond control, roared that Hejaz was a bastard. She punched fiercely at Hejaz, but Hejaz held her ground and simply dodged the attack. A smirk curled at the corner of Hejaz's mouth. Shock filled Walpurgis's eyes. She felt a jolt of pain surge through her. Her body trembled violently and she was sick with pain. Hejaz erupted in maniacal laughter, praising Walpurgis's scream. That's a fine scream, she said, licking her fingers. Wonderful. Now I'm even more eager to torture you. Laughing wildly in midair, she brandished the whip and began lashing Walpurgis repeatedly. The whip struck her. Her body spasmed uncontrollably, and she collapsed to her knees. Walpurgis whispered in agony that if it were Sir Valor. The memory of Han Jaewoo flashed before her. If it had been Han Jaewoo, surely he could have found a way to overcome it. But she thought that this was the limit of her endurance. Hejaz's expression turned savage as she shouted that it wasn't over yet. Raising the whip again, she prepared to strike but suddenly stopped, confusion crossing her face as a shape collapsed in the distance. She stared in astonishment at a corpse of a zombie hound. Hejaz wondered aloud what dog corpse this was. At that moment, Han Jaewoo appeared behind her. Han Jaewoo delivered a punch that struck Hejaz squarely in the face. Hejaz spewed blood from her mouth and was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground with a wail. Han Jaewoo landed firmly. Walpurgis knelt, staring at him in stunned disbelief, tears in her eyes. Trembling, she called out Han Jaewoo's name softly, thinking that Han Jaewoo really was a hero. Han Jaewoo walked past Walpurgis, who had collapsed. Without looking back, Han Jaewoo stopped, turned, and lifted her up. Han Jaewoo cradled her. Hejaz, shielding her face, thought that he had killed a zombie hound somehow, in a way she had not noticed. Han Jaewoo had circled behind her. Standing motionless, expression cold, Han Jaewoo spoke, observing that Hejaz was still a freak. He raised a gun and pointed it at Hejaz. A faint smile curved Hejaz's lips as she asked if Han knew her, calling him brother. Han Jaewoo, holding the gun, answered coldly. Don't use that face to call me brother, it's disgusting. Hejaz smiled mockingly and taunted that a gun, indeed, had a longer reach than her whip but told Han to be sure to aim correctly, brother. Laughing wildly, Hejaz said confidently that her whip was many times faster than a reloaded bullet. Han Jaewoo squeezed the trigger. A blast shot out, whizzing past Hejaz. Her whip wrapped around his neck, leaving him gritting his teeth. Hejaz lifted with her arm to pull. She pulled with force, shouting excitedly, "Come at me." Hejaz rammed her head brutally into Han's face. Han was knocked back. Blood spurted from his mouth. He was sent flying through the air, tumbling. Hejaz shouted loudly that she wasn't done yet. She landed solidly and laughed excitedly before whipping again, hitting Han Jaewoo hard and pushing him back. Han steadied himself, toes touching the ground, and lunged forward again. Dodging Hejaz's attack with agile movement, Han closed the distance. Hejaz looked on in shock as she thought her whip style was top tier even in the military, yet Han dodged every strike and closed in. Han raised his gun again. Hejaz roared, "You think I'll let you go?" Han quickly holstered his gun. Hejaz prepared to swing her whip and she extended her clawed hand. Han drew a dagger and chuckled. "Watch this." The dagger slashed through the air, splattering blood. Han Jaewoo casually flicked the blade clean and laughed as he asked whether that rush had felt good. He then said that, deep down, he was built for close quarters combat. Hejaz clutched her wounded eye, cursing herself for being too distracted. Losing an eye was no small thing. Gritting her teeth, she muttered that she needed time to recover. Dark wings unfurled from her back, demonic and leathery, and as she spread them, she prepared to take flight. She told Han Jaewoo that she had to leave now, saying her schedule was far too packed to stay. Han Jaewoo sneered with a mocking smile and provoked her, asking if she was retreating now. Hejaz, looking down from above, dismissed the taunt. She stated that mind games wouldn't work on her, she never fought battles she couldn't win. Han Jaewoo raised his gun again and asked why Hejaz still acted so cocky. He declared that today he was switching to ranged damage. Hejaz burst into crazed laughter, claiming that she could deal with bullets mid-air. But just then, a dark blur zipped past her eyes. The confidence drained from her face, and a sudden chunk of flesh was taken out from her waist. White smoke hissed from the barrel. Han Jaewoo commented dryly that of course, shooting bats was always satisfying. Standing before the collapsed Hejaz, Han Jaewoo sighed and said aloud that the woman really was a sick freak. Hejaz groaned on the ground. Han Jaewoo licked his dagger and said it was time to see what kind of loot this freak had dropped. Gold flickered in his eyes. Hejaz whimpered pitifully, calling him brother, through teary eyes, and asked if he really intended to kill her. She sobbed, playing the helpless act. But Han Jaewoo raised the dagger coldly and said there was no point pretending he told her to starve. Hejaz cried out in shock, one last time. Then came the system message. You have defeated Pazermit's lieutenant, Whipmaster Hejaz. Loot obtained. Hejaz's cloak, Hejaz's whip, magic binding rope, physical enhancement potion. Venom dragon, Herguma's poison, Herguma antidote, 2,000 florin spirit coins. Han Jaewoo nodded to himself. He thought that this was nearly everything he needed. Good thing he hadn't sold those earlier items. Now he had to hurry, time was short. He used a healing potion and stared at the bottle in his hand. A full vial of high-grade recovery elixir. Looking down at Valpurgis on the ground, he whispered a promise to save her no matter what. The system window popped up. Effect. Completely restores all wounds and ailments. Usage. Apply directly to the injured area. Sitting in a clearing, with Valpurgis limp in his embrace, Han Jaewoo looked at the instructions again. To apply it meant getting under the armor. His cheeks flushed slightly, but he told himself to stay calm. This was just a medical procedure. He took a deep breath and reminded himself that there was no room for impure thoughts. He clenched his jaw and raised the green potion. Of course there couldn't be any hesitation, he thought. His real name was Han Jaewoo, a name most people had already forgotten. His father had died from illness when he was a child, and his mother collapsed from overwork. At 18, he was alone. In a memory, a man confronted him angrily, accusing him of lashing out just because he'd been tricked. The man demanded to know why Han was dragging others into his mess. Another man barked at him, asking what the hell his problem was. Was he some clueless rookie? Han Jaewoo had replied calmly that he was just doing a job for money. He was the fixer from Hanam-dong, 22 years old. A bespectacled man handed him an envelope and thanked him, said it was a small token of appreciation. Han Jaewoo counted the money, 10 bills, all hundreds. He double-checked the amount. In another scene, Han Jaewoo stood in the kitchen and told the man that it was only a temporary solution. With that kind of money, he said, the man would be better off paying his debts. The man panicked and stammered, saying he had a job coming up this week. Han Jaewoo clicked his tongue in irritation. The man with glasses pleaded not to be stared at like that. He said excitedly that once he completed the job, he'd get 10 million won. That number caught Han Jaewoo off guard. He asked if one job could really pay that much. The man confirmed it, explaining that it was just that important. Han Jaewoo looked around at the equipment in the man's home and asked what kind of game this even was. The man, confused, asked if Han hadn't heard of Guardian of Humanity. Han Jaewoo shot back, asking what kind of shut-in loser played something with that name. The man grew animated and explained that Guardian of Humanity was a vast world with total freedom, filled with anime-style heroines and globally acclaimed character design. Spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the universe, the man exclaimed that it had over 1 billion players and that top players could easily earn tens of millions of won. He added that the quest he was heading out to complete today was exactly one of those. Han Jaewoo could hardly believe it and asked if he meant that people were actually making millions from this. The man responded with giddy excitement. Yes, he insisted, that was exactly what he meant. Of course, The man leaned in excitedly and asked if Han Jaewoo wanted to try it. Han rubbed his chin, thinking. Then he refused the offer, saying that he's busy right now. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. A message popped up. I'm canceling today's request. We've made up. Han thought to himself that it seemed he was free now. Streams of blue data surged around him as he logged into the game. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with white clouds. Han Jaewoo muttered to himself that he couldn't believe he was logging in on a whim. He stood in a medieval-style plaza, marveling aloud at how modern technology could make the sky look so real. The streets, the people, they all felt alive. He questioned whether this could truly be just a game. He stared, puzzled, at a burly fruit vendor by an apple stand. Everything was so vivid, he could even see the pores on the character's skin. It was unnervingly real. Suddenly, the vendor grabbed him by the collar, asking impatiently whether he intended to pay. Han panicked. The vendor waved him off angrily and told him to leave if he had no money. He had other customers to deal with. Han opened his system window and checked his funds. 10 florins. That must be the in-game currency, he figured. He decided he had better use it sparingly. Apologetically, he said he had no money. Just then, a young boy stared longingly at the apples, saying one looked delicious. His mother tugged him away, telling him it was time to go. The boy resisted, clearly disappointed. Han Jaewoo asked the vendor how much an apple cost. The vendor said it was just 1 florin. Han handed an apple to the boy and told him to go ahead and eat it. The boy gasped in delight. His mother thanked Han sincerely, saying it was a generous use of his precious coin. Han replied that it was nothing, it was just in-game currency, after all. The boy grinned and said the apple looked so tasty, thanking him again. But the mother knew 1 florin could buy a full meal here. The mother repeated her thanks. The boy waved goodbye, thanking him once more. Han smiled and told him to listen to his mom. Watching them walk away brought back memories of living alone with his own mother. He had been a brat, always begging her for fried chicken. A faint smile crept across his face. This game had real charm. When life piled on pressure, playing helped him feel better. He once helped an elderly woman in-game and received a system message. You've completed a quest. She thanked him, calling him a kind young man. So he started logging in more often, releasing his real-world stress inside the game. He'd return exhausted, after fighting dragons online and running from problems offline. The game recharged him so he could keep going. And just like that, 5 in-game years passed. Then a woman in armor approached and asked if he was the famous Han Jaewoo. With a toothpick in his mouth, Han gave her a puzzled look. She introduced herself as Valpurgis and said she'd heard he was strong. She asked if he could help with a wild boar problem in the Javier forest. Han repeated her words, wild boars? She asked if he was scared. Smiling, he replied that the timing was perfect. He asked if she was kidding. He'd just been thinking about roasted boar for dinner. Valpurgis said she hoped his skill matched his bragging. A massive wild boar fell to the ground, bleeding heavily. Valpurgis, amazed, exclaimed that it had only taken 1 blow and that she hadn't even had time to do anything. Laughing, she explained that he was so strong she never got the chance to intervene. She asked if he wanted to form a team. The system displayed a message. Nun Knight Valpurgis has sent you a party invitation. Han asked aloud if this was just another way to make him do someone else's chores. Valpurgis teased him, asking if he had some long-term trust issues. He laughed and admitted that maybe he did. Then she added that he was definitely entertaining. Valpurgis proposed that if he accepted the request, she would recommend him to become a knight of the Empire. He agreed immediately. Deal. Below the balcony, a crowd gathered and erupted into cheers. They chanted his name, Han Jaewoo. The elector asked him how he felt and said it must be exhilarating. Han smiled and replied that it didn't feel like an achievement he earned alone. He added that if Valpurgis hadn't spoken to him that day, he wouldn't be seeing this sight. Valpurgis objected and called that nonsense. She pointed to the crowd and said these were the people he had saved. This piece was his creation. A white dove flew by, feathers drifting down like snow. Images from the past flashed in memory. Back in the present, Valpurgis looked at Han Jaewoo with admiration and said sincerely that he was incredible. She admitted she hadn't lived long, but she had never met anyone so persistent. She asked him why. Han Jaewoo paused, face scarred, his cheeks still swollen. He smiled and answered that he just really loved this world. Valpurgis laughed and said she understood. He confessed that this was the first place where she ever thought the sky looked beautiful. Han Jaewoo said, aside from his aching face, everything was fine. Valpurgis asked why he had taken off his armor like that. Han replied helplessly that he didn't have much of a choice. She rode her horse and said she'd soon be returning to the monastery. She needed to inform them that he was alive. She promised she would repay him. There were so many things she was thankful for. Han stroked his chin and said he was looking forward to that. He wondered aloud with a Seuss look what a good reward might be. Valpurgis scolded him, calling him a pervert. They rode side by side down a forest path. Valpurgis said that actually, the reward wouldn't just come from her. The monastery would definitely honor him too. Han Jaewoo replied that was fine, but what he really wanted was her reward. Valpurgis threatened to punch him again. Night fell, and a grand monastery loomed ahead. Valpurga Monastery. Inside, Valpurgis demanded an explanation from Sister Angela. She said that Sir Valor was a guest of the monastery. But Sister Angela calmly replied that they had no choice. The monastery was under emergency protocol. For that reason, Sir Valor was not allowed to enter the inn near Linfelton. Han Jaewoo lay on a bed, sighing to himself. Things were getting complicated. He had planned to request the heart of the angel from the monastery, a sacred S-rank artifact passed down for generations. It held divine blessings and could restore a soul. Essentially, it granted an extra life. Lying on the bed, Han Jaewoo let out another sigh. Han Jaewoo thought to himself that he truly needed that relic to face what was coming next. A knock came from outside. It was Valpurgis's voice. She said it was her, Sir Valor. Han sat up, confused, and greeted her, addressing her as Lady Valpurgis. She entered the room, apologizing for making such an esteemed guest stay in such humble quarters. Han Jaewoo asked, puzzled, what she meant by that. Valpurgis looked at him and asked what he was doing. Han replied calmly that he was thinking. Valpurgis grew serious and explained that the situation was dire but also confidential. Han Jaewoo assured her that he was tight-lipped. Valpurgis nodded and said she believed him. She sat down, then solemnly declared that the abbess had become a sacrifice to darkness. Han replied with the same composure he was just thinking, but added that he had just spoken to Abbess Angela. That, he realized, could only mean one thing. There was a traitor among them. He paused, stunned by his own deduction. He asked again, seeking confirmation Margareta was the abbess. Then it had to be that bastard Pazimuth's doing. It was unbelievable. He thought that guy was dead. And Margareta, she was still alive? Han gripped his head in disbelief. His eyes were wide. Valpurgis called his name, trying to get his attention. He said he had assumed Margareta was dead and had never thought twice about it. Valpurgis, worried, said that he didn't look well. Margareta was the strongest woman in imperial history, a living symbol of power, capable of defeating even the ultimate demon king. She was the one who turned the Valpurga Monastery into a military order. They absolutely couldn't lose her. Han Jaewoo suddenly shot to his feet, startling Valpurgis. She asked what had gotten into him. Han, fired up, exclaimed that Valpurgis meant the abbess had been corrupted by darkness. Valpurgis confirmed that it was true. He said they had to move immediately. Han Jaewoo declared that he had deep knowledge of darkness. They made their way to the main headquarters of Valpurga Monastery. Rain poured down from a heavy sky. A nun asked skeptically if she really claimed to know about the dark. Valpurgis confirmed it and said that Sir Valor was someone who could be trusted. Slogans hung on the walls. Strong bodies bring unwavering faith. Another nun questioned why they didn't at least try to trust him. One of them called out to Deputy Abbess Angela. Angela stood with her arms crossed, eyes sharp. Valpurgis turned to Han Jaewoo with a grin and said it seemed like she had told him quite a lot already. Han thought the atmosphere here was way too tense. Suddenly, the nun struck her desk hard. Angela spoke firmly, reminding her that the incident was caused by a traitor, and yet Valpurgis proposed trusting an outsider? She snapped that there was nothing worth listening to anymore and told them to leave. She tried to argue, but Han cut her off. Han Jaewoo gave Valpurgis a subtle smile. Then he spoke up, saying he had heard the situation with the abbess was critical. Angela shot back that it wasn't an outsider's concern. Han asked her to just let him finish. Smiling confidently, he said it was up to them whether to believe him or not, but he had read the 7 sacred texts. Angela was shocked and asked if he meant the ones written by Saint Antonio himself. Han confirmed that he had, and said the books contained detailed records on the darkness. He explained that after the Dark Army came, the 7 sacred texts vanished, and with them, the final account of the struggle and the seal. Angela was speechless. She demanded to know how he knew all that. She pounded the table in frustration, saying that even speaking the name of that force could bring a curse. It wasn't something to talk about lightly. Han replied seriously, asking her to trust him. He claimed he knew the final method to resist the darkness. Angela hesitated. Han gave her another confident smile. She eventually relented, saying that in return, he must swear never to speak of this again. She warned him if he uttered a single word, she would smash him and bury his body in the Rhine River. He and Walpurgis were then surrounded by muscle-bound nuns, all radiating ominous intensity. Han Jaewoo stared, horrified, thinking these were muscle freaks one had just crushed a table with grip strength alone. And the smell, what was that stench of sweat? He thought he had never seen Margaretta's face, but judging by the rumors, she could probably bench and squat more than most athletes. Walpurgis asked, concerned, why Han looked so pale. Han stammered that he was fine. Then she asked, half joking, if that body type was his ideal. Han replied affirmatively no. Walpurgis said that that is a relief. Angela announced they had arrived. In front of them stood a massive door, surrounded by a miasma of purple fog. She warned that the corruption here was dense. Lose focus, and they could lose themselves. Han Jaewoo acknowledged that he understood. Angela instructed the other nuns to wait behind. They replied in unison. Yes, ma'am. Angela said she would enter, and pushed open the door shrouded in darkness. Han Jaewoo immediately felt a crushing pressure, an intense magical force. The system prompted. You are taking mental damage from the dark aura. He asked Walpurgis if she was okay. Walpurgis replied that the goddess would protect her, and then asked how he was. The system notified. Player has received mental protection against darkness. Han said with a smile that he thought he could still handle it. Angela stated that what they were seeing now was the abyss. Han looked ahead and gasped. This was the strongest warrior in history. This was the abbess of Walpurga Monastery. A stunning woman with silver-white hair lay motionless on a bed. Her eyes were closed, and her body was wrapped in the ominous purple aura. Her name Margareta. Han was stunned seeing the petite nun. He turned, asking in horror if they kidnapped the little girl. This was the woman said to bench press and squat like a beast. Angela spoke sternly, telling him to take this seriously. She said that unless they were truly desperate, they wouldn't have reached out to a mercenary like Han Jaewoo. They had tried everything. Nothing worked. She grabbed Han and pleaded, saying she would pay any price to save the abbess. System prompt. You have taken 50 damage. Han gasped and asked if she could let him go. He was suffocating. Angela immediately released him and apologized. Looking at Margareta on the bed, Han Jaewoo now saw with his own eyes her condition was truly dire. He explained that as a priest, her pain and rate of corruption were twice as fast as that of ordinary people. Han gently touched her forehead. The blackened veins on her neck were proof enough. Angela cried out in disbelief. Han reassured her that there was still hope. Angela, visibly shaken, asked what it was begging him to tell them. System prompt. You have taken 50 damage. Angela shoved Han away. He fixed his collar and replied calmly. The solution was simple. He proposed using the monastery's sacred relic, applying it to the abbess. Angela fell silent. Han's hand brushed Margareta's cheek. Angela asked if he meant the heart of the angel. Then she said she understood he planned to extract the curse from the abbess and transfer it into someone else. The curse could be sealed away, but divine power and corruption repelled each other. During the transfer, the abbess would almost certainly die. Han Jaewoo explained that this was why the heart of the angel was essential. Such a curse was lethal to all priests. No one in the monastery could survive it. But now, he said, there was him, a lowly mercenary. That made him the perfect vessel for the curse. He smiled with confidence and said that it was tempting, wasn't it? Sister Angela admitted that it was. However, she also stated that it wouldn't work. Abbess Margareta had left a message. This darkness is mine. No one else may bear it. If anyone does, the empire will lose everything. Angela warned that this was a curse born of shadow, its origin and symptoms unknown. It was a mystery wrapped in darkness. She asked whether he truly believed he could survive it. This curse would haunt him for life. Valpurgis tried to reason with him, saying that Angela was right. There was no reason for him to get involved. Han gently reassured her. He said he would be fine. Then he turned to Angela and claimed that he was the ideal candidate. He understood the darkness from the Holy War. He was not a priest, so he wouldn't suffer the same effects. And, to be honest, he was a complete outsider, just someone who'd appeared today. He told her to admit it. He was the best choice. Angela hesitated. In her mind, she feared what the abbess might do to her if she ever regained consciousness. She imagined Margareta ripping her into pieces. Valpurgis called out to her. Angela finally relented. She told Han Jaewoo to do what he thought was right. The system explained that the heart of the angel restored the soul of its user after death. It was usually saved for the future, but this might be his only chance to bring Margareta back as an ally. Valpurgis asked one last time if he was sure. She reminded Han that there was still time to back out. Han interrupted calmly and addressed her. Valpurgis fell silent. Angela simply said that he was a man, let him handle it. Han Jaewoo declared that everything was ready. He said it was time to begin the ritual. Data streams flickered before his eyes as he began chanting. He pressed the hand bearing the ring to Margareta's forehead. His voice echoed with incantations. Black markings appeared on his face, and he gasped in agony as dark energy wrapped around him. Angela and Valpurgis were blasted back by the surge of corruption. Chaos swept the room. The flow of data vanished into space. Han found himself standing on a barren, alien world, a wasteland in the middle of a cosmic void. He wondered aloud whether this was the realm of darkness. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even tell which way was forward. A voice rang out, claiming it was the one buried in tombs and demanding to know who dared summon it. Han shouted back his name. He was Valor and demanded that the curse on Margareta be broken. The voice mocked him, laughing at the mortal who couldn't even perceive its form. Han wondered if this was its final shape. The voice replied that he was not the one it wanted to meet. A flash of purple lightning cracked through the sky, and a colossal eye opened, roaring for him to disappear. A wave of force struck Han. System prompt. Your soul is protected. The eye was surprised. It exclaimed that he was immune to soul extraction. Han roared back, ordering the creature to break the curse and place it on him instead. The voice snarled for silence. It threatened to shred the soul of every person around him unless he revealed his identity. Han thought bitterly that it was trying to use hostages. Fine, he decided it was time to use some tricks of his own. He shouted that he had read the 7 sacred texts. The eye flinched, asking what he just said. Han explained that he had made a deal with the entity known as Struggle's Death and had exchanged one of its mongrel pets to get the texts. The eye cursed the foul beast and demanded more. Han continued, suggesting that by now, Struggle's Death was probably reselling those stolen relics to desperate freelancers. He opened his arms dramatically and warned that if they delayed any longer, he might even reveal the color of the voice's underwear. The eye hesitated, then relented. It agreed to his request. Han smiled triumphantly and said it had taken the bait. The eye added that it had a condition. Han welcomed that, saying it was exactly what he'd hoped for. System prompt. New quest available. Objective. Eliminate all demon lords sponsored by Struggle's Death. Quest list appeared. Rank 5, Lord of the Void Crack. Rank 7. Lord of Darkness and Sky Faza. Rank 14. Lord of Gluttony and Greed Hezemerk. Episode 17. Lord of Nightmares and Illusion Amur. Han thought to himself, perfect. He could feel them taking the bait already. Maybe a little sweet talk would go even further. He smiled and said that honestly, this might all be too much for poor little him to handle. The eye sneered, calling him a pitiful worm. But it added, if he could catch it, he could keep it. A massive burst of energy blasted into Han Jaewoo. This was the power of darkness. He screamed in agony, feeling his body torn by its force. He shouted in pain, demanding to know if the eye was trying to kill him. This wasn't part of the deal. The eye replied coldly that nothing came for free. That kind of power required equal payment. Han Jaewoo screamed again, body writhing. System window appeared. New class acquired. One without blood or tears. Primary stat boost. Health and mana increased. New attribute unlocked. Darkness new S-rank skill acquired. Summon undead. Status. You have died. Han Jaewoo jolted awake in bed, gasping for air. He looked at the ring on his hand and muttered that it seemed, yes, he had been revived. Then he burst into manic laughter, his expression twisted with exhilaration. He thought to himself, Necromancer King. Commander of undead liches. Even ancient dragons. He had become the one without blood or tears, the first among 10 billion players in Guardian of Humanity. The whole world would be watching him now. Valpurgis, tears in her eyes, asked if he had hit his head. Han hurried to reassure her. He insisted that it wasn't what she thought, calling her Lady Valpurgis. She explained that after the ritual, he lost consciousness. She had brought him to her room to rest for a while. Han Jaewoo thanked her with genuine gratitude. Sitting by his bedside, Valpurgis spoke sternly. She told him never to do anything so reckless again. He had no idea how worried she had been. Han looked at her, reached out, and gently placed his hand on her knee. He spoke softly and promised her he would never do anything like that again. Han Jaewoo solemnly promised he wouldn't do anything reckless again. Valpurgis's cheeks flushed, and Han lowered his head shyly. He asserted, his voice soft and slightly nervous, that it was a promise. The two of them fell into a quiet silence, both gazing out the window together. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shattered the peaceful moment. Han Jaewoo asked in a panic if they were under attack. Valpurgis assured him it wasn't what it looked like. The two rushed out of the room and found the nuns gathered outside. Han asked what was going on. Sister Angela greeted him, relieved to see him awake. In front of them stretched a clearing, the trees chopped down. Han asked if Lord Pazimuth had come to cut down trees. A massive shadow fell over them. Han crossed his arms and scowled as Margareta cheerfully called out to him, saying she was glad he was awake. Han stared at her in confusion, asking what was going on. Margareta explained that he had been lying there for too long, and she was just warming up. She called him her savior with a big grin. A towering figure loomed over them. Margareta introduced herself again, proudly declaring that she was the abbess of Valpurga Monastery before throwing a giant uprooted tree to the ground with one hand. She shouted Han's name with enthusiasm and told him to just call her Mari. Descending the spiral staircase with Margareta and Valpurgis, Han thought about how he had finally gained the highest rank of the deathless tree. One without blood or tears. He admitted to himself that he originally intended to use that power to quietly assassinate Philip. But since Philip was an elector and Han didn't have the heart of the angel, his chances were slim. He knew he couldn't afford to drop his guard. Margareta whooped with excitement, shouting that it was time for an adventure. Sister Angela sighed, asking Margareta to maintain some dignity. Margareta snapped back that dignity was the true evil of high society. Angela sighed again, muttering that Margareta never let her win an argument. Han quietly asked Valpurgis if Margareta was always like this. The latter confirmed that that is the case. Margareta glanced at them while Han whispered to Valpurgis that the strongest member of the sisterhood and eldest member is this little kid. Margareta overheard and teased them, asking if they were flirting behind her back. Valpurgis stammered her name in embarrassment, while Han chuckled and asked if it really looked that way. Margareta changed the topic, saying they had arrived at the underground vault of Valpurga Monastery. She explained that everything inside was cursed magical relics that even the monastery dared not touch, but for someone like Han, they were perfect. Han responded that he understood and thanked her for bringing him to a place like this. Margareta laughed it off, grabbing his hand and saying that she would love to take him on a date. She suddenly tensed up and pretended to be scared as Angela grabbed her by her head, speaking in a childish tone that she wouldn't tell anyone because someone might get super mad. Regardless, she shouted, they should hurry inside. She was too excited to wait. She dashed into the vault. Valpurgis answered simply, yes. Han thought to himself that this whole situation was chaotic. The vault door creaked open, light spilling out in dazzling beams. Han smiled confidently. So far, everything was going according to plan. One more step, and the hunt for Philip would begin. Outside the window, horses neighed in the woods. Han stood there, showing off his new equipment. He boasted that it looked amazing. System prompt. Cursed Air S rank nullifies curses below item level. Equipment skill. Shadow Burst. With this gear, he said, no one would be able to surpass him. He held the magical dagger Kaka's blade, an A-rank relic that enhanced necromancy. Han patted the horse's neck and called Valpurgis over. Valpurgis stood under the tree and remarked that disappearing without saying goodbye was a little cold. He suggested they take one last walk. As they strolled along a forest path, Valpurgis said that although they hadn't known each other long, it felt like they had been friends for years. Han asked if she really meant that. Valpurgis explained that it was probably because Han had done so much for her fighting the orc armies, defeating Huru. She said Han was cool and reliable. Han replied that Valpurgis had helped a lot too. Valpurgis thanked him, saying it meant a lot. Han remained quiet. Valpurgis lowered her head again, shyly. Then she asked if Han wasn't even a little curious. Han asked what she meant. Valpurgis told him not to play dumb. She was referring to her face under the helmet. Han said he figured there was a reason, so he hadn't asked. Valpurgis admitted that under the helmet was a large scar, the mark of a curse. Her uncle had worked hard to keep it a secret, saying she must never try to uncover the truth. Han nodded. He understood. Valpurgis explained that despite decades of effort, people still called her the Ugly Knight. That nickname came from those who didn't know her story. Then Valpurgis asked if Han would like to see her face. She admitted she was nervous, but felt that if it were Han, she could show her true self. Valpurgis removed her helmet. Her face was beautiful. She asked nervously what Han thought. Was she ugly? She lowered her head again, embarrassed. Han covered his mouth in shock. Valpurgis asked him to say something, anything. Han stammered, apologizing, then managed to say that he was just overwhelmed. He told Valpurgis that she was truly beautiful. Valpurgis breathed a sigh of relief. Watching her shyly cover her face, he thought that there is no way Valpurgis has actually removed her helmet. He has seen her in every chapter and she has never shown this side of herself. She told him awkwardly that there is something she wanted to give him. When asked what that is, she presented a necklace, saying that it's a treasure from the House of Bayern, passed down by her uncle. He asked why she would give something so precious to him, to which she replied that it's a token that means they'll always be together. He stared at the necklace with a blush on his face. He repeated her words, clearly overwhelmed, then he promised to treasure it. She did the same as she promised as well. Laughing awkwardly, he turned and said that he should take his leave now. She shouted, her face completely red, wishing him good luck. He told her that she could go first like a gentleman, but she said the same. They kept insisting on who should go first, causing even the horse to get annoyed with their lovey-dovey act. System prompt. Hidden story unlocked: the truth of the Ugly Knight. Valpurgis's romance route has been unlocked. Night settled over the forest. An eerie laugh echoed through the trees. Han laughed to himself, thinking that at this rate they may end up marrying soon. Suddenly, a foul stench caught his nose. Looking around, he sees dead bodies of soldiers. He deduced that Philip and Pazamuth's armies must have fought here. And judging by the damage, it wasn't long ago. He spurred his horse, thinking that he better sweep the area. He gets a notification that a new skill has been unlocked via the magic dagger of the monster Karka. He grins and thinks that this is getting interesting. He raises the dagger and activates the skill. He starts chanting, eventually summoning a horde of vampires. He orders, saying that their first mission is to scout the area and track down Philip. They acknowledge his order in unison. He pointed at a specific vampire and ordered him to collect all scattered military uniforms around here, saying that they'll come in handy. Jaewoo thought, now, it's time to confront Philip. The scene shifts to Philip with his squad. He curses inwardly, from being the Elector of Steel to being reduced to this mess. A guard tells him that this is an emergency, but Philip just snatched the bag food from his hand and started gorging down food without care. Just then, a shout reached their ears. Someone was calling for Philip, saying that he's coming to help. It's of course our boy. Philip's expression brightened. He replied that he remembers Sir Valor. A guard tried to caution him to be on guard and observe the situation first. But Philip, furious, just slapped him hard and told him to shut up. Philip raged, saying that when Valor came to rescue him, what had they been doing? He cursed them as pathetic, filthy parasites. Philip declared that when this was over, they would all become lackeys of that mercenary. He then charged forward, shouting for Valor, announcing his presence. Han Jaewoo stood surrounded by flying shadows. Philip reached out and thanked him. He even said he'd brought reinforcements. With them, he said, they were safe. He said only Han Jaewoo could be trusted. He promised generous rewards. Han replied coldly that he didn't need any. In an instant, the guards around Philip were taken down. Philip stared in horror as Han Jaewoo grinned and told him he no longer needed him. Standing among the wreckage, Philip scoffed and said Han was like a mangy dog that didn't fear tigers. He stared at Han and said that he had raised a dog and it turned out to be a mutt. Han laughed and replied proudly that yes, he was a filthy mutt. He barked twice and said he'd bite someone like Philip to death. A flash of anger passed through Philip's eyes. He drew his sword. First stance. Heart sever slash. The blade sliced clean through one of Han's puppets. Han thought to himself that it was just a doll. Sending puppets to fight was pointless, it only wasted mana. He told the minions behind him to retreat. They obeyed in unison. Philip mocked him, saying it must be humiliating to see his minions die in front of him. Han replied that unlike some people, he wasn't the type to care about pawns. As he spoke, blue energy began to swirl in his hand. He launched into the air like a blade, declaring that his heart was as vast as an endless plain. Philip leapt up in response, dodging Han Jaewoo's strike. The two locked eyes mid-air, each wearing a confident smile. Philip smashed into the ground with force, shattering it beneath his feet. He followed up with another sword slash, sending 10 blades flying through the air. Han Jaewoo blocked the assault and thought to himself, so this was the strength of the Steel Elector. How ironic. It was once the very sword style he cherished. It looked graceful on the surface, elegant even, but behind that beauty lay a deadly counter. A master of retaliation. That was Philip. The Steel Elector. Philip landed on the ground and pointed his sword at Han. He asks if he thinks he can survive after betraying him. Han Jaewoo replies casually, saying that he's pretty close with the sisters of the monastery. Philip scoffs at him backing, saying that he's not scared of some militant religious order. He then jumped into the air and unleashed his Moonshadow sword-style second form, 3 harmonies. Bit to his shock, Han casually blocked it with his dagger. No matter how much force Philip put in, the dagger wouldn't budge. He freaks out, blaming his internal injuries. Han shouts that this sappy drama ends now and kicks Philip hard in the stomach. He coughs up blood as he's sent flying backwards. Han declares that it's not the monastery he should be afraid of, it's him. Philip fell to his knees, groaning that if his body were in better condition, he could have won. He then demanded to know why Han wanted to kill him. He claimed to have admired Han's talent, even granted him favor shouldn't Han be loyal. Han Jaewoo asked if Philip truly didn't understand where he went wrong. Fine, he said he would spell it out. First, Philip had ignored everything Han had warned him about and was betrayed for it. Second, he had heartlessly abandoned Valpurgis, who had worked tirelessly for him. Third, Han asked how many people had died because of Philip's incompetence. And yet, he still called himself an elector. Philip pleaded with him to think it over. He claimed everything he did was for the people. He asked, if he died, who would protect and feed them? His absence, he said, would only bring joy to the other electors, who would seize the opportunity to devour the empire. Han Jaewoo admitted that he made a fair point. Then he said he would give Philip one chance. He pulled out a vial, a full recovery potion. He said that if Philip accepted his terms, he would let him use it. Philip, overwhelmed, asked what Han wanted. He promised to agree to anything. Han asked if he was serious. Then he laid out the condition. Philip would have to kneel before Valpurgis and beg for forgiveness with both hands and knees on the ground. Philip asked if Valpurgis was still alive. Then, as a gesture of apology, he offered to donate 10,000 florins to the Bayern family. Han replied that was great. Philip sounded energetic. He might even deserve the whole bottle. Philip took the potion, thanked him, and downed it in one gulp. The bottle shattered in his hand. Han Jaewoo asked how it tasted. Philip began coughing up a thick, purple fluid. Han Jaewoo said casually that it was the venom of the poison dragon Fukuma. Philip cried out in agony, cursing Han and accusing him of mocking him. Han replied with a bright smile that it's a toxin strong enough to kill even demon lords. He had acquired it from Hejaz. Han Jaewoo laughed and confirmed it. Enraged, Philip tried to drive a dagger through Han's chest, shouting that he'll die for this. But just then, a shadow lunged from behind Han Jaewoo. He swung his blade and severed Philip's arm. Blood splattered through the air. Philip stared in horror. He asked in disbelief, was it really Pippenheim? Pippenheim replied that yes, it was him. He confirmed that he had been left to die that day, devoured by the zombie hounds. But Valor Han Jaewoo had given him a second life. Now, he said, he served Lord Valor, not Philip. He explained that Philip's arrogance had always dragged everyone around him into danger. Now it was time for him to pay the price. Pippenheim raised his sword and said Philip would pay with his life. Philip, tears in his eyes, stared at him in terror. System prompt. Warning: do you permit Pippenheim to kill the Guardian? System window. Killing Philip will impact the game progression. Han Jaewoo thought to himself. There was such a thing. Pippenheim asked for confirmation. Did Han really give permission? Han replied with certainty, of course. Pippenheim thanked him and swung the blade. System warning in red. Guardian Philip has been slain. Hidden quest completed. Defeat Philip. He unlocked another hidden quest, which requires him to kill all Guardians in order to gain a transcendent class. Another prompt alerted him that due to his interference with the world's will, the game difficulty has increased. He laughed and added that she couldn't have predicted this. High above, in space, Aquila floated with an amused look. He commented that Han had broken the seal. She called him a naughty little Valor and remarked on the pride on Han's face. Holding something in her hand, she said, "Come on, show me what else you've got." Then she left, smirking, and added that this was only the beginning. Han Jaewoo examined the cascade of system notifications flooding his vision. He noted he had obtained the skills: Lunar Shadow Sword Art S rank, Princessen Coral A rank, Empire Agitation SS rank, Mephistopheles Acting SS rank, and Dignity of the Great Leader SS rank. A subsequent notification revealed he had also acquired Blood Tear Absorption S rank. He marveled at the rewards, thinking to himself that as expected from someone at the level of an elector, the rewards were exceptionally generous. 3 SS rank skills, 2 S rank, and 1 A rank, alongside 2 class exclusive S rank skills as a level up reward. It was perfect. His attention shifted to another dropped item resembling an ordinary magic zipper. He attempted to access or inspect it more closely but encountered an immediate system barrier blocking him. A notification flashed. You have been blocked by a barrier. He noted mentally that he would need to ask Margareta to unlock it later. Another significant notification appeared. You have obtained the essence of the Guardian. Collecting 5 will allow you to ascend into a transcendent being. However, it carried a grave warning. However, every time a Guardian is killed, the seal that protects the world from darkness weakens. Han Jaewoo contemplated this revelation, understanding it meant he must be very careful. A somber reflection followed. Would becoming a transcendent being mean eternal solitude? Would he remain with other Guardians or forge a different path altogether? Pippenheim approached, holding out an item. He reported that just as Han Jaewoo had said, they had examined the remnants left by Philip's men and found it. Han Jaewoo's eyes gleamed as he examined the item, exclaiming that this must be the main reward of the quest, noting that the gleam alone was on another level. He commended Pippenheim's work. He then inquired about the side mission he had given Pippenheim, disguising one of Philip's captured soldiers in the clothes of the Pessimist faction to resemble a demon. Pippenheim confirmed that as instructed, they had dressed one of Philip's men perfectly as a Pessimist demon. Han Jaewoo approved, noting the disguise looked great. His attention shifted to another captured survivor from Philip's forces, a man trembling and begging for mercy, promising to do anything if allowed to live. Pippenheim asked Han Jaewoo what they should do with this prisoner, one of Philip's underlings who had been hiding. Han Jaewoo smiled coldly, thinking to himself that he really hoped the recipient would like the gift he had given them. Meanwhile, Sir Lawrence and his troops surveyed the battlefield where Philip's forces had clashed with the Pessimist faction. A soldier pointed out the signs of combat, which Lawrence gravely acknowledged. Another soldier announced finding a survivor, Han's disguised operative. Lawrence ordered his men to handle the survivor with care, stating they would need to question him. Lawrence pressed the operative for information, summarizing what the man had reported. after being surrounded by Pessimist forces, in the desperation to save Prince Philip. Lawrence then accused the operative, asking if he was saying that while his comrades were dying, he hid alone. The operative vehemently denied this, insisting that he had risked his life to protect his commander, Philip. He elaborated on the desperate fight. Moved by this fabricated tale of selfless loyalty, Lawrence declared to all troops present that this man here had risked his life to protect his commander. Though they had lost the item, the spirit of knighthood remained unbroken. He proclaimed the operative a model knight whose example they should all follow. He then commanded them to search for Prince Philip throughout the night, invoking the name of the Rose Palace. Later, at the Roserant Rose Palace, Lawrence reported to his lord. Kneeling, he stated that as ordered, they pursued the Pessimist forces and found traces of Philip, but the prince had already escaped and his exact whereabouts were unknown. When his lord asked about that item, Lawrence hesitated. The disguised operative claiming he was sure Prince Philip was the one holding it, but the Pessimist bastards took it. Lawrence confirmed this report. His lord expressed deep frustration, stating that the name Pessimist was becoming awfully tiresome. Lawrence bowed deeply before his lord, voice trembling as he apologized profusely and begged for punishment. The lord waved it off, her expression grave as he declared the retrieval of that item paramount, the only means to restore Prince Philip as elector. She dismissed concerns about Philip's fate, insisting the prince wouldn't die easily. Her command was clear. Lawrence was to go directly to the Pessimist base and deliver a message demanding they surrender the item immediately. She added ominously that refusal wouldn't be pleasant for them. This lord is Roland, Rose's demon king. At the Pessimist base, panic erupted. Demons trembled in terror, shouting that the crazy woman, Margareta, had been re-elected. Pessimist, eyes wide with disbelief, screamed that it was impossible, that monstrous wench was back. He pounded a table, ranting that his trap had been perfect, demanding how a mere human could survive. Another demon, pale with dread, retorted that he simply didn't understand the magnitude of what Margareta represented. Isn't she just a human? The boss, voice low with fearful recollection, reminded the others they hadn't forgotten her legend. He recounted how Margareta had once stormed the domain of the demon king Alf alone, slaughtering every single one of his subordinates. The catalyst, one of Alf's underlings, had carelessly stepped snacks. Since that day, he explained, the demon kings referred to her with a title spoken in hushed terror, Margareta, the Storm and Annihilation. A messenger rushed in, announcing the arrival of a formal demand from King Roland. The Pessimist leader exchanged uneasy glances. He asked what is it now, and the messenger trembled and said he had no idea. Trembling, Pessimist muttered in exasperation, wondering what tantrum Roland would throw now. After reading the letter he muttered, that crazy woman, in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead, slammed his fist down and roared, why does she think I have that item? When asked, he revealed Roland was demanding they hand over that thing, leaving the Pessimist commander baffled and curious. He thought, why would Roland think they possessed it? They hadn't even come close to securing it during the chaos of chasing Philip. In fact, they lamented the loss of their own commander, Hejaz, during that pursuit. Then there is the resurrection of Margareta and the sudden disappearance of the item itself. This series of events back-to-back is extremely suspicious, with everything having an end result but the cause remaining frustratingly vague and obscured. Then it hit him, could there be a mastermind behind all this? Meanwhile, Jaewoo sneezed abruptly. Pippenheim, standing nearby, asked with concern if his lord was feeling sick. Han dismissed it casually, saying his nose had just felt ticklish. Pippenheim then inquired about their plans for Philip's corpse. Han's response was cold and pragmatic. He intended to use it later as an undead servant. Pippenheim remarked that such a fate seemed fitting for a fallen elector and expressed anticipation. Han shifted focus, declaring the truly critical acquisition was the Golden Imperial Edict he now held. He examined the document carefully, a formal parchment stamp with the Empire's unmistakable golden seal. He recognized it as the ultimate proof of an elector's authority. A faint, satisfied smile touched his lips as he reflected on possessing both Philip's corpse and this powerful edict. With that in mind, Han's whole body started shaking. He kept calling to Pippenheim, then shouted in excitement that the whole world was now his. The document itself was substantial, a 31-page agreement meticulously outlining the electors, exclusive rights and procedures for appointing the next emperor of the realm. Its weight in his hands felt like the weight of destiny shifting. A group of merchants celebrated boisterously in their caravan. One slapped the guild leader's back, exclaiming that he'd earned a fortune again. The guild leader nodded grimly, stating that with the imperial economic blockade order in effect, this was their final opportunity to profit. He declared they must extract every possible coin before returning. Another merchant grinned, suggesting they drink until unconscious once back, while a third claimed to know the perfect tavern. Just then an arrow hit the merchant leader in the back of his head. Suddenly, bandits swarmed the caravan. Their leader bellowed orders to loot everything and leave nothing behind. Merchants scrambled in panic, screaming about being under attack and fumbling for weapons. The bandit leader emerged from the shadows, his voice cold as steel. He observed that the merchants had clearly profited handsomely, likely from trading with Roland during the blockade. The merchant confronted the bandit leader directly, demanding what he thought he was doing. He challenged him, asking if he even understood the destination of this money. The bandit attacked, sending the merchant crashing into a tree. The bandit leader squares his shoulders before the cowering merchants and says that if they have a problem they should go cry to Valpurgis. He bares his teeth and adds that they should bring their uncle too. Later, inside the monastery room, Han Jaewoo lies bruised while the blonde Valpurgis leans over him with bandages. He pants that as she presses his wounds, and she tells him that he must stay still. He flinches and says that it hurts. Valpurgis, and she tells him to endure it. Studying the bruises, she asks where he even got hurt this badly. The door slams open and the nun Margareta rushes in. She shouts that Han Jaewoo is back. Han Jaewoo and Valpurgis both fall silent, saying nothing, while Margareta also falters into silence. A beat later, she shouted that Valpurgis has removed her helmet. She startles and yelps. Margareta, catching her breath, says that Valpurgis will give an old lady like her a heart attack at this rate. Valpurgis lowers her head and says that she is sorry, Margareta. Margareta softens and says that she understands that feeling of not wanting to hide one's true self, and she asks if that is not how a woman's heart is. Valpurgis laughs weakly. Han Jaewoo turns, and Margareta tells him to take good care of Valpurgis. A cold threat follows from Margareta. She says that if he ever makes Valpurgis shed even a single tear, Han Jaewoo asks what if he does. Margareta says that she will fold him in half. He stiffens and says that yes, ma'am. Margareta then changes the subject and asks about Philip, saying that he said Philip is dead. Han Jaewoo answers that yes, and he says that the corpse is currently in the custody of his. He corrects himself and says that his friends are taking care of it. Valpurgis clicks her tongue and says that so he is really dead, and she asks if this will become a problem. Her eyes harden and she adds that she really wanted to be the one to finish him off. Han Jaewoo blinks and calls her Mar. She then shrugs and says that either way, Philip is dead, so that is good enough. He thinks inwardly that it's probably better that he dies in his hands. He brightens and says, come to think of it, he has a present for her. She leans forward and asks what it is. He hauls in bulging sacks and says that it is what he gathered from the remnants of Philip's gang. She claps her hands and exclaims in awe. He grins and says that with this she can buy any snack she wants. She startles and stammers, asking what he just said. Still dazzled by the gold, she peers up and asks Han Jaewoo if he is some kind of saint of compassion or something. He eyes her snack-fixated look and asks if Angela starves her regularly or what. She blushes and says that suddenly he is looking kind of handsome. He waves it off and asks her to stop. Valpurgis then notices a stacked bundle and says him, and she asks him what those bundles of paper are, adding that they look like letters. Han Jaewoo spreads them out and says that they are letters exchanged between Philip and Roland. He says that it seems like Roland was trying to make Philip emperor. He adds that the current emperor's relationship with Roland is bad because of tax issues. Margareta nods and says that that is right, just like the current economic blockade order. Han Jaewoo asks about an economic blockade order, and Margareta reacts in surprise and asks if he did not know. She explains that the emperor is currently seizing goods from all merchant guilds tied to Roland, and she says that because of that the nearby night houses are going absolutely berserk. She continues that that is why House Ritter attacked the Linny Merchant Guild. Han Jaewoo reacts with a puzzled sound. Margareta, half teasing, adds that thanks to that, their poor Valpurgis is going through so much mental stress. Valpurgis jolts and Margareta says oh right. Han Jaewoo studies her expression and asks if something is the matter. She fidgets with the papers and says that, well, actually. Valpurgis steadies her and says that it is okay. She lifts her chin and says that she will explain it. Night air slips through a window with a faint sigh. Alone, Han Jaewoo thinks that this has become such a tangled mess and that to think the Emperor's economic blockade would escalate into a big clash with the Elector of Bayern. A knock comes and a familiar voice at the door says that it is her. He looks up and answers that it is Valpurgis. The door opens on a tea tray and simple sweets. She steps in and says his name, Han Jaewoo, and she asks him to forget everything he heard today. Valpurgis sits with her hands folded and says that this originally had nothing to do with him. Han Jaewoo raises a hand to his chest and says that he cannot do that, and he adds that if it is something involving Valpurgis, he wants to help. She lowers her eyes and says softly that thank you. She then looks up again and says that the situation has grown too big, and she adds that if she receives help from him on this matter too, she will feel too guilty. Han Jaewoo studies her in silence and thinks that he knows Valpurgis is reliable, but he also thinks that she still lacks experience and that her heart is still too soft. He tightens his fingers around her hand and thinks that so that is why, and he calls her name, saying that Valpurgis. He turns his head and says that indeed, this is far too big a matter for a mercenary like him. Valpurgis nods and says that that is right, and she begins to say that so this time, he cut her off to add that still. He leans forward and says that he wants to help. In his mind he declares that he wants to be her strength. He smiles and taps his own chest and says that mercenaries can still be useful in their own ways. Valpurgis lets out a small laugh and says that he is making jokes even at a time like this, and she adds a shy ha-ha. He shows a faint grin and says that nope, and then he straightens with a confident glint and says that he is pretty confident. Valpurgis's cheeks warm as she repeats in a small voice that confident. Morning light spills across the cathedral spires, and Han Jaewoo, now back in his uniform, strides through the cloistered corridors at a quick clip. Nuns turn their heads as he passes. He pushes into a side hall, pivots, and dashes for a library door, his boots skidding on polished stone. He throws the door wide and shouts that Mar. Inside, Margareta sits on a couch with both hands full of pastries. She blinks up and says valor. Han Jaewoo lifts a glittering pouch and says that this is the magic zipper Philip had, and he adds that there are countless gold coins inside it. He tilts the pouch so the light flashes and asks if she is not curious. Margareta's eyes brighten and her cheeks puff as she chews. He swings the pouch once more and says that if she opens it now, the reward doubles. He leans in with a teasing smile and asks if she wants a taste of it. Margareta bolts upright, throws a fist toward the ceiling, and exclaims T triples. He tips the burlap sack and lets a river of coins spill across the table, and the priestess squeals that the money is real as the light flashes over her eyes. He says that the pouch works like a storage magic he just opened, and he adds that from now on he can take things out with a flick of the hand. He lifts the hovering bag and says that it is like this, easy. Later, on horseback under clear sky, he raises the waterskin and says that he has never seen a convenience like that before. He adds with a grin that conveniences are always welcome, then takes too deep a pull and coughs as liquid sprays from his mouth. His mount snorts and slows. From the road ahead, crowds gather in clusters beneath pennants and balloons. A banner stretches between poles, and a loud voice on the wind says, "Welcome to the great city of Polzin." He blinks and says that, "Huh, what the hell," and then laughs that he finally made it in. He adds that the line felt like waiting 3 hours at Disneyland. He looks around and says that the place is just how he remembers it. Vendors shout. Streamers rattle. Beside him, townsfolk chatter to one another that the city is bustling because of the Great One. Polzin is a city where many different races live together. The Great One. They are all praising as Cobalt. Cobalt played a big role in improving relations between humans and other races and became widely known thanks to his eloquence, and another voice adds that he even convinced people in human-dominant districts to open their doors. He narrows his eyes and says that the man has had an important role within this city. He adds that he did not come merely to sightsee. A goblin with olive skin and white hair trots up with both arms flung wide and says hello. The goblin asks if he is here by invitation and introduces himself as an ambassador. The rider glances down and asks if the goblin knows him. The goblin laughs that, nope, but his aura is too strong to ignore. Blue letters ripple in front of his eyes. His revelation skill activates, and he says that it is a revelation again. He nods and says that this confirmation is enough for now and that he came to see Cobalt. The goblin brightens and says that, oh, His esteemed excellence remembers. He adds that it is rare for two big shots to be drawn together and that he actually has business with him as well, so he will guide him there. The scene cuts to a gray castle thrust up on rock. Inside the reception hall, the goblin gestures toward a sofa and says that he should please wait here. Tea will be served shortly. He answers that all right. A crystalline chime dings and a floating notice flickers. He skims it, then mutters that he expected as much. He watches steam curl from the teacups as the goblin fusses with a tray, and when the small talk meanders he thinks again that the crowds outside call their benefactor the Great One, yet this host keeps dropping hints that only an insider would use. When the chatter turns syrupy, our relationship is so loving, the goblin says, he thinks, that again. He folds his arms and says that flattery alone is not enough to earn his trust. The goblin's smile tightens. He leans back and says that the acting is quite impressive, and he notes aloud that the something the goblin flaunted earlier was exactly the sort of trinket the late Earl treasured. He adds that claiming to have obtained it so easily was remarkable in the wrong way and that the invitation to meet someone unknown was suspicious as well. Above all, he says, one does not refer to oneself as the Great One. Smoke surges from the goblin's sleeves as if an invisible wick has been lit. The little body blurs. The grin stretches and dissolves. As the haze thins, a tall, white-haired man in a dark formal uniform sits where the goblin stood, a monocle gleaming in the window light. He says that the guess is correct and addresses him by name. Valorteld Valor. He adds calmly that he is the ruler of Polzin, Cobalt. A caption scrawls beneath his profile, the shadowy king, Cobalt, Demon King. He sets the cup down and says that Valor probably came to see him regarding the case involving Valpurgis, right? Valor answers yes. He adds that he thought Cobalt might have a clue or some useful information. Cobalt turns the teapot and a red signet on his finger glints as the stream of amber tea curls into the cup. He smiles slightly and says that he does, in fact, know what Valor wants to know. He folds his fingers beneath his chin and says that there is a condition. Valor thinks that he figured as much and then says that it is a condition, huh? He thinks that this man is obsessed with knowledge, he would even pay for information on the Emperor's underwear. Valor thinks he knows all the juicy info, from scandals to things like real estate speculation, and then, grinning, he thinks that he should just name it because he knows everything. The ruler chuckles softly. He raises a glowing fist and says that his condition is simple, be his friend. Valor answers with a shout that all right. A beat later he blinks and says huh. The ruler says that Valor may not realize it, but he is about to become the center of attention. From the latest Hexa's subjugation, to the strict paladin watching him, to rumors about her being close to him. He adds that if he connects with someone like Valor, it will be very profitable. Valor nods and says that he sees, then wonders aloud how he is supposed to show that they are friends. The ruler lifts two fingers and says to take this, conjuring a ring of light. He says that, as he can see, it is a communication ring, and he tells him to keep wearing that ring while he is here. Valor thinks, what is this guy up to? He studies the other man and thinks that he seems like the type who would lecture someone while smiling and telling them they should have studied harder. Valor mutters that he forgot, then thinks that he cannot read him at all. The ruler settles his teacup and says that next is a topic of great importance, a piece of information he might want. Then he snaps his fingers and says oh, he has one. Valor asks what it is. The ruler tilts his head and says that the clue is in the capital of the Duchy of Saxon. Then he names the place. Dresden. Stone spires and orderly avenues appear, labeled as the electorate of Saxon's capital, Dresden. At the great gate, guards level their halberds and shout, asking who he is. Blue panels flash as Valor's skill activates with a clear chime. The guards scream as shimmering force pushes them back. He says not to block his path, then streaks forward, skimming plate to plate as citizens scatter. He drops to a stop before a knot of people and says move, and the crowd parts in a rush. A brick facade rises ahead. Ryla Merchant Guild. From within, voices cry out, calling for the Merchant Guild leader. Inside, a bearded man jerks up from his seat and stammers, asking what the overwhelming presence rushing toward their guild is. Someone echoes, overwhelmed presence. A maid peeks from a doorway and gasps that he is almost here. The servant throws up her hands and shouts not to come any closer. Sunlight slants through the reception hall as a heavy-set man in fur trim trembles while he confronts Valor. He squints and asks why someone like him is coming here. Valor turns, cloak lifting, and says that he has come to make a deal, addressing the merchant guild leader. He rests one elbow on the sofa arm and asks Cobalt if he is referring to Dresden. Cobalt nods and says that is correct. He twirls the porcelain cup by its handle and says that the reason lies there, where the Velia Merchant Guild and the Ritter Knight family are bound by a massive debt. They are in a debtor-to-creditor relationship, he explains. Surprised, Valor thinks that he had no idea about this kind of information. As expected from Cobalt, the guy who had overwhelmed him in information warfare countless times before. Cobalt's network spans the continent, that's what makes him the Shadow King. Seeing that Valor is pleased with the information, Cobalt adds one more thing that we'll know later. Back in the guild hall, the leader rubs his brow and says that extraordinary phenomena began to manifest in his daughter, Arya. He adds with a heavy swallow that though she turns pale and red like this now, not long ago she was a bright, healthy child. He says that she laughed then. He lowers his voice and says that after that, one day, she just started to waste away, and eventually even lost strength to even lift a spoon. He says that is how they ended up in this situation. He invited every reputable doctor across the continent to no avail. He slumps down, holding his head, crying that at this rate, he will lose his daughter. Then he shouts that there has to be a way drowning our boy in his spit. He starts begging for Valor to help. Valor pushes him back and says that he came here to make a deal anyway. Valor clears his throat with a light cough and then kneels at a bedside and places the back of his hand against the girl's forehead. He says that her somatic response is weak, that she is sustaining a low body temperature that does not match the room, and that her breathing is irregular with an abnormal rhythm. He says that it cannot be treated with ordinary medicine, but he adds that there is a way. The guild leader reels back and shouts to know what on earth it is. Valor says the name Grossglockner and adds that they need the elixir from that place. The merchant's hands tremble on the ledger edge and he whispers that this is bad. He paces 2 steps and says that it is practically impossible to get. He says that only a handful of people have even seen the stuff from Grossglockner. He explains that the mountain is a massive death magic site buried in secrecy, located in the southern part of the empire, and he says that it is the territory of the demonic dragon, Schwarzteufel. The creature is regarded as one of the mightiest dragons in the empire, and he says that its power is immeasurable. He adds that even demon kings cannot easily contend with him. The canyon the dragon rules crawls with countless demon beasts. Simply put, it is a deadly place and a hopeless challenge for the average person. Valor's mouth tilts. He thinks that that is for average people, then places a steady hand on the man's shoulder and says not to worry. He says that he will go. The merchant's eyes glisten as if lit from within, and he nods over and over, relief breaking across his face like sunlight in winter. A soft chime pulses across his vision as a blue pane pops up. He notes that it says his acting skill has been activated and that it will help him deceive and mock his opponent. He draws a breath to speak, but the merchant leader suddenly crushes him in a hug. The man begs that, if someone must go, he should be the one to risk it. Valor pries at his arms and says that no. They stand by the bedside where the small girl lies wan and sweating. Valor studies her and says that what can stabilize her right now is not medication. He says that it is the heartfelt love of her father. The merchant leader jerks, tears springing as he clutches his head and sputters that he understands, then asks what he can do to help. Valor lifts 2 fingers and says to hold that thought. He adds that the situation is complicated and says that he has heard the Ritter family owes a massive debt to the Ryla Merchant Guild. He asks if he could take that debt on himself. The merchant leader bolts upright with a shout and stammers what. Valor leans close and says that, for the one case, he is asking to shoulder the debt. The man looks from Valor to the child and rasps, "Daughter," and the girl stirs, whispering, "Dad." Images of her laughter tumble through the leader's mind, her bright smile among white blossoms, her childish vow that when she grows up she will marry him, until he chokes on a sob and says all right. Night wind swells. A crescent moon rides high as Valor heads out, cloak snapping. He clicks his tongue and says that it is a perfect night for camping. A sharp cry from the trees makes him look up, then he crouches at a patch of glowing plants and says that this one is a big one. He plucks a white star petal and holds it to his horse. He asks Phil if he knows what it is, then laughs that, well, fine. He knows the horse has not had dinner. He tells him to eat up. He pats the black mane and says to listen carefully. Thanks to a dual exorcism security barrier, neither evil humans nor demons can enter this ground. Another blue pane flickers. He notes the confirmation. He says that because the sacred field shrouds the entire canyon, the herbs within do not soak up the dragon's mana. He adds that outside this place the plants are brittle and warped, but inside they are soft and medicinal. In other words, he says that what one can gather here is pure treasure. He sweeps his hand through the growth. He says that there are medicinal herbs here, even rare ones of high grade, and he says that they had better move quickly to harvest them all. He inhales and says that the aroma is the real thing, too. A sudden snap makes his ears twitch. He straightens and mutters, "Huh." Green claws part the foliage. A chorus of red eyes rises from the dark. The foremost creature rasps that he should leave, human. Valor's gaze hardens. More figures spill from the brush, and a sibilant growl passes among them as they say that this land belongs to them. The scene jumps forward, working on harvesting the medicinal herbs while Valor lounges back on a sunbathing chair with cocktail in hand. Seeing one goblin's sloppy work, he shouts at them, asking if they can't even dig properly. He take out a wrapped sample and said that it should look like this, nice and clean. He had jabbed a finger toward clumsy workers and said that if they cut down carelessly like that, he would just shove them all back into their graves again. He had then bellowed with a red face. 1 hour earlier, as the goblin charge at him, Valor moves. He thrusts an arm, ether coiling like a tide around the first wave. He says that his skill should activate. His pupils contract to cold points as the sigil flares. He says that it is blood tear absorption. Crimson lines whip through the fray, draining all their blood. He exhales, just a quiet few, and glances at the tethered bodies. He says that his skill works on these guys too and that it is perfect. A blue notice confirms itself before his gaze, declaring that his skill proficiency has increased. He lifts his hand and says one word, that they should arise. Purple light pools in the hobgoblin's eyes. Rank upon rank steadies, now bound to his will. He watches them take formation and says that it is excellent, truly excellent. A hobgoblin in a tidy suit steps forward, bows, and says that he is grateful to him for taking in lowly beings such as them. Valor tilts his head and says that, anyway, the thing he wants to know is this. Besides thorny vines, what else lives in this canyon? The suited hobgoblin answers that, in this canyon, aside from hobgoblins, there are countless other monsters. He lists that there are werewolves, stone golems, giant spiders, and centaurs, and adds that there are many others as well. Valor nods toward the harvested clearing and says that he knows a lot and that he right to make him his aid. The hobgoblin brightens and says that it is an honor to be of use. His ring suddenly shims. Valor touches the glowing ring at his finger and Cobalt's voice rings out asking if he forgot already about the use of the communication ring. Valor answers with an easy ah that he almost forgot. Cobalt asks, in passing, how is Grossglockner? Valor remarks that the weather is great, the breeze is cool, and the moonlight is beautiful. The voice replies that he sees. Cobalt's smooth tone then slips in live. He says that Polzin is bustling with preparations for the upcoming festival, and he adds that if Valor has time he should visit. Valor answers that, well, if he has time. Cobalt continues that, more importantly, Valpurgis has visited Ryder earlier. Valor perks up and asks how it went. Cobalt replies that it is just as he expected. They demanded a huge settlement and threatened to confiscate the goods that were to be traded with Roland. Only unequal terms were exchanged. Valor curses, saying that those bastards are starting to go off the rails, and Cobalt warns him that this is just the beginning. Valor tells him to inform Valpurgis that she should act like she's agreeing to their demands while stalling for as much time as possible. Cobalt agrees to do him this favor with a wicked smile while Valor rubs his head and promises to reward him handsomely when he returns. Cobalt brightens and says that he looks forward to it and says that he heard that there are gold mines in Grossglockner, causing Valor to become more irritated by this shamelessness. Cobalt then says that it seems noisy on his end and decides to end the call. Valor mutters in disbelief that he actually hung up. The goblin cries out, "My lord." He asks why the fuss. The goblin says that it is just that something has happened. Valor, already turning his head, says with a short huh. The ground shudders. Trees explode as a hulking ogre barrels out, and one of the demon beast handlers yelps that an ogre has appeared. Valor snaps an order that Kurik should fall back. The butler protests that, but his lord, what about the herbs they have already picked, pleading that he must, no, please. The commander cuts him off and repeats that he said to fall back. Valor watches them tumble and thinks that they are all knocked out already, then hums, thoughtful and unhurried, as the moonlight glints on the arc of his blade. He studies the hulking ogre and thinks that at his current skill level with blood tier absorption, it will be tough. He notes as a blue notice pings that, as the levels of the monsters are very high, they are resisting the blood tier absorption skill. He concludes that the goblins have zero chance, and he adds that summoning undead will not help, because they would just end up like those goblins. He kicks lightly off the ground and thinks that, well, this worked out great. He rolls his shoulders and says that it is time to stretch a bit. Heat blooms across his palm. Golden light pours down his arm. He calls forth one of the Empire's 12 legendary swords, described aloud as the unbreakable treasure of House Valiant. He names it. He says that it is Rubalanya. A blue information panel confirms Rubalanya and outlines that it is the heirloom passed down by the Palouse Elector and the blade associated with the Lunar Shadow sword art. He eyes the tense green faces and says that they recognize this sword, do they not? He adds that this sword is the exclusive sword of the Lunar Shadow sword art, and he remarks that that fool Philip just locked it away in storage and chose some flashy sword instead. He lowers his stance and declares the technique. He says that it is Lunar Shadow sword art, zero form, dark moon. The moon-tinged arc sides. Monsters shriek as the cut ripples through them. He steps onto the air as if it were a plate of light, rides the streak down, and buries the strike. He lands and watches the ogre topple, and he says, nailed it. It worked, adding that, according to the Lunar Shadow forms, that was precisely how it should go. The suited hobgoblin claps with shining eyes and says that it is incredible. He sniffs with mock pride and says that it was nothing. He adds that right now he can only sustain it for 30 seconds, but in his prime he held it for 10 full minutes, laughing as he says it. The goblin gawks and says that his lord's nose is even higher than his own. A hooded figure appears on the ridge and asks in a low, echoing voice whether that was his doing. The demand comes again, sharper. She tells him to tell her and asks whether that was his doing. He startles and thinks, when did she? Then flares with silver light and answers by moving, the lunar shadow art flashing across his guard. She descends fully revealed. A horned, crimson demoness whose eyes burn like coals. She says with chilling calm that she will snap his neck. He grits his teeth so hard that a cracking sound comes from his jaw as the crimson-horned demoness steadies herself before him. She declares that she will twist his neck. In a blur of red hair and taloned limbs she whips forward, scything the ground and sending him flying. He meets the rush, and a blue prompt materializes in front of him to report that he has taken heavy damage and his HP is down to 10%. He rayals in disbelief at her strength. Landing, she plants a clawed foot and growls. Shadows coil from her arms as she circles. He looks up through the drifting dust and, with a dry laugh, asks what a person of such power is doing here guarding this place. More importantly, he asks who exactly she is. With a jaunty point of his finger, he orders that she state her identity first. She answers, coldly, that his demand is improper, and then she identifies herself. She says that she is the master, Grossglockner. He blinks, baffled at the name. The night trembles. A towering image of the demonic dragon, Schwartz Teufel, looms behind her as he finally understood her identity. That is the demonic dragon of the Northern Range. He wonders aloud what is going on with this case. She says that he intruded, and her body vanishes and reappears with killing intent, so close that the air pops. She adds with a taunting curl of her lip that he is far too relaxed. She can feel energy pressing from everywhere at once. He wonders why that self-proclaimed wizard is talking like that. The goblin shuffles in front and declares that he will protect his master. Lifting her arm, calling him an arrogant inferior, she decrees that he dies. He throws up both hands and shouts that she should wait and listen to what he is saying. She raises her hand toward the moon. She fires back that it is pointless, then proceeds to attack. He hurls a desperate wedge of words. He says that if he dies, she will die too, demonic dragon. The declaration stops her and she demands what he just said. Keeping his voice level, he says that he has prophetic dreams, and in them he saw her. He clarifies, he saw her, the demonic dragon, die a miserable death. She narrows her eyes and repeats, as if tasting it, his death equal her death. He nods and says yes. If she does not believe him, she should check his memories. She darts, talons flashing, and then halts above him with a hissed appraisal that he is very suspicious, but, if he is lying, he will die. He agrees with a trembling voice. She morphs her hand into human ones and stands behind him. She declares that if he moves his head, he'll die, to which he agrees. She places a hand on his head and enters his mind. She rips through the air into a chamber of light and floating memory. She gets surprised by the amount of memories he has. He answers that it is nothing important, then points and says to look at this instead. A globe swells with images. She mutters that it is suspicious. He laughs, stiff at first. Then she looks at the sphere. Inside, the colossal body of Schwartz Teufel lays motionless. She stands shocked in disbelief seeing her motionless corpse. He then swiftly kicks her out of his mind before she notices his other memories. He thinks that that was close. If she saw more, she would have noticed his memories from other cycles. She steadies in front of him, eyes narrowing as she says that her corpse has been confirmed, and then asks a single question, saying that she wants to know who killed her. A bead of recognition flashes through her gaze. She jolts and, with a taut breath, says thanks, then declares that as a reward he will not die and will be freed from this mountain. He straightens with a grimace and says that he does not like that, and when her expression tilts in puzzlement. He raises a hand quickly and says that they should make a deal instead, then jabs a finger with sudden cheer and calls her Shubi, saying that her name is too long, way too long, and that from now on it will be just Shubi. She bristles, chops the air, and says in halting words that his speech is arrogant and asks if he is being serious, while a sullen, loading face seems to hang over the moment like a gag. He steps closer and says that she should listen to him, that Shubi can live. She bares fangs and screams that Shubi refuses and says that she is 3,000 years old. He insists with a sweeping gesture that this is how the MZ generation talks now and says to accept it. She snaps back that MZ is nonsense and just words and repeats that Shubi refuses. He throws his voice like a hammer and says to accept it, and her answering roar tears through the ravine. New quest has been updated, titled, The Dragon's Trust. A second notice glows and says that, due to the quest update, the game difficulty has slightly increased. Night woods hush under a deep blue sky. From the brush, a serpent lifts its head as a massive, blonde, horned man strides into the clearing with retinue in tow. He spreads his arms and proclaims in ringing cadence that he is the master of the abyss deeper than darkness and the king of chaos and disorder. He cocks a fist back and says that his name is none other than, then flares with starry bravado and declares that he is the great demon king Odgash. A lizard-faced attendant squeaks that they are almost there, calling him Lord. Another stammers, calling him Lord again. Odgash turns with veins standing in his temple and roars that he was in the middle of his entrance speech. The flustered subordinate bows and begs forgiveness, calling him Lord, and Odgash slumps onto a boulder with a disgusted sigh and says to forget it, that his mood is ruined. A cool voice drifts in as a silver-haired figure advances, and that voice says that those flustered ones are her subordinate and asks that he forgive them. Odgash's irritation melts into a grin. He tips his chin and says, "Oh ho, so it is you." Footfalls drum the path as a knight in sleek, dark armor approaches with spear and greatsword crossing her back. Silver hair streams like a banner from beneath her helm as she strides past the green moats. He watches with brightened eyes and, with a possessive, almost delighted murmur, says that she is his daughter, then names her as Callione. Callione advances with metal boots whispering over the leaf-strewn earth and lowers her head as she says that Callione greets her lord. He rests a massive hand on his hip and says that he promised once this campaign ends in success he would grant one of her dearest wishes. She straightens with composed gratitude and says yes, my lord, thank you. He laughs softly, the third eye on his brow gleaming, and says no, she is his beloved daughter and that something like this is only natural. He turns from her toward the gathered host and raises his voice as he says to hear him, his servants. Dark shapes mass between the trees while he says that they now march for Grossglockner, guarded by the demon dragon. He waves aside the green motes floating in the air and says that the beasts under its control are nothing special, but the demon dragon itself will not be easy. He plants a foot and draws power into his limbs as he says but fear not. He flexes with a grin and says again but fear not. Hulking followers ripple through the night as he says that all they must do is devour everything in sight, and then says to cruelly trample every living thing beneath their feet. He hefts his great weapon, muscles knotted beneath the torn shirt, and tilts the head of the weapon toward the high ridge as he says that, as for Schwartz Teufel, it belongs to him. This is Odgash, Demon King of Greed, ranking number 3. Wind lashes the canopy. Violet speedlines rake the sky. Green currents coil from the ground and lick around his arms. He sweeps one hand forward, eyes blazing, as he says now. A surge rolls through the ranks, horned brutes, plated monsters, and masked fiends break into a charge while the vortices spiral along their flanks. He advances at the fore, framed by writhing green flame, and his command billows over the host as he says to let them go forth, his vile children. Moonlight carves a crescent in the clouds while urgent cries ripple across the crags as voices shout that they should assemble, that they should assemble. Jagged ridgelines loom over a valley pricked with green moats, and he stands beneath the dark sky with the butler-shaped goblin at his back and says that a new night has dawned. He glances over the gathered green skins and says that although they were disturbed by strange beasts and a dragon with messed-up language patches, their mission is to collect as many valuable herbs as they can to bring back to Dresden. He throws up a fist and says let's go, and a flustered echo from the ranks stammers that let's go. The troop breaks into a run through the glowing brush, and he calls after them that it is good and says that everyone should go to their positions, and voices answer that they are going to their positions. He settles under a popped open parasol with a relaxed exhale and says all right. The suited goblin steps in with a tray and says here, a mandrake cocktail. He accepts the bulbous glass cradling a tiny, wailing mandrake and says thank you, Kurlak, then tilts the rim toward the field and says to bring one for their filly too. The goblin dips his head and says yes, master. He sips, watching the motes drift, and thinks that running into a dragon all of a sudden in a place like this was absurd, and he thinks that if he did not have memories from the previous run, he would be dead for sure. He knits his brow over the glass and thinks that this run is so weird. Images roll through his head. He thinks about Philip's betrayal, and he thinks about the dragon's design suddenly changing. A soft recollection rises and he thinks that, well, Walpurgis's bare face was pretty. The memory warms him and he laughs, letting a smug ho-ho-ho spill out. Then his eyes snap wide, a jolt of alarm flaring as he reels forward with a gasp that manifests as sharp, silent exclamation marks. He flings his hand through a circular glyph and says, open. Blue panes bloom and spiral as he sweeps his arm downward like a conductor summoning a swell, and he says, main scenario. The light sheets unfurl and whirlpool around him, reflecting across his gloves and cheekbones as the interface churns. His eyes narrow and a thought bites down that it is just as expected. He thinks that it was not only this time. The thought tightens into certainty and concludes that everything that happened so far. He sifts through the spinning panes of light, bracing a palm against the cliff as he thinks that not a single thing matches the previous run and then concludes that every single thing is completely new. A flashed portrait of Walpurgis gleams across a panel while he steadies himself and identifies himself in a measured cadence, saying that he, Valor de Valestedt, no, humanity's guardian, Han Jaewoo, ranking number 1, remembers nearly every map in Grossglockner down to every stone. He frowns and adds in thought that it does not make sense that he is confused about the dragon's spawn locations, and he decides that something is off. He draws a breath and says that they should organize this. Images cascade as he recites the major beats. He names the battle for Harfame between the Steel Elector and Bahamut. He names Friedrich's betrayal, the Steel Elector's aid, and he names the crisis at the Grand Convent of Walpurgis. He concludes that the major main scenarios are all the same, but he notes that the smaller events within them are different. He studies the glass in his hand with miniature reflections of familiar faces and thinks that this is not just a new world. He wonders why it is so different and asks himself if he is missing something. A scream rips from the brush as someone yelps in pain. He calls out that he told them to be careful. A nervous voice stammers an apology, and he asks what happened. A goblin clutches a nicked hand and answers that it is nothing, saying that he just got a little hurt while gathering herbs. He warns evenly that they must be careful and says that if they scratch the roots they know what will happen. The goblin nods and says that he will keep that in mind. He glances over the scurrying crew and thinks that if he takes his eyes off them even for a moment, trouble happens. Two of the workers mutter to each other that they should be careful and agree with a subdued yeah. Then one asks the other if he is hurt badly. The wounded one flexes his fingers and answers that he is completely fine, calling the other brother. He watches and thinks that they look like brothers, and the thought tugs at another memory as he adds that, come to think of it, Charlotte also had a younger sister. He pauses with a small start and admits inwardly that he did not know that in the previous run. His eyes widen as a stray recollection snaps into focus, and he murmurs a baffled huh while the scene of Charlotte and her companion surges up from the back of his mind like a reprimand caught mid-breath. He watches a memory unspool across the mind's screen. A bustling table, fists thumping in cheer, plates piled high while he sits among them with the small blonde girl tucked at his side. A gleaming knight with a visor and rippling gold hair raises a hand in bright delight. The mandrake in his glass yawns and squeals from its foamy perch. Ants tick along the table leg near the stem of the drink as he thinks that he sees it now, that since his position has changed his perspective has changed too. In the previous world his build was steel elector and that he was the emperor of the empire and a hero who saved the world. He thinks that he always started with extraordinary abilities, that he had high stats. He looks up into the spotlight of his own recollection and thinks, but now, and then thinks that nothing stands out at all, that he is just a normal commoner character, and that all he has are memories from countless runs. He mocks himself and thinks with a snap that it is utterly pitiful. He steadies and then thinks that because of that he could see. He could see the expressions of the people around him and the tiny connections he had overlooked, and he could see Walpurgis's bare face. Petals and light drift in the mind's eye as he thinks that starting as a commoner finally made it visible. He studies the present scene and thinks that it is the same with this situation. He reflects that in the previous run he would have just repaid Walpurgis's debt and ended it, and he adds that he did not know the circumstances until now. His eyes harden as realization drops, and he says that he got it. His resolve spreads like starlight and he says again that he got it. He thinks toward the distant girl that her sudden proposal that day is a piece of the puzzle that can unlock the true ending that no one else found, and he thinks about that mysterious space she created. The mandrake jolts in his glass with a startled cry, foam wobbling at the rim, as his fingers tighten around the stem and the night hums with new intent. He thinks that, along with the suddenly unlocked commoner class, there was one more hint, and he lifts his hands as blue data trickles down his arms while he thinks the name Aquila. Ghostly blocks cascade like a puzzle before a bright doorway as he realizes and exclaims with a dark, pleased smile and asks if this is it, then repeats with rising certainty that this was all a tutorial. His butler goblin lurches in panic and shouts that, Master, the dragon rushed to them. Wind shears across the camp. The parasol flips. Snow-like spray whips the ground as the red-horned dragoness barrels in, pumping her fists, and she screams his name, then screams it again, and says that they arrived just as he said, those things. He straightens into the gale with a satisfied nod and says to thank Aquila for the expected outcome. She blinks and asks what, and he rubs the back of his neck with an easy grin and says that, well, it made him realize again that this game is truly amazing. She scrunches up, baffled, and asks what he is saying. He suddenly throws an arm toward the dark path and shouts that they should go, and she yelps his name in confusion while he laughs and says that he does not know either. He thinks that he has got it, that he understands, Aquila, how to fully enjoy this world. He sets off at a purposeful jog through the drifting green moats and thinks that, yeah, from now on he will chew, savor, and enjoy it properly. He thrusts a fist to the sky and shouts that a new strategy begins. He vaults forward and the two behind him, Demoness and Goblin, stare as he erupts into wild laughter, and his laughter peals again until even the Goblin's blank stare looks worried. The dragon mutters in a small, flat voice that his master has lost his mind, and the Goblin answers simply yes. Aja bursts from the vortex with a wild grin, axe aloft, declaring that they have reached the lair of the demon dragon, Schwartz Teufel. Behind him, his horde erupts, fists raised and eyes burning crimson, chanting his name until the gorge trembles. At his side, a silver-haired knight tilts her visor skyward and warns that something approaches. Aja asks if it is the demon dragon. A gale howls through the clearing as the air twists into a tunnel of force as Jaewoo falls down in front of them. Aja peer and mutters that it is only a human and a goblin, but the knight insists more are coming. Then the ground explodes. Bark ripped from trees as a vertical blast tears upward. Through the debris descends a crimson talon. The horned dragoness lowers her foot with deliberate menace and remarks that it is a strong morning, then flatly declares that this is her base. Smoke coils from her aura as she advances, repeating with growing venom that they should leave. Aja spreads his arms wide, greeting her as an old acquaintance and claiming he has come with a proposal. She replies without hesitation that it is rejected. He follows, insisting that she hear him out because the offer will tempt her. Farther back, Jaewoo observes, touching his ring as he notes that she has heard the signal to reduce magical output. He gazes at her and says that the offer will sound appealing, just like her appearance, then gestures for the operation to begin. The dragoness's pupils narrow. She confirms the command, wings snapping open as her aura sharpens to a lethal edge. She crooks her talons and signals that he should come. Aja misreads the gesture as invitation. Laughing, he says that she wants to meet him privately, calling her shy. A whirlpool opens beneath his boots, dragging him in as he allows himself to be swallowed, still grinning. Silence settles around Han Jaewoo. He exhales softly and mutters that he expected Odga's invasion but not this early. His gaze drifts to the crater where the dragoness first landed. Schwartz Teufel, ruler of this range and crucial to his broader goal. He debates ignoring the encounter but decides the demon dragon may prove useful. Looking into the unraveling winds, his expression hardens as he resolves his next move. Then he sweeps a hand across his chest with theatrical flair and laughs, saying that to stand before the continent's greatest beauty, Lady Kalyon, is an honor. The knight lifts her visor, moonlight glinting across steel, and steps forward, silver hair spilling free, green eyes locked on him. He studies her and murmurs her name, Kalyon. Behind her, soldiers gather, assassins, goblins, armored phantoms. Internally, he reminds himself that she can become either ally or enemy depending on his choices, noting that she surpasses even Bahamut in strength and that her title as Ice Queen is well earned. He concludes that recruiting her is vital to his strategy. Steeling himself, he decides Walpurgis can wait, he'll finish this first. He raises a hand in greeting, complimenting her beauty in person. A flash of steel cuts past his cheek. He turns to see a hooded elf step forward, eyes glowing red, weapon leveled. He says that he wishes to speak with her princess and asks the elf to step aside. The elf lunges, spitting that he is a demon. Before the blow lands, a goblin leaps between them, shouting that the elf should leave and calling her lower than earwax. Jaewoo blinks, surprised, as the trembling goblin declares that anyone wishing to harm his master must kill him first. Recognition softens Jaewoo's expression. He says that the goblin, Kurlak, has grown since the time he fled during the battle with the demon dragon. Kurlak stammers an apology. Han Jaewoo gestures toward his back and says that the goblin is braver than she is. A whip lashes the ground, sending up green sparks. The elf snarls and moves to strike again, but violet sigils bloom beneath her feet. Shadows rise and coil around her limbs, binding her mid-lunge. Black shapes flicker within the dark ribbons, tightening them until her weapon clatters to the ground. Without shifting his stance, Han Jaewoo calls for Hijax. From the gloom steps a caped figure, half hidden by violet light, idly twining the whip with one hand. The bindings cinch tighter. The goblin exhales in relief, glancing back for approval. Hijax yanks the whip. The bound elf thrashes as shadow bats burst across the ground. Violet energy slices through the air while a man in a dark coat steps charged and slashes the elf, declaring that he will cut down anyone who threatens his lord and will show no mercy. Kalyon narrows her eyes, noting that he is a vampire. Han Jaewoo praises the observation and orders his forces to connect. At once, purple veins of power link them together as a line of familiars rises from the mist. Surveying his army, he remarks that their numbers are now even. He asks the Silver Knight how she feels about the arrangement. She studies it, then admits that now she understands, so that is the source of his confidence, and calls him human. Lightning crackles along her blade as she adds that they face the legion of Demon Lord Odga's army. Lowering her visor until it glows red, she commands her troops to destroy everything. Her vanguard roars in answer, swearing loyalty to Lady Kalyon. Horned brutes shriek their charge, while Han Jaewoo's followers scream defiance. Steel meets storm. He surges forward, blades flashing, meeting a masked champion head-on. Kalyon's necromantic blast erupts, but he cuts through it, landing on bent knees as sparks scatter around him. She steps forward, aura blazing, and admits that his strength impresses her, that he not only blocked her spell but her strike as well, concluding that he surpasses Bahamut. He straightens and says that her praise is an honor, but remarks that calling Aja a demon lord would make her father weep. He recites her title, the only daughter of the former rank 1 demon lord Kaimars, naming her as Lady Kalyon Romnia Kaimars. She demands to know how much he knows. He laughs lightly and says that her ignorance amuses him. When she demands why he laughs, he answers that it is because she blindly follows her father's killer. The earth quakes. She whirls, eyes blazing, and growls, asking who killed whom. She remembers that he was the one she admired above all others. The warmth in his eyes had always steadied her, a quiet strength that lifted both her and the demon folk who followed him. Petals had drifted through that memory as she ran to him as a child, calling him father in her heart, feeling that he was her pride and her happiness itself. Then the memory burned away. She bites her lip until blood runs, the roar of fire drowning everything. Voices scream through the inferno, claiming that Kaimars was slain by Gorikaldum and Cultus. Smoke crushes in as her younger self is seized from behind, a heavy palm muffling her cry. She hears them declare to the mob that from this moment onward, the number 1 demon lord is them. The horde howls their madness to the flames. Later, rain drums on broken stone. She remembers standing beside him, Aja, who would later wear that hood, his voice low and cold beneath the storm. He says her name and tells her that he despises them as much as she does. He says that Lord Kaimars was not only his master but his friend, and that now is the time to endure. He swears that one day he will help her take revenge. She remembers every word. The present slams back in lightning and armor. She lifts her greatsword and snarls that he should be silent, demanding how he dares to insult her master. She challenges him to say who killed whom and vows to tear him apart. Han Jaewoo watches her trembling blade and says that she truly has it bad. He crouches, rolls a blue sphere across the rock, and tells her to look. The orb clinks to her boot. She stares down, breath caught, shock fracturing beneath her helm. Far off, a lonely ridge funnels the wind into a ring. Aja stands there laughing beneath the clouds, saying that it feels almost romantic, that he is touched to find himself alone with the demon dragon. The dragon beats its wings and answers in thunder that Aja himself killed Kaimars. She names Kaimars's daughter Kalyon and spits why she is his lackey. Aja grins and says that the dragon must be mistaken. He claims that Kaimars was killed by Gorikaldum and Cultus. The dragon's eyes burn, and she replies that excuses are useless, for all of them were traitors. Aja rolls his shoulder, his axe humming, and admits that the dragon is right, that those fools could never have done it. He says that it was all his doing. When they learned he knew Kaimars's single weakness, they begged for his lead. Back on the shattered plain, Kalyon stiffens. She says that it cannot be true. Her fingers lock white around her hilt as the sphere at her feet flickers with a pale figure trapped within. Sparks creep up her armor. The memory of rain, the false comfort, and Odga's confession twist together into a breath that cuts her from within. She sinks to her knees before the sphere and says that it cannot be true. She insists that Lord Odagshui was her father's most trusted ally, like a brother. Han Jaewoo measures her trembling and thinks that it is working. She is falling for it. Earlier before the battle, he calls to Shubi and says that he will explain the plan. He asks if she has a magic image projector on her wrist. Shubi nods. Han Jaewoo sweeps his arm toward the sky and orders her to use it to broadcast, to stream the truth of Kaimars's death, and to make Odagshui confess. The dragoness stammers that must be the plan. He confirms it and asks if she can manage. Back to the present, the night princess grips the ground in despair. Jaewoo glances toward the ridge and praises Shubi, saying that half the plan is already done and that he will handle the rest. Steam curls from the sphere. Kalyon watches it, realizing that everything so far was an act, and thinks that after all this time, after being so close, the truth was waiting here. The air shimmers with the memory of her small hand reaching for her father's as they once walked together. Footsteps crunch through dust. Hijax hops in, reporting that cleanup is complete and calling him Lord. He tells her to hold position as ordered, and she chirps that she will. He exhales softly and says that she has served 50 years without even knowing who her real enemy was, calling her loyalty impressive. Silence lingers. Then he asks if she will keep standing there like that, asking if she does not crave revenge. He tells her that from now on he will teach her Kaimars's right of the true name, and that what she does with it will be her choice. Her lashes tremble as she says it has been long since she heard that name. She gazes at the constellations as golden lines trace the heavens and says that the rite draws on cosmic power, strong enough to wound even the archdemon. She explains that this was the spell that made her father the #1 demon lord, then fixes him with a sharp stare, demanding how an outsider could know such secrets. Jaewoo thinks that he learned everything from the strategy guide, that he knows not only the rite's immense power but also its fatal flaw. He decides to keep the full truth to himself and spins a more useful story. He says that he read the chronicles of the 7 demon wars, that it describes ways to resist the archdemon, and that among them was Kaimars's rite of the true name. He says that it proved invaluable. She breathes out and says that she understands now, admitting that it explains his strange behavior. He flashes a grin and thinks that it worked. His all-purpose cheat, the chronicles of the 7 demon wars. But she hardens her gaze and warns that it will not help him, saying that Odagshui is immortal. She recalls the horned tyrant wreathed in green flame and says that even her father's rite only crippled him. She asks how she could finish what Kaimars could not. Jaewoo steps closer and says that she is wrong. When she frowns in confusion, he tells her to listen carefully, calling her name. He taps his heel against the earth and says that her comrades have already been subdued by his vampire army. She glances around at their bound forms, violet veins crawling over their bodies. He tells her that no matter her strength, she cannot face this many alone. He raises a hand in truce and tells her to hear him out. He offers to become her new ally and asks whether she will follow him or die here. Her lip trembles. The sky of her childhood flickers behind her eyes. She remembers telling her father that she would one day become a great demon lord. He had laughed, lifted her high, and told her she must grow even stronger than him. When she asked if he believed she could, he had said of course, because she was Kaimars's daughter. The memory fades, and she whispers that maybe she truly can kill Odagshui. Jaewoo's retinue exchange glances. The Hijax asks if he made her cry. The vampire mutters that he went too far. Jaewoo sputters, asking what else he should have done. He cups his hands and shouts that she should not cry, reminding her that she is the operations captain and should act like it. The vampire beside him murmurs that in demon years she is still a child, and Hijax teases that he must enjoy making kids cry. Jaewoo shrieks as the goblin watches in bewilderment. On the distant ridge, Aja stands wreathed in green aura, steam rising from his shoulders as he faces the dragoness. He says that it is disappointing to see her fall so easily. The dragoness bares her teeth, snaps a gesture, and spits back with venom that he can go to hell. Violet and lime arcs collide with chained detonations as she dives through the shockwaves, horns flattened, tail snapping, while he hovers above with green wings spread and a third eye blazing. He bares his teeth and says that the demonic dragon is disappointing. She twists in the gale, pupils narrowing, and he says that he expected her to accept his offer. She draws a breath until her ribs rise and releases a tight gout of fire. Heat swells her outline. He plants himself in the blast with arms thrown wide as stone backs glow and sag. She lands through the updraft, lips smoking around her fangs, and breathes in ragged hisses while embered shards tumble at her feet. She steps, raises a hand, and with a raw, hoarse snap she says "fuck you." A green star flares at her fingertip. A cyclonic beam answers from below and rips her mid-flight, folding her wings while she screams against the pressure. When the glare collapses, he stands beneath boiling smoke, chest heaving, mouth shrouded in black aura, yellow lightning crawling over his shoulders. With half his face swallowed by darkness, he says that if that is the path she chooses, he will oblige. He crouches and launches. The takeoff caves the ground and throws a white ring of debris. He sides an arc that splits the ridge, then drops with both fists as twin wind blades howl. She smashes into torn earth, wings shuddering, and rasps through blood-webbed lips that she will beat him to death. She commits to full shift, spine lengthening, scales layering, a dragon's throat uncoiling, and drives straight at him with jaws gaping. He meets her bite with green radiance braced on his forearms. The clamp detonates a shock front that sheets the clouds. Far away, the ground convulses. The small goblin lurches and yelps to his master that an earthquake is hitting. Jaewoo grabs the goblin's sleeve and says that Kurlak should fall back because footing is treacherous. Hijax tilts her head with wicked gleam and says, laughing, that the goblin is cute and perhaps fit for a pet. The goblin squeaks refusal. The vampire reports to his lord that Lady Shubi's mana is surging. Han Jiwoo watches the sky turn red gold and says to Piffenheim that it appears so, adding that she is even breaking polymorph. The dragon's roar quakes the ridge while Han Jiwoo and his attendant stare through dust and ember. Han Jiwoo lowers a hand from his mouth and says that he was about to speak. The purple-eyed aide, calm despite the tremors, says that someone like Lady Shubi should be able to endure. Han Jiwoo's gaze hardens. He says that the attendant does not understand, and explains that in Gross Glockner the battles impose an enormous penalty on Shubi. His words landing as the night flashes with the blood-red outline of a horned leviathan. He swallows his next thought, turns, and calls for Kalyon. The white-haired knight steps forward with visor raised, emerald motes sliding over her armor. He says that her mission just became more critical and asks if she can carry it out. She answers that she can. Above the battlefield, Aja grins under a wreath of green lightning. The demonic dragon slams down, rings of force rippling outward, eyes burning like coals veined with venomous green. He rockets up to meet the surge head-on, weapon humming with a haloed edge as large as a gate, and he declares that it is now a contest of strength. Flame avalanches from her throat, a golden column colliding with his sweeping arc. The blast peels the clouds. He hurtles backward through light, axe tumbling, then steadies with a snarl as wildfire scribbles across the plain. He lands in a caldera of burning stones, steam hissing at his calves, and laughs low, shoulders shaking, saying that he cannot believe he is losing in raw power and that the desire to claim her only grows. She skins her lips from her fangs and calls him arrogant. She beats wings to scatter smoke, chest heaving in measured pulls, and says that she will deliver her reply. She surges higher, scales torch bright, the night bending around her, and says that even if the world collapses, nothing changes. Embers chase her like stars. Below, he narrows his eyes, lightning thickening along his arms as he sets his stance. He bares his teeth, lifts the haft, and says that she leaves him no choice but to change methods. Green cracks root from his feet across the ground as he rockets forward like a Viridian comet. The axe whips in a searing arc, shock lines laddering the sky. He does not chase the dragon. He carves the land itself, sprinting shattered ridges like a stare toward a black mouth in the mountain. Wind coils behind him, leaning spires groan. He skids, pivots, and drives the weapon like a ram. He barks that the target is that place as the cliff trembles. Stone collapses, exposing a cavern ringed with dim green motes. He launches again, faster, deeper, repeating that place as lightning stamps the threshold. The white-green concussion punches the mountain's heart. A tidal wave of dust and rock erupts while the dragon wheels above and the night boils with fire and thunder. Her jaw scrapes stone as the massif shudders. He plants himself at the cavern mouth, shoulders blazing with viridian arcs, and throws his head back into hysteric laughter. He opens a palm to the fire-lit ruin and says that the sight is pathetic for a demonic dragon. He tilts his chin, savoring the stagger in her wings, and says that he cannot believe she would lose so easily. She drops to one knee, scales shrinking to blood-red skin and torn bands, breath seething through her teeth. Pupils narrowing. He says, almost pleased, that he suspected a reason bound her to this place, though he admits he does not yet know what that place is. She wipes ash from her lip, lifts her head with a savage smile, and spits another fuck you. He rolls his neck, amused by her defiance, and says that she has guts even now. He lifts the axe as green lightning webs from haft to sky and says that he will cleave her in two. Her eyes harden. She exhales once as a decision seals. She says that her role ends here. A white-blue line screams from the heavens, steel braided with sigil light, hammering across his guard and making him snarl and skid. Han Jiwoo steps through the shock with blade raised and declares that it is his turn now. Blood spatters the dark like rain. The red woman drags herself back, hands shaking, and breathes a wordless sound before letting a corner of her mouth lift at the swordsman's approach. She says that he is a brat. He plants himself beside her, eyes never leaving the horn-crowned foe as she says that he is late. He barks a laugh at her bruised scowl and says that her face is pathetic. She snorts, flicks sweat away, orders him to be silent, and warns without looking that he must never drop his guard. Aja straightens with aura roaring full and rakes the field with contempt, asking the leech like human what became of his Kalyon. Jaewoo smiles with lazy provocation and says that he refers to her. Han Jiwoo inhales, blade settling to his centerline as power gathers beneath his boots, and he calls for Kalyon. A golden star detonates above. Radiance pours through the broken clouds, and from its heart a voice trembles down that addresses a father. He lifts his face, third eye burning, while Kalyon floats within a spinning magic circle, eyes bright and cold. She fixes him with her gaze and asks whether he has anything to say to her. Below her, the Aja stretches his arms wide, laughing with manic pride. He calls out that his daughter, Kalyon, has at last mastered the true name, urging her to use that newfound power to obliterate their foe. But he stops mid-command. Jaewoo cuts in, demanding to know what she is doing. Han Jiwoo steps forward, cloak snapping in the charged wind. He raises his voice to the hovering knight, asking if she intends to simply let the monster keep talking. He scowls and adds that she will be kicked out on her first day if she hesitates. The blonde titan's third eye narrows, his gaze burning across the battlefield. Jaewoo points at him and growls that this man is her father's killer. Aja toward Jiwoo, his confusion sharpening into threat, demanding what he just said. He throws his head back, laughter rolling like thunder, and says that such talk is absurd. He beats his chest and declares that Kaimars had been his drinking companion, that killing him would have been unthinkable. He recalls his earlier conversation with the dragon. Images twist together, his masked grin from the past, a voice dripping venom admitting that everyone knew he was the traitor, that he had orchestrated it all. Green lightning rips through the haze, crackling around Odga's frame. His tone drops to a rough growl as he realizes he has been toyed with. He spreads his hands, the ground shaking beneath his feet, and says that she was only playing him from the start. Han Jiwoo snaps to the dragoness, shouting for Shubi to restrain him before he goes berserk. She bares her fangs, replying that he should not rush her. Violet chains erupt from her hands, spiraling around the giant's limbs and locking him in a lattice of binding light. He braces against them, muscles bulging, as the ground cracks beneath his weight. Sigils flare into a massive circle, sealing them within a glowing arena of light. Aja tilts his head back, laughing in feverish delight, saying that this is fun and urging them to bring it on. Kalyon descends through a shower of golden motes, sword-shouldered, aura bleeding into scarlet. She drives forward in a blur, her voice breaking into a roar as she calls for Odga's death. Above her, a vast golden seal ignites. She slams her blade down, and the heavens answer. An enormous sunbeam strikes the ring, consuming the bound colossus. The world becomes white fire, sound collapsing into a single burning note. When the light fades, Odga's blackened silhouette stands frozen within the collapsing beam, shockwaves still tearing through the valley. Dust spirals outward. Kalyon staggers, planting her sword in the cracked ground to steady herself. Her breath shudders through the quiet. She lifts her head, voice trembling as she says that she has finally done it. For a moment, the light gentles, shaping the outline of a familiar figure reaching toward her. She steps forward as if toward an embrace and whispers her father's name. But the vision scatters into ash. Her jaw tightens. She scrubs away her tears with a steel-smeared arm and forces her breath even. The sky rumbles again. Emerald fissures crawl through the clouds as pressure builds to a crushing peak, shaking stone and bone alike. The columns shiver and the sigil ring hums with a rising shriek. Aja pulls himself together inside the ruined arena, a giant of green fire and shadow. His face lifts toward her, neon eyes gleaming, and he says that her strike was excellent. His grin widens, fangs glinting. Kalyon tenses, gripping her weapon. Han Jiwoo raises a hand, dropping a violet lattice over the arena and announcing that the battle is already decided. The giant snarls, calling him an insect, aura flaring like sparks from a furnace. He surges to charge, then halts, eyes flashing at a fresh wound opening across his flank. He growls that it is not regenerating. A cold voice cuts through the din reciting, Guardian of Humanity. Pro tip, number 8. Han Jiwoo darts forward, cape cracking through the smoke. He slides low across shattered rock, grabs the sliced horn of Aja, and drives it full force downward. He laughs between breaths as he explains that the way to bind an immortal is to use its own body against it. A severed black horn, covered in pale runes, spears through the Colossus's chest, pinning him to the earth. The shockwave rings the mountains, shaking the stars. Blue system panes flare to life before them. You have defeated the third lord, Aja. Dropped items. Scharfrichter, Odga's corpse, Odga's horn, Odga's cloak. The proficiency of the S-rank skill, Summon Undead, has increased, summoned vampires promoted to Daywalkers. New skill acquired. Endless Vitality, S rank. New skill acquired. Black Lightning, S rank. New skill acquired. Opera Nova, S rank. New skill acquired. Ghostly Steps, SS rank. A final Gilded Pane declares, you have obtained the title, Hero. Rose-colored light flows from Shubi's palm toward Kalyeon, calming the scorched air. She lowers her hand and says that it is over. Shubi breathes hard, glaring at the crater, and mutters through clenched teeth that survival itself feels like a mistake. She points at the ruin and snarls that all their comrades are dead anyway. Kalyeon looks aside, eyes glistening, and murmurs that perhaps that is true. By sunset, as the party was departing, Jaewoo turns back, asking if she is coming. Her face brightens into a small smile as she says that she has finally found a place where she belongs. Night fades into a quiet room scented with herbs. A small girl sits trembling, a clay cup clutched in her hands. She complains that the medicine is too bitter. Her father crouches beside her and tells her to drink it all, reminding her that Lord Valor and his allies risked everything to retrieve it. She peeks up and asks if he will grant her wish once she finishes. He smiles and promises that he will. Outside the door, Jaewoo asks if everything he requested is arranged. The merchant covers his mouth, lowering his voice, glancing toward the sick room, and says that they should speak elsewhere so his daughter will not overhear. Sunlight spills through a window onto a heavy door. Jaewoo waits, arms folded and impatient, asking if the task is complete. The merchant reports that the lighter guild is resisting. The fur-collared guildmaster rubs his temples, muttering that those debtors are making trouble likely because of their ties to the Elector of Saxony. He recalls a blonde patron waving lazily, reminding the guildmaster that his group are valuable customers. Laughing, he says that the guilds have always been friends. Tone cuts in sharply as he tells the merchant to simply arrange a meeting with the Elector of Saxony. The guildmaster startles, then agrees. Valor folds his hands behind his back and remarks that the lighters must be terrified of losing their Saxony connection once the debt is transferred. When the guildmaster confirms this, Valor lets out a thin laugh, calling it troublesome. He begins pacing, thoughts whirring. He reasons that the lighters' recklessness now makes sense. He thinks that if it had been only the Emperor and the home of heaven, the balance might have held, but with Saxony involved, the scales tip. He imagines circling beasts and a restless tiger, and concludes that even Walpurgis must be sleepless under such tension. He taps his temple and urges himself to think, reminding himself that he had once been a ranker in this game and should be able to devise a plan. He turns back with an idea forming while the guildmaster proposes offering alternative compensation instead of a debt transfer. When the guildmaster looks surprised, Valor steps closer, voice dropping, and asks if the guildmaster is skilled at making threats. A crimson banner cracks in the wind above a stone keep. Inside the grand hall, a sharp-faced lord leaps from his throne, demanding to know why Saxony now threatens their annihilation. A sweating steward bows and explains that Saxony promised a 2-year extension if they acknowledged the debt transfer. The lord slams a jug to pieces at his feet, snarling that they should have refused such terms, then orders them to go to the capital at once. He points toward the doors and roars that they must cling to the emperor himself if necessary and resolve the matter by any means before returning. A blue notice materializes, stating that the proficiency of his S-rank skill Summon Undead has increased and that his vampires have advanced to Daywalkers. He tilts his head and says that Daywalkers, then reads the follow-up note defining a Daywalker as a vampire who has overcome sunlight. He lifts his hand, gathers power, and says that Piffenheim should arise. Bats coil into form and the purple-haired vampire kneels from the swarm, saying that he greets his lord. From the steps, he says that Piffenheim and the others have become true Daywalkers and that, because of this, he is assigning a special mission. Piffenheim bows lower and says that it is an honor. Jaewoo, Valor, produces a sealed letter and says that it contains his will and must be delivered to a man named Reeb Saltz. Piffenheim startles and says that he understands the gravity. Valor waves the envelope toward him and says that it must not be torn. Piffenheim accepts and says that the command will be carried out. Valor nods and says that he may go. Piffenheim withdraws, saying that yes, my lord. On the street, the fur-collared guildmaster hurries up and says that Valor is leaving already. He adds that he has prepared what was requested. He gestures to a lacquered carriage behind a black horse and says that it is a masterwork used only by select nobles, acquired through an acquaintance at a client's business. Valor runs a hand along the trim and says that it is slick. The guildmaster points to heavy pouches inside and says that payment for herbs and travel funds are included. Valor says that it feels substantial. The guildmaster studies him and asks what such a luxury is for. Valor smirks and says that he intends to bash the lighter scoundrels with it. The merchant flinches at a memory of a rampaging blonde noble, then stammers that he is not curious about how Valor plans to teach them. A pink-haired girl peeks from behind her father. Valor softens and says that she is out and about and that, while healthier, she must still be careful. She gathers nerve and says that she has something for him. He asks what it is. She rises on her toes and presses a quick kiss to his cheek as petals drift and onlookers gasp. She clasps her hands and says that it is a present, then hurries to her father. As they depart, she looks up and says that she once mentioned a wish. He swallows and says that he remembers. She admits, voice shaking with excitement, that she wants to become Lord Valor's bride. Her father freezes in shock. Memory floods her father's mind. A child with white blossoms and a kitten once declaring that she would be her daddy's bride when grown. The recollection shatters under a present tense howl from the street that says no, and the world reels with it. The lacquered carriage rattles along a forest road under blue sky. Inside, Callione leans back, grinning, and says that the girl is a true warrior. She says that such boldness to claim a mate is impressive. He lounges opposite, one leg up hugging the gold. She asks, amused, if their lord likes money that much. He blinks and says what? He waves it off with laughter and says that they do not understand, that the world runs on money. He points at the row of attendants and says that they should stop copying his habits. A telesiel buzzes. A bright familiar voice bursts through, laughing, and says that Lord Valor survived Grossglockner. He answers dryly and says that he is very much alive, addressing Lord Kubert. Crows pattern the sky as the report continues with a jaunty tone, saying that he is as chic as ever. Valor cuts in and says that is enough, then asks whether the lighters have departed. The courier's voice turns brisk and says that the crows discovered it just now and that this is why he is calling. Valor nods and says that the speed is good, then asks for details. Images flicker across the link, cobbles, porters shouting to hurry, harried replies. The voice concludes that events match Valor's prediction and adds, amused, that what he did hit them earlier than expected. Valor smirks at his reflection and says that it was only a small trick. The courier adds one more surprise and prompts him to guess. Valor asks what it is. A perfumed silhouette of a woman in roses spins across the channel. The voice says that Yorlin, the only Lord of Roses, is in the capital. Valor's eyes glint and he says oh. He taps the window frame and says that it is interesting, then asks the courier to spread a rumor in the capital. The courier laughs knowingly and says that Valor is as meticulous as ever. Valor raises a hand, grimacing at the flattery, and says that this is between them and that he will reward him handsomely, so the flattery can stop. The courier howls with delight and says that there is no need for embarrassment. Valor clicks the sigil off and says that he will trust him and end the call. He lets his hand drop and mutters that the phrase between you and me is creepy. Callione studies him and asks if this Kubert is the one from Pilsen, adding that his connections are wider than expected. Jaewoo pats his chest and says that they are broad indeed. He turns his gaze to Callione Elf and adds, edged, that there is another matter. She stiffens with twitching ears and asks why he is staring at her like that. The maid beside her flails and shrieks. Valor laces his fingers, mischief curling his mouth, and says that dear Callione should make a stage debut. The view lifts to Vienna's spires and avenues. Over ale and gossip, townsmen trade rumors. One says that Kaimars's daughter arrives today. Another rubs his chin and says that Kaimars is long dead. Their imaginations flash with a horned monster and a child crying for her father. The first insists that Demon Lord Aja killed Kaimars and kidnapped his daughter. The second asks why. The first says that Aja coveted Kaimars's technique and perhaps more. The second prompts for more. The first leans in and says that the daughter is breathtakingly beautiful. The second sputters that this cannot be the only reason. The carriage rolls into the capital as townsfolk point and shout that the visitors have arrived. From the coach, Callione asks shyly if this spectacle is necessary. She looks at the crowd as he answers with a bright, instructive smile that it is, saying that her presence is a strategic weapon. She repeats the phrase in confusion and says that she thought weapons were great swords and axes. He laughs and scolds that she should not speak so while dressed beautifully, then waves to the onlookers and says that she should imitate him. He poses in the doorway and coaches her. He says that one hand should go under her face. He says that the other should rest on her gathered knees. He lowers his voice and says that she should wear her most bashful expression. He demonstrates with a sparkling grin and says that he is so very shy. She stiffens, the old commander in her bristling, and says that he expects an action commander who led an army to do that. He claps and says that she should begin and perform with energy for the crowd. She tries to preserve dignity and says that an action commander still has pride. He sighs that this is getting dull. He narrows his eyes and asks if she wants to be fired. He taps the seat and says that she can get out if she is unwilling. She swallows, then, ears red, repeats his cues to herself. Hand under face, hand on knee, shy expression, and prepares. The crowd presses close, expectant. She strikes the pose with burning cheeks. Petals seem to bloom as she murmurs the line about being shy. The square freezes for a beat, then erupts. She peeks at Valor and asks, uncertain, if she did it correctly. The roar swells. She squeaks into a breathless cry and, still crimson, asks again if it is right. Across the city, in a chandeliered hall, a horned woman in a rose dress steps to a dais and addresses her staff. She says that a very important guest is coming. She admits that it might not be her place to say and then confesses that to her this person is more important than the emperor or any demon lord. She begs their best efforts. She orders the chefs to prepare the most delicious meal they have ever made and the maids to make the venue more beautiful than her rose palace. An aide reports that the guests will arrive shortly. She echoes already, breath-catching, then turns back and declares that everyone should do their utmost so today becomes the greatest day of that person's life. For her Lord Kaimar's. Under a storm of golden roses, time rewinds. Roland, the demon king of Rose. Her beauty and voice, both can captivate anyone who beholds her, yet warns that her real power lies elsewhere. Her tongue is her blade, her diplomacy as deadly as any weapon. The scene shifts to a shining city, petals and papers spinning in the wind around her parasol. The narration explains that through brilliance and control, she transforms Roserant into a flawless nation, so efficient and dazzling that its people call her the Bride of Roserant. But, the voice adds, they do not know the truth behind her crown. Dusk falls. Roland walks through a golden field beside a tall white-haired man, Lord Kaimar's, and a small silver-haired girl. Facing him, her expression is tender and pleading. She says that he is the only one to whom she can open her heart. Hand pressed to her chest, she insists that her feelings will never change and begs him to believe her. Little Kalyon cuts in calling him, Dad. Kaimar's carries the little girl, Kalyon, in his arms. From Roland's viewpoint, she watches them draw near. The child looks at her father curiously and asks who the beautiful lady is. Kaimar's replies lightly that she is a co-worker. The girl stares at Roland's crimson figure and says that she's the prettiest person she's ever seen. Later, the sun sinks into amber light. Kalyon runs to Roland, clutching a small parcel wrapped with care. She proudly announces that she and Uncle Odgash made it together, urging Roland to take it. When she opens it, it's a bundle of cookies, some imperfect, others neatly shaped. The girl beams and says that because Roland is so pretty, she deserves the best one. Roland's expression wavers, surprise, melancholy, and something unspoken. She murmurs softly that she sees. Looking at the gift, then at the father and daughter before her, she says it feels as though she no longer belongs anywhere. Yet she kneels, lifts her gaze to the child, and addresses her as Princess Kalyon. She asks that, if she ever builds a castle someday, she WZNTS Kalyon to name it. Kalyon points at herself with puzzlement. Roland answers that she would be honored if Kalyon named it. Kalyon smiles and says that since Roland is so bright and lovely, the castle should be called the Rose Palace, leaving Roland speechless. Her face softens into a gentle, motherly smile as petals whirl through the glowing sky. The memory fades. In the present, Kalyon stands in a marble hall beneath soaring arches, now grown into a poised princess in a white and blue gown. With steady composure, Roland announces that since Lord Kaimar's has passed, she comes now as his sole blood relative, Lady Kalyon. Before her, Roland kneels, head lifted, calm and unreadable. Time slides forward to a banquet. Kalyon gazes at the grand feast while Roland admits regretfully that if they were at Rose Palace, she could have offered something more extravagant. Roland observes her with an amused smile while the table gleams with gold dishes, jeweled meats, and shining vegetables. Flustered, Kalyon waves her hands and insists it's already more than enough. Roland thanks Lord Valor for bringing the princess back when everyone believed her dead, calling it an extraordinary feat. Valor modestly replies that it was nothing. Roland, half smiling, remarks that Count Niederbayern has spoken much about him, how he overcomes obstacles through the strangest means. She adds slyly that she also heard rumors of a rather special connection between him and a certain lady. Valor's face flushes scarlet. He hurriedly insists that the topic be dropped. Roland leans back with a sly grin and says she enjoys love stories. Valor sweats, muttering an awkward agreement while the atmosphere turns comically dark, both of them exaggerated like mischievous caricatures. In the background, Kalyon and the maids stand frozen with uneasy smiles until Kalyon blurts that she'll excuse herself. When the laughter fades, Valor straightens and says that he also enjoys business. The chandelier glints as Valor collects himself and finally states his true purpose. He comes bearing a message for Lady Roland from Elector Steele Philip. Roland's gaze sharpens instantly. She thinks that her suspicion was right, he lives. She asks calmly if she may meet him. Valor raises his cup and says that the Elector's condition prevents it, explaining that he comes as Philip's proxy. Inwardly, he notes wryly that the man is, in fact, dead. Roland tilts her head, intrigued, then invites him to continue. Valor relays that Philip, unable to act publicly, has granted Valor full authority as his proxy and instructs Roland to aid him in reclaiming the pulse. Valor decides that, even if this is a lie, convincing Roland is all that matters. Behind his courteous smile, his mind runs dark. Margaretta's recent curse proves that Pezamet is supported by the Grand Lord himself. That means ordinary means won't work. He cannot kill those protected by such power, and so he needs Roland's alliance. Out loud, he calmly concludes Philip's message, while pouring more tea. Roland stirs her cup, watching the rising steam, and says she has one condition. Valor leans forward with interest. She reminds him that Rosarant suffers under an imperial blockade. If he truly has the Elector's authority, then his words must reach the Emperor. Valor's grin widens. He snaps his fingers and declares that she need not worry, the board is already set. The scene jumps to the imperial capital, Wien. A noble kneels before Emperor Franz IV, pleading for help. Franz, lounging in his red cloak and crown, apologizes with mock regret. He says he initially refused but changed his mind after hearing their contribution. Bags of gold spill open beside the throne, light flashing on the coins. The noble stiffens, realizing he's been betrayed. In his mind echoes the order he'd once received, to fix the crisis by any means necessary. Now, seeing bribery win where loyalty failed, rage tightens his fists. A herald's voice breaks the tension, announcing Lord Valor's arrival. The Emperor muses aloud that it's about time. The doors swing open, and Valor strides in, poised and immaculate. He bows and introduces himself with flawless courtesy. The Emperor waves lazily toward the kneeling noble and says Valor should ignore the man. He's just decoration. Valor smiles politely, then requests a private audience. The Emperor sighs but waves his hand in agreement. Guards seize the kneeling man, dragging him away as he screams that House Ritter has always served faithfully. His pleas echo through the hall, unanswered. As he's pulled away, he catches Valor's cold smile, small, knowing, merciless. Realization dawns on his face a moment before he's gone. Valor's smirk fades into calm as the door shuts behind them. Lightning flashes over Odgash's fortress. Inside, Margareta rages before her gathered followers. Watching the projection of her father's forces and the human envoys, she realizes he's acted without her and screams that he's a fool. Her subordinates whisper nervously that someone powerful must be backing him. Margareta's fury burns until her veins bulge. She curses Kalyon's name as the cause of everything. Just then, a trembling slime servant rushes in, stammering that the Emperor has issued an economic blockade against them. Margareta freezes, stunned, then slowly turns toward the messenger. The hall falls silent. The slime asks if she's all right. For a heartbeat, she says nothing. Then the scene erupts into exaggerated color as she bursts out, shouting what that's supposed to mean. Her followers stare helplessly until one mutters that they're completely doomed. After the previous petitioner was dragged away and silence returned to the hall, the red carpet lay clean before the throne. The Emperor peered down the length of it and asked offhandedly if they were done. Valor, alone at its center, answered brightly that yes, now it was clean. Straightening his vest, Valor gestured toward the windows and said that the sight of the prosperous capital filled him with awe for his majesty's achievements, admitting he felt unworthy to stand there. The Emperor curtly told him that was enough flattery, inwardly scoffing that the man was a slick little weasel. The Emperor's thoughts darkened. In a short time, Valor had used Kaimars's daughter, Kalyon, To calm anti-demon unrest and win allies. Clever, yes. But still a trembling mouse before a lion. He pictured himself as that lion, watching the mouse squirm. Valor, reading the thought in his eyes, decided the emperor already knew everything and resolved to talk his way through it. The emperor told him to speak. Valor stepped forward, bowed on one knee, and humbly requested that the economic blockade on Rosarand be shifted to Odgash's dominion. From above, the emperor asked what benefit that would bring him. Valor replied that his majesty would gain a friendship treaty with the Rose Demon King. The emperor laughed loudly, calling the idea absurd. Did Valor really think that ancient spider would ever obey him? Valor answered calmly that she would. The emperor paused, surprised, and asked if Roland herself had agreed to pay tribute. Valor nodded confidently. A bead of sweat rolled down the emperor's temple as he demanded proof. Smiling, Valor produced the signed document. He then argued that Odgash was the continent's most hated villain, and that sanctioning him would make the emperor's name shine worldwide. He described cheering crowds and imperial glory until the emperor, staring at the paper, murmured that it was interesting, especially the signature of Princess Kalyon. Still, he slammed the armrest, declaring that politics was not driven by emotion. Valor smiled tightly, thinking bitterly that the emperor hadn't said that when he punished Rosarand for refusing tribute. Out loud, he continued smoothly, explaining that Odgash's army was preparing to strike again and that the empire's people were afraid. It was time, he said, for decisive action. The emperor studied him in silence before remarking that Valor truly had a silver tongue, enough to pay off 10 million florins. Valor bowed, saying his majesty was too kind. In his vision, a faint message appeared. Mephistopheles' acting activated, deception enhanced. Eyes gleaming, he declared that he only wished to serve his sovereign with loyalty. Before he could finish his speech, the emperor slammed his fist down, roaring that Valor was an insolent fool to think sweet words could sway him. He shouted for guards to seize him. Valor cried out in shock as armored hands gripped his arms, dragged away. He thought frantically that something was wrong. Then the world shifted. Music and laughter filled the same palace, now dressed for a feast. The emperor laughed heartily beside Valor, saying he had never met a man with such honeyed words. When Valor addressed him as, "Your Majesty," the emperor interrupted, insisting he call him uncle. Valor forced a smile and obeyed. The emperor, beaming, called him his adorable nephew and promised him anything, wealth, power, whatever he desired. Those words echoed later in a shadowed alley. A hooded man clenched his fists, seething that that position should have been his. Others gathered around, whispering darkly. One suggested kidnapping Valpurgis. Another protested, calling it madness. The first spat that failure meant ruin, while a third voice mocked them all, and then suddenly agreed, grinning that they should do it now. Back in the palace, Valor lay sprawled on his bed, groaning that he was dying. Kalyon, arms crossed, remarked that this was what he got for drinking everything. Valor laughed, saying this was simply social life. He then muttered for her to go away and let him rest. A ringing tone cut the air. His communication sigil blinked, and his miniature image appeared groggily answering a call. Lord Cabald shouts that disaster has struck. Valor winced, scolding him not to yell, but the man insisted it was serious. Valpurgis has been kidnapped and behind her, a man in a vest led a line of hooded conspirators, their eyes glowing red. Meanwhile at Odgash's castle, inside, Margareta stormed through the chaos, shouting that hesitation was over. She vowed to avenge her father, even if it meant devouring the demonic dragon herself. Margareta Vontash, daughter of Odgash, the caption named her. In the castle hall, she ordered every surviving warrior gathered and driven to train without rest, pointing at a trembling dog-like demon. Another subordinate murmured that the dragon wasn't alone. A loud crash answered him. Margareta grinned, declaring that they would march to Gross Glockner. A sweating slime creature begged her to be cautious, warning that the emperor had blockaded them and that Valpurgis had resurrected Saint Margareta of the Sisterhood. Images flickered of the saint, radiant and smiling, and of Roland, hiding her laughter behind a red fan. The slime started to speak but screamed as Margareta's heel crushed him flat. She glared down coldly, calling him a weakling who dared block her path. Nearby, a metal-masked demon only stared, silent. As darkness closed in, one resigned voice muttered, "Damn it, we're screwed." Valpurgis, still bound in her ornate armor, lets out a strained groan through clenched teeth. Her voice trembles with fury as she demands that they kill her and demands to know why they are still keeping her alive. A noble from House Ritter sits nearby, legs crossed and arms folded, sighing as if her words are an annoyance. He says that he has already explained that his goal is only to persuade the emperor. Standing beside him, another man grins confidently and claims that their fortress is unbreakable, surrounded by a lake and protected by iron walls. Even if Count Bayern's army attacked, he insists, it would take them ages to breach the defenses. Laughing lightly, he says that everything will turn out fine. Walpurgis lifts her head sharply and snaps that he is a fool if he thinks enemies will politely knock before attacking. Her single visible eye burns crimson beneath the visor. The Ritter noble snarls, telling her to shut her mouth, and kicks her with brutal force. Looking down at her, he mocks that she's awfully loud for a prisoner. His tone drips with venom as he leans close and remarks that she must have been close to that bastard Valor. At the mention of Valor, his face contorts with rage. Inwardly, he seethes at the memory of his humiliation at Valor's hands, a wound that still burns. He vows that he will make Walpurgis suffer the same disgrace, forcing her to pay in Valor's stead. Struggling against her chains, she spits that he's pathetic. He laughs, saying that perhaps he is, but taunts that she can do nothing about it now. Stretching his arms wide, he shouts that she's alone, completely abandoned. He taps the front of her helmet mockingly, repeating her name as if savoring the sound. Outside, a guard's shout pierces the night. Someone yells that intruders have been spotted. The Ritter noble stiffens in disbelief, his expression twisting from arrogance to panic. Under the pale moon, dark figures line the fortress walls, cloaked in shadow. A crimson cape flutters among them. On a rooftop, Hexix grins and reports that every unit except Piffenheim, who is on a special mission, is in position and ready to strike. A nervous subordinate asks if he should join. Hexix, cloak whipping in the wind, replies cheerfully that since they are friends, of course he will. A scream splits the night as the assault begins. Valor's tone hardens as he commands silence, his gaze cutting through the chaos. He declares that their mission is simple, to rescue Walpurgis and annihilate House Ritter. Staring at the fortress, he thinks grimly that he would have let them be had they stayed quiet. Power surges around him as he draws his weapon, announcing that the hunt begins. The fortress erupts in chaos, steel against steel, flames sparking, cries echoing down the corridors. Valor moves like a shadow, cutting through soldiers with ruthless precision. Hexix swings her weapon with savage delight beside him. Valor tells her to handle this side. She grins and answers that she understands, addressing him as her lord. The goblin Karorik sprints after them in a neat suit, pleading to come along. Hexix grabs him by the collar, insisting he stay with her, and he yells in protest. Valor calls over his shoulder that Karorik should help Hexix clean up this side. Karorik flails and screams that he refuses. Valor clenches his teeth, thinking he has no time for cowards. Every step drives him faster, he must reach Walpurgis before it's too late. Inside the fortress, through a projection, Valor's figure glows faintly. The Ritter noble sees him and freezes. Recognition strikes instantly. That hated face, the one that once disgraced him, returns like a nightmare. His features twist into madness. He shouts for a sword. When one is handed to him, he runs a thumb along the blade and mutters that imagining Valor's screams makes him tremble with anticipation. His grin stretches into something monstrous as he vows silently that this time, he'll be the one laughing when Valor dies. He orders his men to follow. Meanwhile, Walpurgis strains against her restraints. Realization dawns. Valor has come. He always comes for her. Memories flash of battles fought side by side, of his constant presence at her back. Yet now, chained and powerless, she feels fury at her own weakness. A thunderous crack shatters the pillar. Stone splits, and fragments scatter. The Ritter Lord exhales heavily, muttering that everything had been going so smoothly and that he should have gone to the capital himself. His gaze snaps toward her as the chains break. His eyes widen when she steps free, the bindings falling away. He shouts that she actually broke the reinforced barrier, then scoffs that it makes no difference, she's unarmed. He lunges with a roar, shouting that she should die. She pivots and drives a kick that shatters the sword, sending him stumbling. He slashes wildly, demanding how she dares defy him. She meets his attack head-on, countering with a crushing blow that hurls him across the room. Standing tall, she says coldly that she will no longer rely on others. That she will end this herself, addressing him as Lord Ritter. He scrambles back, begging her to wait, insisting that the kidnapping wasn't his idea, that it was his son's foolishness. She answers sharply that it makes no difference. Another devastating strike tears the chamber apart. He collapses, trembling, muttering that she's a monster. She tilts her head, saying that calling a lady a monster is quite rude. The ground rumbles beneath them. Ritter laughs suddenly and declares that the real monster has awakened. He says that if monsters exist, they should fight each other. He bellows for Igor. Elsewhere, Valor rushes through the corridors, demanding to know if he's headed the right way. Over the link, Cobalt confirms that he's tracking through familiars and adds that something, or someone, called Igor has appeared near Walpurgis. Valor repeats the name, puzzled. Cobalt explains that Igor is a weapon under Ritter's command, a human creation infamous for the massacre at Ritter Castle. A beast in human form. Valor mutters that such a thing wasn't in the original storyline. Cobalt asks what he means, but Valor brushes it off, thanks him, and cuts the link. The raging noble charges Valor with a roar. Valor flicks his hand. Dark power blooms under the attacker. The man screams a slur, asking how Valor dares humiliate him like that, and then cries out in confusion, as the shadow creature slams his fist on his head. Valor glances down at the crumpled form and asks what this is, then mutters in irritation that wasted so much time, and sprints on. In the Lord's chamber, Ritter laughs manically as a massive shadow stirs in the dust. The creature rises, a towering abomination of steel and flesh. Valpurgis recognizes the hulking form and realizes this was the monster that ambushed and captured her. She steadies herself, reminding that as a warrior of the Valpurga convent, she must not falter. The giant's aura explodes outward, shaking the chamber. Ritter grins wickedly and says that she just mentioned a word that Igor hates more than anything, the name Valpurga convent. He repeats it gleefully. Valpurgis gasps, demanding to know why that enrages him. Across the fortress, the ground quakes as Igor bellows with fury. Ritter laughs manically, pointing toward her, shouting that the monster should kill the monster. As Igor's roar fills the fortress, Valpurgis braces herself for the coming clash. Steam rises from a meager meal, a lone patty atop wilted greens, with small bowls of eggs and sauce on the side. Margareta slams her fist against the table, demanding to know what kind of pathetic spread this is. The slime servant beside her murmurs nervously that their finances are dire and that they must save Lord Vontash. Outraged, she snaps that they are rich. The slime hushes her, whispering that they even sold the castle because of the blockade. She blinks in disbelief, then waves dismissively and asks if the army is ready. The slime stammers that yes, after using part of the sale money, they completed the soldiers' medical treatments. She smacks him sharply, saying she meant training, not treatment, and orders him to make them strong, not healthy. He protests weakly that treatment was necessary. She reclines with irritation, saying that meat heals everything and that her pampered soldiers are useless because her pig-headed father spoiled them. A tiny armored attendant mutters that things were better when Lord Odgash was around. She points to the meal and orders them to eat and summon everyone. The small one nods obediently, while the slime droops, thinking grimly that they are doomed. Far away, before a cathedral's rose window, two nuns watch a trembling boy clutching a metal ball to his chest. One sister asks if he truly wishes to join the Valpurga convent. He nods, bowing deeply. The taller nun crosses her arms, explaining that their faith is proven through weight, not words. She remarks that he hardly looks strong enough to lift 100, let alone 500 pounds for the 3 sacred exercises, bench press, squat, and deadlift. His devotion, she admits, is admirable, but he lacks the physical strength their convent demands. She tells him that though he may visit anytime, he cannot join. And this is why Igor came to hate them. Steel roars elsewhere. Inside a ruined hall, Valpurgis tries to block with her armored forearm against the bald giant's fist, the impact shaking the fortress. Explosions ripple outward as the floor splits as she is sent flying. Ritter, watching, throws back his head in cruel laughter, shouting that no one can stop Igor when he loses control, that he could not recognize his own father when in this state. The giant's massive fist sends him crashing through the window. Meanwhile, Valpurgis slides across marble and steadies herself amid debris. She mutters that she doesn't know what triggered his rage but feels the sorrow in every blow. Bracing her legs, she channels golden energy through her fist, hurling the monster backward. Violet power seethes across his body as he rises again, roaring through clenched teeth. Through the thunder of battle, fragments of memory surface, the voice of the nun echoing in Igor's mind. She reminds him that faith is proven by weight, that he was too weak for their path, and that though his heart was pure, his body failed him. The boy appears in memory, performing push-ups, lifting boulders, and years later, smiling proudly at the reflection of his hardened form, until suddenly all his hair fell down and he became bald, truly a huge tragedy. In the present, Igor charges with unstoppable force. Valpurgis dives beneath his swing, drives a knee upward, and exhales a sharp, focused breath before striking again. Rain begins to seep through the shattered ceiling. She steadies herself and says that when his fists no longer waver, she will face him again. Across the fractured floor, they prepare for another clash as debris falls like rain. Outside, she presses a hand to her helmet, murmuring that perhaps she fought too hard, the fortress is crumbling. In the distant corridors, Valor sprints forward, cloak snapping in the storm of dust. The walls tremble around him, and he mutters in alarm, wondering if it's an earthquake. A section of the arch collapses. He shouts for Rublania and cuts through the falling stone with a flash of light, carving a tunnel ahead. Dust billows over him as he curses under his breath. The path ahead is blocked, and a voice in his mind warns that time is running out. A familiar telepathic tone calls him Lord Valor, and asks if he's unharmed. He answers yes and demands to know Valpurgis's status. The voice replies that she's alive but the fortress is collapsing, adding that it has sent its familiar to assist and urges him to rescue her quickly. He glances up to see a bat-like demon fluttering above and thanks it, saying its timing is perfect. Back in the shattered hall, Valpurgis stands over the unconscious giant, looking toward the corridor. She senses Valor drawing near and thinks that she must meet him. There's something she could never say before. The memory tightens her chest. Above her, the ceiling groans and breaks. A flash of white arcs through the falling rubble. Valor's blade slicing the debris apart. She turns, visor lifting. Calling his name, she sees him land through the dust, smiling as he speaks hers in return. Behind her, the half-conscious giant blinks. Valor asks who he is. She says curtly that his name is Igor and that they need to get out immediately. The bat flutters between them, agreeing urgently that they must hurry. Valor nods, saying he understands, and gestures toward the exit. They run through halls bathed in colored light from shattered stained glass. Valpurgis watches him flick his gauntlet, noticing the neat sigil on his wrist glowing with the words, Magic Glove Storage Active. She thinks it amusing that the hulking brute somehow fits inside that spell. The bat urges them onward, saying it's not far. Valor responds with a strained breath that he knows. As they move, Valpurgis says she has something important to tell him. He answers that he has much to say too, but insists they talk after escaping. She refuses, saying that it cannot wait. He sighs and tells her to go on. She explains that the name, Valpurgis, is a false one, and that her real name is different. He acknowledges her faintly, urging her to focus on leaving, but she raises her voice above the storm and shouts that her true name is Chartier. Valor glances back, smiling despite the chaos, saying that it's a beautiful, his words cut off as the hall rumbles. He finishes softly, calling it a beautiful name, but his eyes widen when a deafening crack splits the ceiling. She shouts for him to look out as another wave of rubble crashes down. An explosion rips through the chamber. Dust engulfs everything as the familiar shrieks that Valor is dead. From the crater below, his voice rises, hoarse but alive, saying that he's fine. He stares at the destroyed ceiling and mutters that it's completely collapsed. Chartier flies to the edge, calling down anxiously. He says he's unharmed and asks about her. She shouts back that she's fine. Above, Hexix drifts lazily into view, laughing softly about what a romantic scene it is. Valor calls her name and says that her timing is perfect, asking for help. He reaches up to Chartier, telling her to take his hand. She nods, reaching toward him. Hexix interjects, counting down that the fortress will collapse in 5 seconds. Both Valor and Chartier scream as the walls groan and the ground splits. He gasps that they need to move. She calls his name, reaching again through the storm of dust. Their hands touch, fingers grazing, just as she cries her true name once more. The fortress finally gives way, towers folding inward, walls swallowed by smoke and flame. Moments later, the three burst free above the collapsing stronghold, borne aloft by Hexax's magic. Sunlight pierces through the haze. A shimmering panel of light forms before them, declaring that Valor has learned Valpurgis's true name, Chartier. Another luminous pane follows, stating that her affection toward him has greatly increased. She smiles, her face flushed and bright, as tiny glowing hearts swirl around her, carried by the wind. Hexix beats her many bat-like wings through the blizzard of dust, carrying him by the wrist while a string of familiars tows her cape like pennants. Far below, the fortress buckles and exhales rubble. She looks up mid-flight and says that he barely made it, adding that a heartbeat later they would all have been crushed. He steadies himself in the updraft and says that he is simply glad he arrived in time. Hexix tilts her cap as the bells on her ribbon chime and says that her lord has a call. He glances aside and says that it is Cobalt. He raises the link with a greeting, but a furious voice tears through the channel, howling his name. He startles and says that the voice belongs to Margareta. The abbess on the line sees that those deranged Ritter vermin dared kidnap Valpurgis. She steadies her breath and says that, in truth, she was already running their way because she intended to find those bastards and beat the life out of them. He repeats in a low murmur that she intends to catch them and beat them, and she confirms with relish that the plan is precisely that. On the ground, soldiers crane their necks as she hovers before the shattered keep and lifts both arms. She proclaims for all to witness the secret technique of the Valpurga convent's abbess, the great Margareta. Light detonates. She roars the technique's name, supernova, and a sun-white pillar drops, hurling soil, bodies, and stone. Standing in the smoking crater with gold radiance running from her hair, she laughs that she is unbeatable. Watching from the sky, he gulps and thinks that he should not act cheeky toward her for a while. Night fractures into a new morning at the administrative heart of Niederbayern, in Landshut, where Walpurgis's villa mirrors a blue pool. Chartier, Margareta and Valor gather beneath the portico. Wheels clatter to a halt as armored men in deep blue cloaks dismount into crisp ranks. Margareta whispers that the guest has arrived. She that it is yet another theatrical entrance, while Valor stares at the wall of metal and stammers that these men wear heavier plate than the Emperor's elite. Footsteps strike the carpet as a tall blonde noble advances under banners. A caption names him Maximilian, Prince Elector of Bayern. Walpurgis breaks from the line and runs into his arms, hair flying, asking if he has been well, calling him uncle. He draws back, searching her face, and asks if she is hurt anywhere and whether she understands how worried he has been. She flusters and says that she is fine, adding that she is safe thanks to Valor. His gaze slides past her toward the rescuer. His voice cools with acid as he says that Valor, vapor, or whatever, should simply disappear as the name implies. She stiffens at the bite in his tone, a bead of sweat slipping down his cheek, and Valor wonders inwardly about the sudden change. Margareta snaps that without Valor they would have been in real trouble. She says that Walpurgis stands here only because Valor arrived so quickly. The prince is already swaggering toward Valor, grumbling that had he not come later than this infernal brat, then, he stops himself, muttering that the boy should consider himself lucky. Valor offers a thin laugh and thinks that with all those men in tow, the prince would not have reached the fortress any faster. The prince suddenly throws his arms wide and shouts that his dear Walpurgis should sleep with her uncle tonight. She yelps and tries to wriggle free while Margareta says with alarm that he should calm down. Watching this, Valor thinks that Walpurgis must have had a hard childhood. Ceremony reasserts itself as trumpets level their tone. The prince proclaims that Valor, for great merit, shall be granted knighthood, and commands him to serve Walpurgis with unwavering loyalty. He bows and says that he accepts with thanks. Later, as he walks the cathedral's aisles, narration runs in his head. He says that the Prince Elector granted him knighthood today, and that even though the man looked sour about it, he could not deny the rescue. He says that Ritter's debt arrived neatly converted into a deed of land. He says that a few faces tightened at the award. In a neighboring hall, Valor projects the Emperor in front of those who protested. The Emperor then slams a hand down and demands to know whether those punks dare show disrespect to his brother. Valor notes that the Emperor says life is about money and power and that the Emperor taught them a pointed lesson. He smirks inwardly and calls them cute little brats. When he finally staggers into his room, he says that the day has been endless. He drops onto the bed and says that the Ritter who harassed Walpurgis is gone, that he is now a formal knight, and that he even holds a small territory. His gaze lingers on the memory of a certain blonde, and he thinks that although he watched her through countless runs, everything about her now feels new. His door bangs open and a blue-haired princess, Callione, storms in. He blurts her name as she points and, with trembling lips, demands how he could do this, saying that he told her to follow, then vanished, and asking what she was supposed to do. He raises his hands and says that she should calm herself. Roland glides in and addresses Princess Callione, advising that the princess stand down for now, compose herself, and challenge again later. The princess blinks and asks if compose means more strength training. She says that under Odgash she already trained enough. Roland waves a hand and says that she means a different kind of composure. Moments later, the princess flushes pink and relaxes. A beat later, the princess declares that she will stand down and orders Valor to answer when summoned, while Roland trills a delighted laugh and takes her leave. Valor rubs his temple, wondering what was just whispered. He says that Roland saved him. A calm voice remarks that vanishing from the capital without a word would startle anyone. He yawns and says that he intends to sleep. Then a gentle call of his name drifts from the balcony. He turns to see Chartier framed by roses, gloved hands gathered at her waist, eyes luminous. She stands within the petals and tilts her head, asking that he walk with her. He startles, warmth flickering across his face, and says that they should go at once. They step beneath a crescent moon. He brushes dust from his sleeves and says that the day truly was chaos. She keeps pace and says that it certainly was. Night insects trill. He steals a glance and says that Walpurgis was an alias. She nods and says that, strictly speaking, it is her baptismal name, adding that the festival for the goddess Walpurga is called Walpurgis. He says that this is why it sounded akin to the goddess of compassion. Inwardly, he recites the pantheon of this world. He says that Rugen is the god of justice. He says that Walpurga is the goddess of compassion. He says that Orbiana rules nature and life. He says that Marga governs light, and he says that Aquila is the sovereign of time and space. Because she serves Walpurga's convent, He gathers nerve and says that Chartier is a lovely name. She colors and says that she is surprised but pleased. He thinks that the name suits her, and she leans closer to say that he may use it when it is just the two of them. He pumps a fist at his side and says that he understands, using it only in private. He grins inwardly, thinking that at this pace there might even be, he stammers in his thoughts, an actual kiss. A pillar of crimson crashes down before them with a thunderclap. He wheels and shields Chartier, jaw tight. The red-horned dragoness drops into the smoking crater, eyes blazing, and says that Valor should come along with her now, while he could only grumble at how shitty life is. Meanwhile, Margareta Vontash's voice rolls across the grounds as she cries that everyone must assemble. Demons and monsters spill from shadowed hedges into the clearing. She plants hands on her hips and glares at the ragtag horde. She asks why all of them are in their underwear. A slime bobs and says that they have no money. She argues that they sold the castle. He adds that payments are delayed by the economic blockade. She slices the air with a finger and says enough, fix it. Then she squares her shoulders and jerks a thumb over her shoulder, saying anyway, and lifts her arm high. She declares that their destination now is the lair of the demonic dragon, Gross Glockner. She grins wide, fangs bright, raises a clenched fist, and says that they should fear nothing and devour anything that moves, then screams that the demonic dragon is hers.
As Shubi carries him through the night sky, Valor loses his temper at the worst possible time. She questions whether he has started some kind of reckless rampage. He rejects the accusation at once and insists that it is nothing of the sort. Gritting his teeth, he says that a disaster of this scale should be handled by people far above his rank. She refuses to accept that answer and argues that only he can deal with what is unfolding. The red dragon woman descends with him and lands on shattered stone. Her wings fold neatly behind her as faint green motes drift through the darkness like scattered fireflies. He turns to face her across the broken ground and asks what she intends to accomplish here. Her eyes narrow as she studies the strange and abnormal energy that had risen from his body moments ago. Inwardly, she thinks that he is cunning enough to toy even with Agesh. Fragments of old memories continue surfacing in her mind. She recalls what she witnessed long ago and becomes convinced that it can only be him. Stepping closer, she presses a finger against his forehead. He flinches at the sudden touch and demands to know what she is. She calmly asks whether he can hear her voice. He replies that he can hear her clearly. She says that this is good and declares that from this moment forward they will form a pact known as a soul oath. He repeats the unfamiliar term in disbelief and asks what such an oath entails. She explains that it requires them to stake their souls as collateral in order to safeguard each other's secrets. She adds that this kind of pact demands a dangerous being to act as its witness. He echoes her words and asks what she means by a dangerous being. Then he asks whether she intends to summon the Grand Lord of Darkness as their witness. When he reads her expression, he realizes that his suspicion is correct. His thoughts turn cautious. When he dealt with Margareta before, he survived only because she carried an angel's heart. He wonders what chance he has now. Raising a hand, he asks what will happen if he refuses. She repeats the word refusal, and purple power swells around her body. The pressure crashes down on him. He braces himself against it, frustration rising, and thinks that she truly ought to rely on words instead of force. He interrupts her and says that he has a condition. If they are going to proceed, he declares that he will set terms. She answers immediately that she understands. He freezes, caught off guard, and asks why she is agreeing so easily. He coughs, steadies himself, and says that he appreciates people who are straightforward. He adds that a dragon's promise is said to be the most trustworthy vow in existence. A slow, intrigued smile curves his lips as he thinks that this arrangement may prove interesting. The dragon woman lifts a hand to her mouth and says that she will first express her gratitude. Determination hardens her gaze as she announces that they should begin. A surge of black, violet power slams down between them, and the air roars as the ritual's force descends. Valor doubles over as darkness presses against him. Through clenched teeth, he says that his mind feels as though it is being torn loose and carried away. The red dragon snarls that he must focus and keep his thoughts sharp, warning that the place he is entering lies closer to the afterlife than to the living world. Through the haze, a blue system window flickers into view with the message that the player's soul is protected. Valor forces his eyes open and says that this is on an entirely different level compared to what happened with Margareta. The world collapses around them, dissolving into an endless black expanse. Valor walks forward into the void, each step answered by hollow, repeating echoes. He scans the emptiness carefully. The dragon's voice breaks through, stating that there is nothing here. She calls his name, Valor, loudly, as if trying to anchor him to himself. He glances at her and asks what is wrong with her, remarking that the expression she is wearing does not suit her. She stammers that he suddenly changed. He brushes aside the comment and says that they should stop wasting time and complete the ritual. She reluctantly agrees. Turning away from them, she spreads her stance and begins the invocation. She calls upon a being darker than darkness and deeper than the abyss. Her eyes flare as she continues, declaring that a small and insignificant being humbly seeks an audience. She calls out to the great boiling abyss. Silence answers her. Valor hesitates and asks whether that was all. She immediately responds that someone is approaching. A ripple spreads across the black surface like disturbed water, forming a widening vortex. From its center, a woman rises slowly, drenched in shadow. Long dark hair hangs heavily over her shoulders. She adjusts a round lens and its chain with composed movements, her expression calm and unreadable, as though she had always been seated there. A voice observes that a dragon and a human stand before her. The dragon stiffens and hurriedly addresses the Grand Lord, attempting to explain their purpose, but the Grand Lord interrupts and states that they have come to form a pact. Valor jolts and asks how she knows. She replies simply that she knows. Leaning forward slightly, a faint smile touching her lips, the Grand Lord states that nothing can be concealed from her. She mentions that this includes Valor's intention to use knowledge of the seven demon couple as leverage. Valor responds that such leverage will only make the process faster. Without hesitation, he demands that the Grand Lord grant their request. Shubi cries out his name in alarm at his blatant disrespect. The Grand Lord merely watches, a trace of interest gleaming in her eye. Shubi exclaims that this being is the Grand Lord of Darkness. Valor tells her to wait a moment. The Grand Lord's tone turns amused as she calls him interesting, and then she agrees. She declares that she will grant the pact and bestow a small gift. As the power settles over them, she adds that at present Valor cannot withstand 3 sponsors. He stiffens and repeats the number in disbelief. His thoughts race as he insists inwardly that he should only have the sponsorship of he who crouches in the grave. The Grand Lord responds that he truly does not know yet. Valor snaps at her to stop reading his thoughts at will. She only smiles and says that he will discover the truth soon enough. Lifting a finger, she points. A violent explosion of light and pressure erupts, hurling both Valor and the dragon backward as the void screams. As the force pulls her presence away, she says that it will be until they meet again. Her voice lingers once more, expressing that when they meet next, she hopes his vessel will be far larger. Valor strains against the fading storm and forces out a furious, broken protest while darkness swallows the last trace of her words. Valor spits out his frustration and shouts that it is always like this with them. Overhead, thick clouds choke the night sky, leaving only a thin crescent moon to cast a pale glow across the wrecked terrain. In the distance, a towering pillar of purple light erupts upward, rattling the broken earth as if the world itself is groaning. He sways on his feet when a system window flashes before his eyes. It informs him that his stamina and physical resistance have risen dramatically, and that his darkness energy has increased by a large margin. He exhales slowly, as though confirming the change within his own body, and says that this must be the result. The Grand Lord's final words echo in his mind. Her remark about meeting again and hoping his vessel will be much larger lingering like a shadow that refuses to fade. He narrows his eyes and reflects on what she meant. He wonders aloud whether that means he is expected to grow stronger. The red dragon snaps at him immediately and calls him an idiot. She warns that if he ends up marked by the Grand Lord of Darkness, then death will be the least of his concerns. Before he can respond, a violent surge of green energy whips across the battlefield, twisting like a storm. Margareta Fontache appears with wild confidence, raising her weapon high above her head as an emerald aura swells around her. She brings it crashing down, blasting rubble and dust outward in a thunderous explosion. Standing amid the shattered ground, she throws her arms wide, laughs loudly, and declares that she has come for the demonic dragon. Her laughter rolls across the cliffs. Valor stares in surprise and asks who that woman is supposed to be. The dragon, equally unsettled, answers that she has no idea. The horned woman points toward their ledge and orders the demonic dragon to come down immediately. She roars that the dragon should fight her and continues laughing as if she can barely contain her excitement. Margareta Fontache has arrived, brimming with fury. She keeps laughing and shouts the dragon's name, calling her the demonic dragon Schwarzteufel. She proclaims that she has come to avenge her pig-headed father and swings her fist as if already striking. Valor, his tone flat, tells Shubi to handle her. Shubi blurts out her disbelief, clearly stunned that he would issue such a casual order. A faint overlay of the Grand Lord's earlier words surfaces in his mind again, emphasizing that the gift itself could deal fatal damage simply by being received. Shubi spreads her arms and insists that her body is already in terrible condition. Valor throws out a hand in frustration and says that he does not know what else to do, because she is exhausted as well, and can barely summon even a single undead at this point. Shubi clicks her tongue and mutters that it would have been better if he had not done something so foolish earlier. Another system notice appears, announcing that due to the gift of the boiling abyss, his HP has temporarily fallen below 10%. His eyes widen. A second message explains that because of the surge in darkness energy, he can now turn an even higher, rank darkness, type being into an undead. He remembers Philip instantly, and a dangerous idea begins to take shape in his mind. Lightning slams into the ground with a deafening crack. A red warning panel declares that the target is a higher, dimensional life form. Another alert warns that summoning it may endanger the player's life. Valor smiles despite the blood gathering at the corner of his mouth. He reflects that, at the moment, the only true support he has comes from the Gravekeeper. He admits to himself that he still knows nothing about the other sponsor, yet somehow he has received attention from 3 Transcendents. His expression hardens as he decides that this situation will not break him, even as the warning about life, threatening consequences pulses insistently before him. He thrusts his finger forward and declares that if that is how it works, then they might as well prepare 10 more sponsors while they are at it. Far above, the Grand Lord observes in calm silence, her fingers resting lightly near her lips, amusement flickering in her eyes. A burst of electric light explodes around Margareta as the summoning takes hold. She braces herself, her remaining followers gathering behind her, eyes sharp with tension. Purple shadows ripple and condense, forming a towering silhouette. The darkness thickens and crackles until a blond man clad in ornate armor materializes within a storm of violet aura and lightning, standing as if he does not belong in this world. Valor strides forward and tells Philip to stop posing and move aside. Philip's gaze, lit by a faint purple glow, sharpens. The air around him distorts as dark, violet wisps coil like restrained violence. Valor tilts his head, almost amused, and gathers darkness into his palm. A blue message flashes, announcing that Valor has overpowered the soul of Philip, the Elector Steel. A strangled shock escapes Philip as the force clamps down on him. With veins standing out along his temples, Philip snarls that he will kill Valor. Valor merely rests a hand against his chest and calmly tells him to try. Behind them, Margareta points and mocks that Valor truly believes a single undead can stand against her Grand Lord. She pauses, her gaze sharpening as she measures Philip's presence. A furious shout rings out, calling Valor an insolent brat. Margareta's side surges forward, massive figures and a snarling beast, like creature charging together. Philip raises his blade, and lunar black energy coils tightly around the steel. He releases a first-form sword art, then follows with consecutive crescent slashes. Purple arcs slice across the battlefield in overlapping waves, tearing through the attackers and reducing them to shredded remains. Philip lowers his sword and coldly dismisses them as vermin. Margareta goes still for a heartbeat, then bristles with rage. She hurls herself forward, shouting furiously about his insolence, descending from above with her weapon raised to crush him head-on. She charges in a blur, hammering the ground and sending shattered stone and white bursts of debris spraying into the air. She spits that he is nothing more than a rat scurrying around and drives green energy into her movements. Lunging again with a scream, a vertical spear of green power rips upward, but Philip answers with another lunar crescent. His dark arc cleaves through her assault and tears it apart. He slips inside her reach and strikes her hard, snapping her head sideways. Watching her stagger, he remarks that she is merely vermin who relies on brute strength alone. Margareta struggles to steady herself, blood staining her lips, but Philip strikes again. The blow caves in her posture and sends her skidding across the broken ground. One of her companions recoils in panic and cries out for Lady Vontash. From a distance, Shubi observes silently before asking Valor whether Philip truly tore off the arm of the Pulse Elector. Valor confirms that he did. A faint smile curves Philip's lips as Valor comments that such brutality seems far more fitting for vampires. Margareta crashes near the trembling green slime. The creature rushes to her side and anxiously asks whether she is alright. Even with bruises and blood streaking her face, she insists that this level of injury is nothing. Philip advances, his presence heavy and oppressive. The slime, voice tight with urgency, warns that the undead is too powerful and urges retreat. Margareta forces herself upright, blood still on her mouth, and refuses to yield. She snarls that the bastards slaughtered all of her subordinates, adding that they were the ones her pig-headed father left behind. Purple energy coils around her as she regulates her breathing. She clenches her jaw, determined that she must surpass her father. Philip closes the distance in a flash of gold and black. His blade and aura descend like a falling star. A heavy, round-bodied armored follower charges between them and urgently tells her to retreat. Margareta grabs at him in desperation, but Zaguro abruptly strikes her unconscious and passes her to the slime. Understanding his intent, the slime carries her away and tells him to survive and return. Philip drifts forward with a detached, almost bored look and remarks that the absurd creature is not entirely incompetent. The armored undead braces as Philip's shadow falls over him, the moment tightening toward a clean execution. Valor intervenes sharply and orders them to stop. With his arms folded, he calls Philip by name and commands him to spare Zaguro. Philip pauses. The armored figure remains crouched, waiting. The killing intent in the air eases slightly as Philip turns away in obedience to Valor's command. Shubi watches from beside Valor and asks why he would spare someone like that. Valor answers with a faint smile that he does not kill without reason. He adds that the one he spared may prove useful later. Elsewhere, beneath a red moon, a blonde woman staggers through the darkness, her breathing ragged as hooded figures close in around her. A system title identifies her as the protector and peerless swordsman Falk. She grips her sword with both hands and surges forward, cutting down the attackers as steel clashes and blood splashes across the ground. Falk swings again, shouting through her exertion as she carves a path, but one assailant slips behind her and drives a weapon into her back. Her body jolts, her eyes widening as the blade pierces deep. The world fractures into flashing alerts. A cascade of red error messages floods her vision. A final system notice appears, declaring that Protector, peerless swordsman Falk, has been killed. Zaguro's massive armored frame lumbers forward through the settling dust. A voice calls out that he is still alive. He stretches a metal hand toward Margarita as if to check on her condition, but she lashes out and strikes him aside, her face twisted with anger. She says that if he had not interfered, she could have surpassed her father at that very moment. The green blob hovers anxiously near her shoulder, trembling as it addresses her as his lady. Margarita's breathing is uneven as she tries to swallow her frustration. Zaguro removes his helmet. Beneath the steel, a small purple-haired girl is revealed, her expression filled with relief as she says that she is grateful her lady is safe. The green blob clears his throat and explains that Zaguro surely did not act out of disrespect. He adds that, in truth, she moved only out of conviction to protect her lord. Margarita narrows her eyes, dark bruises forming along her cheek, and finally relents. She says that she will permit it this once and orders them to understand that clearly. Zaguro offers strained thanks, and the green blob quickly adds that it is good and that the matter is settled. At that exact moment, a flood of red system errors crashes across Valor's vision. The alerts declare that Guardian, peerless swordsman Falk, has been murdered. Valor jolts violently, calls out Shubi's name, and demands to know whether a Guardian has truly just been killed. He insists that if she knows anything, she must speak immediately. Shubi's expression tightens as she asks whether the Guardians are connected to the seal. Valor can only stare at her, confused by the sudden shift. Without another word, Shubi grabs him and tells him to follow her. She drags him down a steep rocky passage. They plunge through a gauntlet of traps, their bodies skidding, bouncing, and crashing through the darkness as they descend deeper underground. Mid-slide, Valor protests that she could have explained before dragging him off like this, and he demands to know what is happening. Shubi keeps pulling him forward and tells him to endure just a little longer because they are almost there. They burst into a sealed chamber. Heavy chains crisscross a massive door, and green fumes seep from its edges in slow, poisonous breaths. Shubi reminds him that she once said there was something tied to the survival of the world itself. She declares that this is exactly what she meant. Valor's expression hardens as she states plainly that if this seal breaks, the world will end instantly. She announces that she will open it. Valor's alarm spikes, and he asks whether there could possibly be something even worse behind it. The chain structure trembles. With a grinding metallic shriek, it shifts, and green poison gas explodes outward. Valor recoils, coughing violently, and demands to know what kind of poison this is. A system message flashes that the player's soul is protected. Through the swirling fumes, he catches sight of what lies beyond and reacts as if he recognizes it. Another heavy clang reverberates as the seal shifts again. Shubi looks back at him and asks whether he understands now. She explains that what is sealed here is a body fragment of the Grand Lord of Darkness, known as Thrashing Death. She adds that for the past half-year the seal has been steadily weakening. Valor repeats the time frame in disbelief. In his mind, it aligns far too neatly with the time Philip died. He recalls the old warning about interfering with the world's will, and the resulting increase in game difficulty. He realizes that the message he received back then must have been pointing to this. Shubi continues, saying that when the Guardian was killed, the seal weakened further. She concludes that there must be something operating behind the scenes. She then turns to him and asks how he managed to summon a Guardian as an undead. Valor hesitates, caught off guard, and wonders how to answer without admitting that he killed Philip himself. He chooses to lie. He explains that when he found Philip had already been killed by those strange entities, and that he merely recovered the corpse. Shubi studies him carefully, then says that she understands. She adds that because he is someone recognized by the Abyss, she will trust his words. Valor looks away. Shubi states that regardless of everything else, they must stop this. An image of a wrething, many-eyed horror flashes vividly in her mind. She says that if Thrashing Death fully revives here, the world will truly end. Her half-lidded gaze turns cold as she confirms that it will not be a metaphor. The world will end. Valor folds his arms and says that he understands what she is implying. He summarizes that they simply need to keep something contained. He repeats that the sealed fragment belongs to the Grand Lord of Darkness, Thrashing Death. He lays out the structure as he sees it. Hidden forces attempting to break the seal, guardians protecting it. As he speaks, he remarks that he is beginning to see the deeper framework of the game itself. He glances down at his own hand, as if weighing fate in his palm, and wonders whether this might be the true ending route. After a brief silence, he decides to accept the situation for now. He says that, just in case, he will leave Philip stationed there. He instructs Shubi not to destroy him because he may prove necessary later. Shubi responds with a short, clipped thanks. Valor adds that she probably does not care, but they have only just become a knight, and handling something like this alone is excessive. Shubi's lips curl into a smug smile as she informs him that he can relax. She says that she has an ace prepared. Later, she returns him to Landshut Valpurgis's villa. She carries him through the night sky and drops him near the estate grounds. She tells him that from this point forward he will be walking alone. Valor replies casually that he understands. Before she leaves, he turns back and asks whether she has forgotten something. With a teasing grin, he reminds her of what she once said about adjusting herself to him. Shubi freezes, visibly flustered. She hurriedly declares that she is leaving, then launches into the sky and waves a quick farewell before disappearing into the darkness. Left alone, Valor smirks and remarks that from now on, all of Shubi's florins will belong to him. As he says this, he notices movement nearby. Valpurgis's uncle is standing by the villa wall, putting up notices. Valor approaches and stares at one of the posters. His own face is printed clearly on it, labeled as a search notice with a reward written beneath. His expression stiffens, and he snaps in disbelief at what he is seeing. Still processing it, he turns and stammers as he asks whether Valpurgis believed he had gone missing, and actually posted these everywhere. The uncle reacts irritably and confirms that is exactly what happened. He mutters that Valpurgis could have simply left it alone and questions why they went through all that trouble. Before the uncle can continue, Valpurgis rushes in and clings to Valor, calling his name. Valor repeats her name under his breath, visibly unsettled. The uncle explodes in outrage, yelling at her to get off him and demanding to know what she thinks she is doing in public. At that moment, Margareta storms into view and scolds the uncle sharply, telling him to leave at once. Valor blurts out Mari's name in surprise. Mari welcomes him back warmly. She comments that he even managed to get along with a dragon and calls it impressive. Valor responds with a smug curve of his mouth, saying that he is still closer to Mari. Mari flutters awkwardly, flustered by the remark, and comments that he has become very smooth with his compliments. Valor then points out that she is receiving a call. Mari, sweating slightly, insists that she does not need to answer it. A booming voice suddenly roars across the courtyard, calling Margareta's name. A nun charges toward them, visibly furious. The nun demands to know how the High Abbess can remain at the top while avoiding strict duties and disappearing, dumping all responsibilities onto her subordinates. Mari trembles with indignation and argues that if that is the case, the nun should become High Abbess instead. The nun cries out that such logic makes no sense. Without hesitation, she hoists Mari over her shoulder like a sack and drags her away, ignoring Mari's protests as she demands to be put down. Valor watches the entire scene with a flat expression and comments that things seem quite peaceful. The uncle echoes the remark in disbelief. The scene shifts. Inside Valpurgis's bedroom, she sits across from Valor at a small table. She asks whether he is saying that he needs a territory. Valor confirms that he does. He explains that he must solidify his base before what comes next. Valpurgis replies that his current position is already strong and questions whether this is truly necessary. Valor answers that, like rowing with the current, he needs to secure his foundation while the timing favors him. He recalls the factions Shubi mentioned and the followers of Thrashing Death, describing them as forces where every member is at least a high-ranking demon king. He states that he will require an organization that will not fall behind in comparison. Valpurgis lowers her eyes and sighs softly. She apologizes inwardly for not being able to see all of his intentions, then says that she understands his reasoning. However, she reminds him that the bitter domain he was granted is currently in poor condition. Valor reflects that Mari has already turned it into a complete wasteland. Valpurgis explains that her uncle placed a bounty on the family patriarch's corpse, which has triggered a large-scale search. A call signal interrupts them. Valpurgis remarks that it sounds urgent and tells Valor to take it. He thanks her and accepts the call. A dark-haired retainer reports that they have located the Liebeschild he requested, but they are still pursuing a certain count. Valor praises him by name, telling Fenheim to continue the search. The retainer acknowledges the order, then hesitates and asks him to wait a moment. Outside in the city, a towering, muscular man greets Valor loudly and remarks that he has been living like a wild leader. Valor greets Liebeschild and asks whether he has been well. Liebeschild replies that he has been well and explains that ever since Weitenbayer became a free city, talented individuals have gathered there. He adds that he has been busy recruiting comrades and that after the Narhem War, conditions improved significantly. Valor replies that he understands. Liebeschild complains that even here too many people are trying to squeeze into limited territories. A voice calls out for patience and asks seriously where people are supposed to live. A townsman mentions that people are lining up beyond the Rhine River, which sends chills down his spine. Another says that being a free city without taxes is appealing, but perhaps having nobles would be better since they would station troops to defend their own lands. Someone asks what they should do and suggests moving away, while another proposes that they simply observe the situation for now. Valor asks whether Weitenbayer is currently peaceful. Liebeschild answers that it is not exactly peaceful. He explains that along the Rhine River, the orc army of Pazamoth has spread out and is starving them, blocking exits so that no one can leave. He remarks that such tactics are not typical of orcs. Valor notes that after their crushing defeat and the fall of their commander, the orc army's leadership must have changed. He recalls that Kallian was a genuine soldier. He speculates that the new commander must be an honorable bastard willing to starve people to death, and he repeats the phrase with interest. Valpurgis calls his name softly and asks whether he is all right. He answers that he is. She observes that he looks pleased. His expression twists into a sharp, eager grin as dark excitement gathers around him. In a grand hall filled with nobles, an orc noble raises a glass. A title identifies him as Orc Army Commander, in Chief Gugashrak. One noble remarks that after Commander, in Chief Kallian fell, he had expected Lord Gugashrak to become the next leader. Gugashrak responds modestly that the praise is excessive. The noble then mentions that he heard Gugashrak invested the tolls collected from the free city into the young orcs this time. The orc lord reflects that those children will one day become the future of the orcs, and he says that thought alone fills him with pride and deep satisfaction. Around him, his subordinates pour out praise, exclaiming that this is exactly what they expect from Lord Gugashrak, and they say that his affection for his people truly shows. They gush that even his character is remarkable. The atmosphere breaks when an orc soldier rushes into the hall, shouting for the general. He reports in alarm that posters have been plastered across every village beyond the Rhine River. Gugashrak demands to know why such a commotion is being made and snatches a poster to read it himself. The instant his eyes take in the words, fury ignites across his face. He tears the paper apart with shaking hands, shredding it in rage. He roars an order for them to find out immediately what is happening beyond the river. A subordinate snaps to attention and says that he will carry out the command at once. The scene shifts to the free city of Weitenbear. A crowd gathers thick in the streets while a hooded speaker addresses the citizens from above. He declares that the esteemed people of the city must already be hearing disturbing rumors. He claims that beyond the Rhine River, demons are lying in wait, preparing to threaten their safety and peace. He urges the people to look closely at those standing among them, then accuses certain figures of throwing away the city's security by colluding with demons. He insists that those same people are now leading the city council, and he asks how any of that could possibly make sense. The crowd erupts. Voices shout that traitors should be punished immediately, and that traitors deserve to die. The hooded figure proclaims that this is the moment for them to become one body. He says that survival depends on driving those greedy orcs back beyond the Rhine. He demands unity, and the crowd answers with roaring cheers. Orcs within the city try to push forward and stop it. They shout for everyone to quit this madness and angrily say that they cannot believe humans would swallow such nonsense. They insist that all they did was follow the proper logic of strength, and they demand to know how humans dare spread trash posters like that. One orc says that Commander, in Chief Gugashrak, will never forgive such an insult. The public surges forward, blinded by rage. In the chaos, they strike down the orcs, and violence detonates across the street. Loose papers whirl into the air as bodies collide and people scream. Amid the turmoil, a man watches with an amused smile. He removes his cloak and reveals himself as Valor. The proclamation becomes clear. It declares to humans, in the name of Gugashrak, Orc Commander, in Chief appointed by Lord Pessimith, that all who hear it now belong to the orcs. It states that the orcs will plunder and ravage, that they will kill all who are weak, and that they will use the entire human race as a stepping stone. The scene cuts to a grand hall where a speaker formally offers condolences regarding the Weitenbear tragedy. He condemns the ignorant people of Weitenbear for assaulting two honorable orc warriors and declares that they should be ashamed. Prince, Elector Saxon stands before the assembly, his presence heavy and resolute. A public notice spreads under the title Weitenbear Tragedy. It states that in the year of 20, the Prince Elector of Saxon, who holds the highest protocol in the empire, said that the ignorant people of Weitenbear should be ashamed. It further declares that the empire's intention is clear and that Weitenbear will be cut loose. Then the scene shifts again, this time into bright celebration. Confetti rains down as people shout Valor's name again and again. Valor steps forward in ceremonial attire while voices cry out for him and proclaim long life to Sir Valor. The crowd roars, surging with raised hands as he advances. Valpurgis tells him that everyone is welcoming him and urges him to say a few words. Valor looks out over them and thinks about how he started as a commoner, yet now stands here. He admits to himself that after everything he endured, after coming this far, he has finally reached this position. He acknowledges inwardly that even if he used the power of agitation, the important thing is that he climbed to this height. He begins to address the citizens of Weitenbear, then steels himself with the thought that this is where it truly begins. He thrusts his arm upward and shouts for everyone to move forward. The crowd answers by shouting the same words back at him, chanting in rhythm with his call. He throws his head back and laughs loudly. Valpurgis observes that he looks happy. Valor of Valurst acquired Weitenbear in 2 days. Inside, a feast erupts. Mugs lift high and cheers slam into the rafters. Valor raises his cup and tells everyone to relax, saying that they all worked hard for these past 2 days. Libby's child hooks an arm around Valor from behind, calls for everyone's attention, and complains about the stiff, formal talk. He declares that their main guy has somewhere else he needs to be. Valor panics and demands to know where. Before he can protest further, he is hauled away at a run. Valor is pushed into a quieter room. He freezes when he sees Chartier waiting there. She startles, he flusters, and he blurts that he is sorry. Chartier hurriedly says that it is fine, then admits that she wanted to talk with him. Valor agrees. Chartier praises him, saying that he truly is incredible and that he always breaks through situations in ways nobody expects. Valor refuses to accept the praise and insists that he only used wit in each moment. He adds that it was the same back then with Philip and the same yesterday as well, and he says that he does not deserve admiration like that. Chartier tells him not to belittle himself. She points out that he exploited Weitenbear's hostility toward half-breeds and won their hearts in a single stroke, and she says it was only possible because he is Valorstad Valor. She declares that modesty is a sin now and orders him to stop and acknowledge his own worth. Valor admits that he thought she would dislike methods like this. He says that he is surprised, calling her Valpurgis, and she smiles as if that reaction is only natural for him. His heart pounds as she hesitantly calls his name, and he answers. Then she gathers her courage and asks when he will finally call her by her real name. Valor jolts at the question, realizing that he has been calling her Valpurgis the entire time. He struggles, forcing the words out, and finally says that her name is Chartier. Chartier blushes intensely, then laughs and says that she is not used to anyone outside her family calling her that. Valor immediately tries to retreat, saying that he will go back to calling her Valpurgis. Chartier shouts that he absolutely will not and snaps him back from the idea. Leaning in close, still flushed, she says that Chartier is fine. Valor blushes in response. Before the tension can stretch any further, someone cuts in and says that is enough. Kalyan appears, crouched low and sulking with her arms wrapped around her knees. A stunned voice blurts out Kalyan's name. Kalyan snaps back that nobody even called her on a day of celebration like this. She complains that her lord is too mean, far too mean. Valor jerks upright on the red sofa, sweating, still half convinced it cannot be real. He demands to know how she even got here. A sharp heel clicks against the floor as another voice answers, calmly, that they brought her. The voice adds that when she heard she was going to see him, she started dressing up from dawn. Kalyan flails and demands to know what they are talking about, flustered and embarrassed, while Valor can only stare. Far away, at the Pizamath camp, wind sweeps across torn tents and a field littered with bodies. A horned demon freezes at the sight and stammers that he cannot understand what is happening. He spins and runs, shouting to his lord that this is bad, his panic spreading as others whisper in dread. Pizamuth's face twists. He roars in shock and demands to know what happened. He storms forward and screams at a crazy old hag, accusing her of eating all his subordinates. A woman lounges with lazy confidence and says that she is sorry, explaining that her kids are in their growing phase. Then she lifts her gaze with a knowing smile and greets him, saying he, Amyund, demon king of water, extends a hand as she repeats the greeting and calls him her partner. Startled, Valor calls for Roland, and she appears as if she had been waiting nearby all along. Wearing a faint smile, she quietly watches him while he moves toward her. She remarks that he already knows Pyzmid is backed by outside support. Valor answers that Pyzmid alone would not be difficult to handle, but the involvement of the Grand Lord changes everything. Hearing that, Roland says that a new thought has suddenly come to mind about him. She says that he resembles a comet that burst into existence from nowhere. As she lists the people now gathered around him, she points out how much overwhelming influence has naturally begun to collect at his side. After thinking it over, Valor comments that he feels as though he is slowly becoming Philip's replacement. Roland reacts with visible surprise, clearly impressed that he reached that conclusion himself. Before the moment can settle, Aquila steps closer and asks whether he desires anything more. She leans in until her face is near his and asks whether what he wants is money. Then she places a hand against his chest and asks whether he seeks power instead. At the same time, Roland appears again among blooming roses and teasingly offers another possibility if it is neither of those. Completely flustered, Valor hurriedly blurts out that it was not that at all. He insists that he only wanted to discuss business. Turning his face away, he tries to hide how embarrassed he is, while Roland smiles at him from behind. A moment later, Margarita asks whether the matter he wanted to discuss was truly business. Aquila also joins in and repeats the question, asking what exactly he wished to talk about. Finally shouting it out in frustration, Valor reveals that what he needs is support related to construction technology. Roland, caught off guard, asks whether that simple request was all he needed at the moment. While being crowded and held by them, Valor confirms that it is, though he adds that it is for another location. The scene then shifts, and somewhere inside a cave, someone suddenly sneezes. Valor asks whether dragons can catch colds, but she flatly denies such a thing. Elsewhere, Rebesheltz thanks a man for giving him such an exciting experience. Before the exchange can go any further, Valor abruptly grabs him and says he has something important to ask. He then throws down 3 massive sacks filled with coins right in front of them. Staring in shock, Rivas asks what exactly that is and whether Valor robbed the Imperial Palace. Valor explains that the money did not come from the palace but from a place far more dangerous. Sitting beside the piled gold, Rebesheltz asks whether all of it is being handed over for free, but Valor immediately says no and tells him that he needs help with recruitment. Delighted by that answer, Rebesheltz shouts that this kind of work is his specialty. With complete confidence, he yells that they can leave everything to him, while Zhu quietly begins deciding what their next move should be. Then Piffenheim approaches from behind and reports that he has discovered General Tilly's whereabouts. He explains that the general is staying in Breitnig and suspects that some kind of trouble is happening there. Just then, another voice says that if they are talking about the city's count, she knows him personally. Turning around, Valor sees Valparaiso walking toward him to join the conversation. She explains that the man conducts trade with them and even attended her ceremony. Realizing how convenient that is, Valor decides the timing is perfect and says that he will head there at once, calling for Piffenheim to accompany him. Before departing, he informs Valparaiso that he is leaving, which clearly catches her off guard. Left behind, she quietly comments that she thought they would finally get to spend some time together. The scene then shifts to a bedroom where a maid watches over Prince Philip as he sleeps. Restless in bed, he is clearly trapped in a nightmare, his face tight with tension and his body damp with sweat. In the dream, Philip presents gifts before the Emperor and speaks proudly of his own merits. Hidden from sight, he then watches a dark silhouette move through a brightly lit corridor. The next moment, he sees Valor holding Valparaiso and declaring that he rescued her from House Ritter. At that, the Emperor proclaims that Valor will become the next Prince Elector, and Philip is crushed by despair. Inside the nightmare, he screams Valor's name in desperation as everything around him falls apart. Then he tumbles down into a dark abyss, sinking deeper and deeper into the blackness of the dream. He suddenly jolts awake, screaming as his hands clutch the sheets, startled and disoriented, and knocks a glass onto the floor. Grinding his teeth in fury, he curses Valor as a weasel, looking completely consumed by rage. The scene changes again, and a voice snarls that this time Valor will finally be killed. A man shouts that old Tilly belongs to him and threatens violence with a club. When Valor arrives at a forest with Piffenheim, he asks whether this is really the correct place. At that moment, a small boy appears and asks whether they came to see Grandpa Tilly. Smiling brightly, the child offers to guide them there. Confused by the sudden encounter, Valor and his servant exchange silent looks for a moment. The boy runs ahead and loudly announces that Grandpa Tilly has visitors. As they draw closer, Valor is startled when the old man greets him by name. But the moment Valor tries to speak, the old man cuts him off and demands complete silence. Without warning, the old man yanks a gigantic fish from the water, stunning everyone present. Amused by Valor's reaction, he laughs and remarks that someone so famous should not be so timid. Then, with a sharp and intense stare, he tells the young man to look more carefully. A moment later, he brings the rod down on the enormous fish and handles it with astonishing skill. As he cuts into it cleanly, he cheerfully celebrates the fact that they now have a side dish for the day. Watching all this, Valor realizes he is standing before a genuine living legend. As the boy clings to him, the old man is revealed to be Count Johannes von Tilly. Once Valor recognizes him, he can only stare in awe at the famous figure before him. It becomes clear that this is indeed the renowned Count Johannes von Tilly himself. With a faint smile, Valor watches the Count and his grandson together. Quietly clenching his fist, he resolves that he will recruit this man no matter what. In a flashback, it is explained that Tilly was once a legendary commander, a man capable of securing victory through countless wars across the years. In those days, Count Johannes von Tilly stood at the head of armies as a terrifying and commanding presence. Yet at some point, he began rejecting every offer that came to him. Sitting there in thought, Valor realizes that no one truly knows why such a man vanished from public life. During the meal, Valor compliments the boy on how healthy and energetic he looks. Trying to ease into the real discussion, he addresses the old man as General Tilly, but the Count immediately rises and says that he must leave. Seeing that reaction, Piffenheim comments that the man clearly has no intention of listening. The boy then asks whether they also came to butter his grandfather up like the others. Turning to the grandson, Valor asks whether he knows anything useful. The child stretches out a hand and says that any information will require payment in return. He warns them that nothing in this world comes free. At that moment, an irritated old woman shouts and demands to know why they have returned again. The grandson, insisting that the visitors seem decent enough, asks her to tell them Tilly's story. She studies the two men carefully, giving them an openly suspicious look. Then she asks whether they are capable of keeping a secret, and Valor immediately assures her that they can. After that, she begins revealing the story of what happened. In a flashback, Tilly rides beside a woman on horseback near a river. While admiring the beauty of the lake, he hears that her ancestors had protected that land for generations. He then reveals that, once he retires, he intends to spend the rest of his life there. The woman smiles softly and says that she understands exactly why he feels that way. Looking out over the river, Tilly thinks that such a future would be a fine dream. But the memory shifts, and he is shown pouring liquor over a stone grave. Speaking to the headstone, he says that he brought the rum his mother used to like. Tightening his fist, he swears that he will protect that land. The flashback then changes again, showing a nobleman and his guards confronting Tilly and addressing him as general. Smiling coldly, the nobleman asks how much longer Tilly intends to remain stubborn over the debt. The old woman recounts how they shouted for the man to leave because they would never surrender the land. But the nobleman merely says that it does not matter, because in the end it is only a matter of time. He advises Tilly to listen carefully and cooperate while he is still being polite. Returning to the present, Valor realizes the matter runs much deeper than he first assumed. With a sly grin, he comments that the existence of debt actually makes the entire problem much easier to solve. The scene shifts to a mansion, where the Count of Brightnag stands on a balcony with a glass in hand. Bitterly, he complains that because of Valor, the prince no longer pays attention to him. Then a sudden idea forms in his mind, and he seems convinced he has finally found a solution. Looking out over the garden, he decides that he must secure that land for the prince. At that exact moment, a maid rushes in and warns him that someone has suddenly broken into the estate. Then Valor appears right in front of him, causing the Count to scream his name in shock. Valor seizes the man and mocks him as a spoiled mama's boy, leaving the Count utterly confused. Pointing straight at him, Valor explains that he is not doing this for himself alone. Hearing the commotion, the maid decides she must hurry outside and warn everyone else. But before she can move, Piffenheim appears in the doorway with a terrifying expression. She freezes on the spot, staring at him in complete shock. Just as she is about to scream, he silences her and warns her not to make a single sound. Meanwhile, Valor tells the Count that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both of them. Then he asks Piffenheim what this entire situation means from their side. While restraining the maid, Piffenheim loudly states that the Count and the prince are closely connected. Still trapped in Valor's grasp, the Count nervously asks what they intend to do about the land. Valor immediately roars in his face, demanding to know whether they are not supposed to be the best of friends. Then he shoves the man and warns that if a friend dares meddle with Tilly, he will cut ties without hesitation. Back in the open field, General Tilly glances over his shoulder and notices them coming. With clear regret, he says that he had asked them to keep his present circumstances hidden. Still unconvinced, he questions whether the Count would truly abandon such a desirable piece of land. Valor confirms that it is true and makes it clear that the Count has already agreed. Forced into it, the Count declares that he surrendered the land in exchange for friendship. Hearing that, the general repeats the word friend with open suspicion. Throwing an arm around the Count, Valor cheerfully assures him that they are indeed friends and says that he will put in a good word for him. The grandson then bids his grandfather Tilly farewell and wishes him a safe journey. Stepping forward, the boy says they should not worry about the place. Asking him to return safely, the old woman jokes that he is acting restless again. Wearing a confident smile, Valor keeps his eyes fixed on the old general standing before him. In the end, Tilly embraces his grandson and accepts the request. Delighted by their success, Valor and Piffenheim raise their thumbs together in celebration. A window then appears, informing Valor that Count Brightnig has been added to the list. Another message follows at once, confirming that Count Tilly has also been successfully recruited. The scene shifts far beyond the world, where a group is gathered around an extravagant dining table. While seated there, a man questions whether the newcomer's name was truly Valor. A woman beside him remarks that the plan is interesting, though she finds it rather shallow. Another voice adds that the man may still be trustworthy, but a harsher voice suddenly orders silence. Striking the table with a hand, the leader interrupts everyone at once. Folding her hands calmly, the woman at the head of the table finally speaks, then looks over the gathered figures and asks whether they can begin at last. She reveals that they are the assembled deities of Reincarnated. Aquila then tells the others to relax and explains that they gathered simply to discuss matters. After that, the man dressed in white offers to begin the lengthy discussion. He questions Sovereign Aquila, asking whether bringing Valor into this was truly wise, but she reassures him that everything is moving exactly as intended. Just then, a strange voice cuts in and remarks that the entire matter is quite interesting. In the next moment, an overwhelming presence appears at the far end of the long table. Dark tentacles slowly rise from a black portal that opens on the floor. Then a woman steps out from that shadowy puddle. Sweat slides down the face of the man in white as he stares at the newly arrived figure. Standing there, the mysterious being fully reveals herself before the group. Smiling playfully, she wonders why everyone is only watching in silence. Saying that curiosity brought her here, she turns to Aquila, who merely watches her without speaking. As they mention the newcomer they summoned, his image appears on a screen. The scene then changes again, showing Valor riding through a forest alongside General Tilly. Laughing loudly, the general says that Valor truly is an extraordinary man. Tilly remarks that Valor already possesses territory of his own, but Valor warns that this is only the beginning. He says that with the general by his side, they should push forward even more aggressively. Confidently, he explains that the army is ready and adds that they even have a specialist for recruitment. Using a ring, he begins contacting someone, which leaves the general confused. On the other end, Cubalt shouts his name, and Valor immediately recognizes the caller. Annoyed by the sudden urgency, Valor complains and guesses that something terrible must have happened. Concerned, he asks whether Pessimet has invaded her lands. The story cuts to Rosarant, where the Empire's forces are clashing against Roland's troops. In the middle of the battle, she stands firm beside her subordinate. Soon after, a soldier reports that the enemy advance has been contained, easing the pressure for the moment. Hearing that, Roland briefly feels relieved in the middle of the fighting. Then another soldier announces that a message has come from that man, Valor. Through the communication line, Valor asks whether she is safe, and she answers that she is. Thanking him for reaching out, she says that his concern leaves her speechless. With a distant expression, she adds that this entire situation feels strangely familiar. Looking over the battlefield, she says that someone must be orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Then she suspects that the greedy woman, Amond, is the one responsible. The story shifts to the territory occupied by that woman, where a camp is shown in total ruin. Inside the wreckage, a group of humans is visibly terrified by what is happening. Then a hand adorned with rings enters their view and captures everyone's attention. Revealing herself as Amund, she says that they must prove valor's worth to her. She immediately attacks one of the men who tries to flee to camp. But before the strike lands, Rudd appears and shouts for the demons to stop. Two monsters rush at him at once, threatening to kill the human for interfering. The pair then closes in on Rudd while he readies himself to fight back. Before either side can clash, Amund orders her subordinates to stop at once. Studying him, she says that he appears far more valuable than her own servants. She offers him the chance to belong to her and promises him immense wealth. But he questions her offer and asks what kind of sacrifice lies behind it. Rejecting her outright, he says that he has no need for such things from a demon. Then he shouts for her to die and fires a precise arrow toward her. The projectile cuts through the air and heads straight for its target, but it suddenly stops before reaching her. Using her power, she halts the arrow in mid-air before it can touch her. She then flings him back effortlessly and sends him flying. Laughing at his attempt, she mocks him as a fool and says that his attack was worthless. Pointing at him, she tells him that this is the limit of what he can do. Unable to answer, he can only grind his teeth in helpless fury. The scene changes again, and Valor slams a fist onto the table. Furious, he curses Amiande for appearing at precisely this moment. Confused, General Tilly asks who exactly this woman is. Sitting down, Valor explains that she is the most cunning among the demon kings. A flashback then shows that she wages war through overwhelming numbers and layered schemes. Remembering that, he realizes just how dangerous she truly is and says that she is the most troublesome of them all. Suddenly, a servant rushes in and reports that something terrible has happened at the river. In panic, the servant explains that a massive amount of filth is pouring downstream. Putting the clues together, Valor realizes that if it is coming from the upper river, then Piffenheim finishes the thought and reveals that the source is the Valpurga convent. The next scene shows the convent engulfed in destruction and fire. At the convent, the guards struggle desperately to keep back the invading horde of monsters. Angela crashes into one of the demons with a powerful strike. Though visibly exhausted, she still wears a determined expression as she faces her enemies. Witnessing her strength, the monsters hesitate and retreat instead of pressing forward against the nun. As they circle her, Margarita notices that the demons are not attacking directly. With a grave expression, she warns everyone else to stay back. Then she calls for Angela to retreat as she herself prepares to enter the fight. With her arrival, a soldier announces that Lady Margarita has come. Nearby, one of the convent's knights is already lying defeated on the ground. Seeing her fallen allies, she grits her teeth in fury at the enemy. Still cautious, the monsters merely observe her and wait for the right chance to strike. At last, they surge forward and attack with everything they have. In response, she declares that her anger will turn into a vast storm of power. Then she releases an enormous blast of energy straight into the monster horde. Struck head-on, the demons are hurled far away by the sheer force. Gathering a sphere of energy into her hand, she prepares an even greater attack. Pouring out her power at full strength, she hurls that sphere at the enemy ranks. Floating above the battlefield, she watches the destruction unfold below. Exhausted, Angela remarks that such power could reduce everything to nothing. A massive explosion then tears across the battlefield and engulfs the area. Elsewhere, Ammon comments that the wind has suddenly grown very loud. In response, Gugeshwat congratulates her and says that the place now belongs to her. Recognizing who she is, he identifies her as the Swamp Empress, Amond. Surrounded by water, she reveals herself as the Water Demon Queen. Seeing her power, he decides that the only way to survive is to side with her. With a smile, she says that she always intended to spread westward. Explaining further, she says that she forged an alliance in the name of independence. Hovering above him, she coldly informs him that he now belongs nowhere at all. Laughing, Gugeshwat praises her wisdom regarding the tribes and their relationships. But in the next instant, a silhouette is pierced from behind by a sharp claw. Struck unexpectedly, Gugeshwat demands to know what is happening. Still smiling, she says that useless things such as pride are discarded. Bleeding from the mouth, he glares at her in shock and pain after the betrayal. Then she kicks him away and says that only those who seize opportunity are allowed to survive. As he crashes into a pit, he yells at her to stop speaking nonsense. Struggling back to his feet, he orders his warriors to kill every water demon. In desperation, he shouts for his men, but no one responds. Smiling calmly, she simply commands her demons to devour them all. At her order, one of the water demons begins transforming into an even more grotesque monster. Back at the convent, Margarita prepares another attack made of concentrated energy. She launches the sphere toward one of the larger monsters. Watching from afar, Angela can only call out Mari's name. As she sees her subordinates collapsing around her, Margarita stands frozen for a brief moment in the center of the battlefield. Taking a fresh stance, Mari gathers even more power around herself. Gritting her teeth, she faces the demons still standing, fully prepared to keep fighting. To the communicator, Valor asks whether she is alright, and she answers that she is. With anger in her voice, she says they were used as bait and reveals that Amundi is in the southwest. After enduring the exhausting battle, she steadies herself with a faint smile. Concluding that the true target is the Orc tribe, she laments that she is going to run out of snacks. Back in the room, Valor suddenly loses contact and anxiously calls out for Mari. Before he can continue, Amunde interrupts and says that she is sorry for ruining the mood between them. Valor fears and demands to know who she is. She then introduces herself as the Great Demon Queen. Asking about the convent, Valor questions why she chose to attack it. With clear contempt, he asks whether she truly has no fear of the Empire. Laughing at him, she says the Empire does not care about a conflict this small. In defiance, she asks whether he truly believes the Empire can stop her. Valor then makes a sudden offer and tells her that she could take a position under his command. With dreamy excitement, she says that the idea of doing it together sounds delightful. But in the next instant, Valor smashes the table apart with a violent blow. Staring at her with burning fury, he tells her to go straight to hell. She laughs and remarks that he is adorable for knowing exactly what to say. The scene shifts again as Valor slams his fist down on the table. He asks Piffenheim for the latest status of recruitment. Suddenly, the door bursts open and Tilly storms inside while shouting his name. Right behind him, Mari arrives and explains that she lost contact and came running immediately. The moment she sees Tilly, she remarks that it has been a long time. Then she turns to Valor and urgently asks what happened. He says nothing and only stares at her while she continues giving her report. Elsewhere, the Brotherhood's building rises under the night sky. Mari angrily complains that Amundamol sealed away the lake's water dragon. She explains that the dragon had been the one restraining the water demons all this time. According to her, that dragon was responsible for overseeing the others, including Amundamol. She adds that the pollution became this severe precisely because of Amundamol's actions. Looking toward the Emperor's side of things, Mari asks whether he intends to do nothing and simply watch. Valor concludes that they will somehow have to solve this problem by themselves. Then he turns to Mari and asks whether she ran off again just to come here. At that exact moment, a loud noise suddenly pulls everyone's attention toward the door. Angela appears there with a furious glare and a tightly clenched fist. Grabbing Mari by the head, Angela angrily orders her to come at once. Later, while speaking with Valparaiso, Valor says the damage over there must have been severe. He then asks her about the situation on the Prince Elector's side. With a serious expression, he realizes that, once again, he will have to handle this mission alone. After their exchange, Valor and Valparaiso remain seated in silence inside the room. Their image then begins to transmit through some kind of ancient screen. A moment later, the screen lights up and reveals who has been observing them all along. The scene changes to Aquila, who is watching the events unfold beside another entity. With a smile, the Great Dark Lord comments that the situation is quite entertaining. Aquila replies that he is pleased to satisfy her, but reminds her that this is still a test. One man erupts in outrage and yells at Aquila, saying, "This is no time for games." Another says that the entire issue would be settled if someone like Margarita stepped in. A blonde woman answers that the situation is far more difficult this time. She explains that Amien's forces cannot be underestimated because they have absorbed the orcs into their ranks. The entity says they need a solution, but warns that interference always creates cause and effect. Then she asks Aquila whether all of this did not already fall within his expectations. She remarks that Aquila has manipulated countless great lords until now. Aquila calmly confirms it and says it would be a problem if the one involved could not endure this level of trial. Inviting her to stay, he says they should keep watching together and see how their wild card performs. Letting out a long sigh, Valor shows just how exhausted he is by everything happening around him. Valpurga says her farewells and explains that she has to leave, and he answers that he will contact her again later. Not long after, Riebeschild suddenly appears and comments on how worn out he looks. With great excitement, Riebeschild announces that he managed to recruit 1,000 new people in only 1 week. Even so, Valor warns that they are still in a terribly unfavorable position. Not fully understanding, Riebes pauses and starts thinking through possible answers. He suggests moving on to the next city, but Valor says that is not where the real problem lies. Gesturing with his hand, Valor tries to show that the issue is something far larger. Then, after a brief pause, his expression shifts as a new idea strikes him. Filled with sudden energy, he leaps up from his seat in one motion. Shouting at once, he orders Piffenheim to summon General Tilly immediately. Rebus asks whether he finally came up with something, and Valor says yes while giving him credit for inspiring it. With a smirk, he makes it clear that he has found the answer. He wonders aloud how he failed to think of it before all this trouble unfolded. In the end, he concludes that the only solution is to expand the size of the board itself. Declaring his intention, he says that he will drag far more people into this conflict. When General Tilly arrives, Valor says he urgently needs advice. He then reveals that his plan is to bring Bastogne into the war effort. Tilly warns him that it will not be easy because the lord of that castle is a genius. Brimming with confidence, Valor says he will overcome that obstacle with nothing but his silver tongue. He adds that if things go truly badly, he can always rely on 2 other stills. Tilly interrupts and says that he actually knows a better approach. The scene shifts to Bastogne, where Valor arrives and finds someone waiting at the castle entrance. Welcoming him politely, the woman turns and introduces herself in a formal manner. She says that her name is D'Artagnan and that she serves the lord of the castle. She then asks who his companion is, but Valor assures her that the man can be trusted. Without saying a word, she stares intently at the hooded figure beside him. Tilly also remains silent and keeps his identity hidden for the time being. After a moment, she seems to understand and invites them both inside. Once they enter the office, they wait for the lord of the castle to begin the meeting. Referring to the letter, Valor says that he heard the castle is facing some difficulties. Tea is placed on the table, quietly marking the true start of their conversation. Introducing himself, Richelieu says it is an honor to meet him since everyone has been speaking about Valor. He adds that Valor's reputation is indeed impressive. Lifting his cup, he prepares to give his final answer. Without even hesitating, he declares that he is refusing the request for cooperation entirely. He explains that Valor is nothing more than a countryside mercenary. On top of that, he points out that Valor's methods are full of threats and extortion. To make matters worse, he brings up the rumors that Valor formed an alliance with the demonic dragon. Explaining his position, Richelieu says he has no choice because of the pressure weighing on him. The hooded man agrees with that judgment and praises the young lord's sharp understanding. Then, with a faint smile, he addresses Richelieu directly and draws his full attention. Removing his hood, he reveals who he is, leaving the lord utterly speechless. Recognizing him, Richelieu asks whether he is truly General Tilly. Laughing at the stunned reaction, Tilly says that he moved to this region some time ago. Still seeking certainty, Richelieu asks whether everything he just heard is true. Tilly confirms it and says that Valor inspires far more trust than his appearance suggests. To Richelieu's surprise, Tilly then explains that Bastogne is like a second hometown to him. With a grave expression, he continues and reveals how deep his history with the place truly runs. He explains that he had been close friends with the former lord, Antony. Then he asks Richelieu whether he knows the real reason Tilly abandoned the battlefield. Confirming that the suspicion is correct, he says there was another cause behind it, and notices that Richelieu wants to hear the rest. Tilly explains that the world began treating him as though he were no longer necessary. Outraged, Richelieu shouts that such treatment makes no sense for a legendary general welcomed across the continent, and Tilly thanks him for those generous words. Tilly then says that such praise only exists because Richelieu personally thinks highly of him. Continuing, he says that if the Empire had truly welcomed him, it would never have neglected his parents' graves the way it did. Then he explains that when he found himself trapped in his city with nowhere else to go, one thing changed everything. He reveals that this was when Valor came looking for him. Folding his arms, he finishes speaking while staring out through the office window. Then he looks back at the Lord and asks what he thinks of the matter now. Left speechless, Richelieu stares at the general and quietly processes everything he has heard. Shaken, he remembers his own past connection with Lord Antony. In a flashback, he recalls the teachings, guidance, and encouragement he once received. He remembers the days when he was only a young boy serving the city's lord. Back in the present, his eyes turn toward Valor, who watches him in silence. Looking directly at Valor, Richelieu asks whether he can return beloved Bastogne to him. Keeping a neutral expression, Valor replies that he does not know whether he can promise that. Irritated by the answer, D'Artagnan shouts at him for joking in such a serious moment. Richelieu agrees that the matter is not simple, especially because he himself never even met Count Antony. But with a resolute look, Valor says that there is one thing he can absolutely promise. Reaching out his hand, he vows that he will drive out Jacquer and the Prince Elector. After a long silence, the Lord finally reaches his decision. With a small smile, Richelieu admits defeat and agrees to cooperate in the war. Shocked by the answer, D'Artagnan asks whether he is truly certain. Even Tilly questions her reaction, since he clearly did not expect that kind of resistance from her. D'Artagnan then yells at the Lord and asks whether he really intends to hand over the castle so easily. Taking advantage of the moment, Richelieu says he has one more favor to ask, and Valor agrees to hear it. With a pleasant smile, Richelieu asks Valor to take D'Artagnan along on his journey. Slightly surprised, Valor simply listens to the strange request. D'Artagnan explodes in anger and shouts that there is no chance she is going with them. Her scream is so loud that even the horses outside are startled. Questioning the Lord's authority in disbelief, she yells that she cannot accept such an order. Trying to calm her, Richelieu explains that her role will be to keep watch over Valor. Letting out a yawn, Valor says he agrees with the idea and adds that he will be counting on her. He explains that D'Artagnan is the greatest talent when it comes to intelligence work. Wearing a disgusted expression, she makes it obvious how much she hates the arrangement. In the end, she agrees to go, but warns them that she will only do it for 5 years. Then Richelieu asks Valor what kind of plan he has for the future. To everyone's surprise, Valor replies that they will begin deciding that right now. He explains that their cooperation matters more than anything else at the moment. No matter what, he intends to turn their enemies against each other and use them to bring down Amundi. Richelieu warns that the two sides despise one another, but Valor proposes using Bastogne itself as a hostage. Watching the exchange, Tilly remarks that everything would be much simpler if the heirs were the ones in power. Not understanding the meaning behind that, Valor asks what Tilly is referring to. Tilly explains that the heirs are a famous couple known across the continent. The moment Valor hears that, he realizes it could be a perfect opportunity for his plan. The scene shifts. A guard points below and identifies the woman as Princess Julia. While readying her wires, D'Artagnan tells the princess to run the moment she gives the signal. With determination in her eyes, Julia agrees and prepares herself to escape immediately. Without hesitating even once, she leaps forward and attacks all the enemies at the same time. Using her wires with incredible precision, she cuts a path through the mass of foes blocking the way. Then she shouts that the moment has come and signals for them to flee. The two race down the corridor and escape while leaving their fallen enemies behind. Back in the present, the garden of Bastogne Castle is shown beneath the night sky. At that moment, Leon asks whether Princess Julia is truly still alive. He wonders whether Julia will really be able to make it to them, and explains that the security around Jaeger's castle is far tighter than it appears. Taking a drink, Jaewoo tells him not to worry because D'Artagnan is extremely reliable. Richelieu also confirms that she is more than capable, and Leon reluctantly accepts their answer. Watching from the side, Richelieu comments that Jaewoo is a very strange man. He finds it unsettling how Jaewoo already seems to understand D'Artagnan almost as well as he does. Just then, two silhouettes emerge, and Jaewoo announces that they have finally arrived. The moment Princess Julia enters the garden, she cries out Leon's name with joy. Leon responds the same way, shouting her name in pure relief and happiness. Without wasting a second, the two run straight to each other and lock themselves in a tight embrace. Concerned, Leon asks whether the journey frightened her, but Julia shakes her head and says it did not. Pointing toward D'Artagnan, she explains that the woman was the one who safely brought her here. At that point, Jaewoo steps forward and declares that now that all the actors are gathered, they can begin. Immediately afterward, a signal shoots into the sky and draws everyone's attention. Then, in the middle of thick smoke filling the garden, two men suddenly appear. The Demon King glares at the group in fury and denounces them as shameless scoundrels. The Prince-Elector also erupts in anger and demands to know how they dared decide on a marriage by themselves. Grabbing hold of his son, he declares that a marriage with demons can never be forgiven. With sadness in her eyes, the princess tells Leon that she does not want to be separated from him. Leon stands firmly at her side and refuses to retreat even an inch. Together, both fathers reject the union of their children. Wrapping his arms around Julia, Leon declares that he will make her his bride no matter what happens. Standing beside him, Julia also declares that she will accept him as her groom. Irritated, their parents ask whether the two of them truly understand how serious the situation is. Then Valor steps into the argument with a smile and asks everyone to calm down. Pointing upward, he says that even the stars themselves are blessing their love. At that exact moment, a mysterious figure starts descending from the sky before them. Seeing her arrival, the two fathers immediately realize who has come and brace themselves for trouble. Introducing herself grandly, she says that she was drawn there by the scent of love. With a dramatic gesture, she announces that she will act as the officiant for the wedding. Pointing at them with cold confidence, Mari makes it clear that they have no say in the matter now. Annoyed, the Prince-Elector recognizes Margarita and tells her to stay out of this. The Demon King warns him to be careful and says that she is practically a devil herself. With a bright smile, Mari introduces herself as Margarita of Love and Justice. Both fathers stare at the nun suspiciously, clearly unconvinced. The Demon King says that he has heard rumors about her, and she immediately corrects him once again. At that moment, Valor steps forward from behind them, interrupts the dispute, and says that he wishes to speak. The Prince-Elector turns toward him and asks what he has to say. Using his skill, Valor thanks them politely and begins steering the whole situation in the direction he wants. He reveals that he has already informed the Emperor about the marriage between the two heirs. Lying without hesitation, he says that the Emperor has given his full blessing and even promised them a gift. He adds that all the guests need to do is attend, since the ceremony itself has already been prepared. The prince then pleads for his father's permission to marry Julia. Forced into a corner, the two fathers glance at one another, unable to decide what to do. Stretching out his arms, Valor grandly announces that the wedding will be held in Bastogne Hall. Inside the hall, the guests congratulate the young master and praise Princess Julia's beauty. Some even whisper that the princess is too beautiful for him, which stirs the atmosphere. Then one angry guest suddenly starts a fight right in the middle of the ceremony. At that moment, Jaeger approaches Valor from behind, calls him a brat, and says he wants a private word. In a lowered voice, he asks whether the story about the Emperor's gift is actually true. The Prince-Elector also draws near and complains about the presence of such an uncivilized demon. At the altar, the officiant calls for everyone's attention and announces that the sacred ceremony is about to begin. She declares that from this moment onward, the marriage rite will officially start. Then she asks whether the groom will continue loving the bride until he goes bald. After that, she asks whether the bride will continue loving the groom until he dies in battle. Finally, she tells them to seal their eternal vow with a kiss. Without the slightest hesitation, the two kiss in front of everyone present. Delighted, the officiant proclaims that from this day on, the pair shares one destiny. Outside, the guests cheer loudly and thank Margarita of love and justice for the ceremony. Soon after, the two fathers come together and demand that Valor explain the matter of the Emperor's gift. Unrolling a scroll, he reads out the Emperor's congratulations on the marriage of the heirs. He then states that this marriage alliance should help reduce tensions in the West. After that, he reveals that another crisis now threatens the Empire, the Demon Queen Amundi. As a wedding gift, the reclaimed city will be granted to the newlyweds, and both sides immediately understand the meaning behind that mission. Excited, Jeager declares that he will conquer even more territory, while Trier argues with him at once. Turning to his soldiers, Jeager orders them to march southwest immediately. Trier likewise mobilizes his own men, determined not to let the demons claim anything for themselves. Still arguing, the two leaders storm out of the hall and head in separate directions. As the noise dies down, Richelieu approaches Valor and says that what he accomplished is incredible. He admits that he is astonished that Valor solved a problem that had lasted for years in a single day. Valor replies that he has handled situations like this many times before, so for him it is nothing unusual. Then he points at the Lord and asks who exactly hired him for this mission. Glancing to the side, he mentions D'Artagnan by name while she watches the conversation. He then adds that the citizens of Bastogne also hired him for this task. Gesturing toward the crowd, he makes it clear that in truth he was hired by all of them. Then he asks the Lord who the people trust now. Staring at Richelieu from the side, Valor lets the question sink in. Understanding perfectly what he means, Richelieu promises to repay the favor, and Valor jokes that interest should be added as well. With that agreement in place, a system window appears and confirms that Richelieu has been recruited. The scene changes to Amon's camp, where a subordinate comes running in while shouting for mother. Dropping to his knees, he reports that Valor has formed a marriage alliance with the Prince Elector. Smiling calmly, she remarks that Valor's move was not bad at all. Then she orders her army to mobilize and crush Wittenbeer as quickly as possible. At that moment, a man named Wallenstein steps forward and asks to lead the assault so he can prove himself. Looking down on him, she mocks him as nothing more than Petzemit's lackey and openly taunts him. Wallenstein remains calm and simply waits for her judgment, refusing to be shaken by her words. In the end, she decides to test him and grants him 5,000 demons to command however he wishes. Before the assembled forces, he shouts for the water demons to depart for Wittenbeer at once. Declaring himself the commander, he fully takes charge of the attack mission. Meanwhile, General Tilly is also preparing to march out with his forces. In the central square, civilians panic after hearing the news of the incoming invasion. Reeves tries to settle the crowd and shouts for everyone to prepare to resist. Tiffenheim cuts in and warns that they only possess the strength of ordinary civilians. He explains that they will have to endure the crisis on their own because the Lord is absent. Then, in the middle of the anxious crowd, one citizen suddenly recognizes the famous figure who has just appeared. At once, people begin shouting the name of General Johannes von Tilly. Seeing him there, the civilians burst into cheers, convinced that they will be saved now. Tiffenheim questions the general and asks why he is not with the Lord. Remembering Valor's request, Tilly explains that he was sent back to protect Wittenbeer. Smiling faintly, he says that Valor foresaw everything and already knew this would happen. As they look more closely, they notice that the army he brought is unusually mixed and unlike a normal force. After a brief silence, Tilly appears to settle on a strategy. Then he turns toward the crowd and asks whether any of them are good at playing hide-and-seek. The scene shifts again as Wallenstein marches at the head of Amon's army in his role as temporary commander. Confidently, he says they are almost at their destination and declares that he will soon make Petzemit's lackey serve beneath him. At that moment, a scout on horseback rushes in to deliver a report. The scout explains that the city of Wittenbeer is completely empty and littered with garbage. Ignoring Wallenstein's authority, one of the demons excitedly says that he cannot wait to crush any enemy who appears. Wallenstein angrily shouts at them, reminds them that he is the commander, and warns that their opponent is cunning and treacherous. Without caring about their attitude, he orders the entire army to continue straight ahead and bring back good news. The force rides through the city and advances along dusty, abandoned streets. Once they reach the center, one demon complains that the place is nothing more than dirt and filth. Wallenstein threatens one of his own men, and warns that any disobedience will be reported directly to Amund. Another demon mocks that order and says it is ridiculous to listen to him in the first place. Looking over the city, Wallenstein notes that there is no sign of people anywhere, only heaps of trash. As the stench grows worse, one demon complains that the smell reminds him of the disgusting food from his homeland. When another questions the odor, someone answers that the real problem lies in their noses. Then one demon suddenly points ahead and shouts that he has found a survivor. With a hardened expression, Wallenstein turns toward the commotion. In that instant, his eyes shift as he realizes that something is terribly wrong. The hooded figure facing them reveals with a sinister smile that the entire situation was a trap from the beginning. Wallenstein instantly understands the danger closing in around him. The woman throws back her hood, startling his horse and making him cry out in alarm. Trying to recover control, he strikes one of his own soldiers and yells for the army to form up immediately. At that very moment, archers appear all along the walls, already aiming their bows and waiting for the order to fire. Looking up, Wallenstein realizes that his forces have been surrounded from every side. The story flashes back briefly, where a citizen asks whether leaving the city gate open is truly a good idea. Tilly explains that an open gate will make the enemy careless, though he warns that this trick alone will not be enough to overcome the gap in strength between them. Folding his arms, he shows that this is only the opening move of a larger strategy. Back in the present, the walls erupt as arrows rain down toward the demon army. The volley slams into the demons and catches them completely off guard. Directing the attack, Tilly orders the second line to advance the moment the first volley ends. As arrows strike around him, Wallenstein realizes that he was thoroughly deceived by the enemy's plan. Looking back toward the entrance, he understands that the open gate itself was the bait that lured them inside. He then recalls how unnaturally quiet the city had been, and realizes that should have warned him. In the same instant, he understands that even the foul smell had been part of the plan, clouding their senses and judgment. Furious, he concludes that the entire operation was designed to lower their guard. With widened eyes, he grasps how badly trapped he really is. Then he looks up and sees Count Tilly calmly observing everything from atop the wall. Suddenly, a whip coils around him and yanks him violently off his horse. Holding the whip, the woman asks where he thinks he is going now. Seething with rage, he glares at her and prepares to retaliate. Using his strength, he breaks free from the restraints and lands on the ground. He complains bitterly about the underhanded tricks being used against his army. With a smile, the woman replies that her role in the battle is already over. Wallenstein rushes straight at her, determined to finish the fight himself. But before he can reach her, Tilly jumps down from the wall and intercepts the attack with his sword. The collision shatters Wallenstein's weapon and hurls him backward. Without wasting a second, Tilly raises his blade and delivers a crushing follow-up strike. The power of the blow sends Wallenstein flying before he can defend himself. He skids across the ground and struggles to rise again. Before he can recover, Tilly's sword is already pointed at his throat. With his enemy pinned down, Tilly calmly declares that the battle has ended in checkmate. Holding the sword steady, he says that he has heard many rumors about Wallenstein. He remarks that it is surprising that someone like him ended up among Amon's forces. Lying on the ground, Wallenstein only glares back without saying a word. In that silence, his past comes to mind, and it is revealed that he always dreamed of climbing higher no matter the cost. Because he was born into poverty, he had few opportunities at the start. Ruthless and calculating, he relied on every scheme he could to rise through the ranks. Even the lord he once served had merely been another stepping stone on his path upward. Then Tilly senses an overwhelming surge of energy pouring out of Wallenstein's body. Transformed by that power, Wallenstein swears that he will take revenge and make Tilly pay for everything. Tilly charges at once, sword in hand, ready to strike down the transformed enemy. But just before the blow lands, Tilly notices something unexpected and halts his attack midway. In the next instant, Valor rides into the battlefield on horseback and blocks Wallenstein's assault. Then Valor leaps high into the air and prepares to strike from above. As he rises, he declares that he will use the first form of his sword art. Gathering power into the attack, he descends with his blade in a finishing strike meant to end everything. Charging down with full force, he releases the technique directly at Wallenstein. The blow lands cleanly and defeats Wallenstein in a single devastating strike. After the battle, Valor lets out a deep breath as he recovers from the intensity of the clash. Piffenheim greets him and comments that he cleaned up the mess rather nicely. Looking down at Wallenstein's fallen body, Valor remarks that the man's form is incredibly sinister. On the ground nearby, a medallion marked with a strange symbol catches everyone's attention. As he picks it up, Valor laments that he was not able to turn Wallenstein into one of his vampires. With the enemy defeated, he orders that the prisoner be tied up for interrogation. Using her ropes, the woman binds Wallenstein, who, later, back at his estate, peace seems to have returned to Wittenberg. That calm is broken when Valparaiso bursts in and anxiously shouts, asking whether Valor is safe after the attack. But when she enters the room, she is met with a scene she did not expect. She finds Richelieu and D'Artagnan already there, while Valor awkwardly tries to clear up the misunderstanding. D'Artagnan introduces herself and says that she has come to serve Valor as his new attendant. Valparaiso quickly understands the situation, and Valor remembers that it is already time for the meeting. Turning away, she says that she will go ahead to the meeting room and wait for them there. As she leaves, annoyance flashes across her face when she realizes that yet another person has entered Valor's inner circle. While walking, Valor asks D'Artagnan who will be present at today's meeting. Surprised, he asks whether Angela will also be attending, and she explains the reason. A brief flashback shows Mari looking thrilled at the idea of helping Valor with his mission. Back in the present, Valor prepares to step into the meeting room. Inside, Jeker and Trier's side is already gathered on one side of the table. On the opposite side, Roland and the convent's representatives are also waiting. When Valor enters, he apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. Then, he announces that the meeting to discuss the subjugation of Amundamol will now begin. Jeker impatiently boasts that his great lord already won an overwhelming victory. Ignoring the provocation, Valor asks instead about the current state of Rosarant and the Sisterhood. Roland answers that attacks by the sewer demons are causing severe trouble. Angela adds that the convent is still trying to reclaim lost territory. Mari then wears a sly smile and looks ready to give her own opinion during the discussion. Irritated, Angela complains that everything would be easier if certain people would simply stay quiet. At that point, General Tilly speaks up and says that he would like to offer his view. He suggests attacking Paismet's army in order to shift the tide of war. Valor agrees that the timing would be ideal, but says there is one major problem. He explains that such a move would immediately draw the wrath of the tomb's guardian. Tilly understands the issue, and Valor apologizes for being unable to follow that plan. The Prince-Elector then asks how Valor intends to solve the crisis instead, and Valor answers. He explains that the sewer demons continue multiplying more and more with every passing moment. Mari, annoyed, shouts at the Prince-Elector and says that the answer should have been obvious. Angela immediately grabs Mari from behind and restrains her to calm her down. Unbothered by the interruption, Valor says that the question is perfectly reasonable and prepares to explain. Smiling confidently, he gets ready to reveal his solution. He declares that he will put an end to all of their worries within just 3 days. The story then cuts to Amundi's camp, where Paismet's lackey is being harshly cursed for his failure. Unconcerned, Amundi says that she never expected anything from that fool in the first place. Then the scene shifts again, and with a smile, Valor remarks that a merchant's sense of humor is surprisingly refined. Laughing, the merchant praises Lord Valor's sharp wit. Introducing the woman with him, he says he brought her along to strengthen the bond between them. Irritated, the woman complains that this was never part of the agreement, but the merchant ignores her completely. Without hesitation, the merchant grabs the woman, making her scream in surprise. Then Valor produces an item and asks whether the artifact in his hand is genuine. Smiling smugly, the merchant says that it is a very rare and special antique. He then reveals that the artifact has the power to prevent petrification. The scene changes once more as a secret auction begins, with several masked guests seated inside the hall. Around them, a number of captives wait inside cages, prepared to be sold. Spreading his arms wide, the auctioneer announces that the auction is about to begin. He introduces the first item, a young elf who has only recently awakened her mana. Interest immediately surges, and the bids begin rising rapidly. At last, one man calls out an offer of 150,000 and silences the competition. Before the next item can be presented, one of the auctioneer's subordinates interrupts him. Pressing him anxiously, the subordinate reminds him that they must honor the special conditions that were requested. Nervously, the auctioneer introduces the next item, a wooden necklace described as a work of art. Faced with almost no interest, the room falls completely silent. Letting out an awkward laugh, the auctioneer comments on the cold response and awkwardly prepares to continue. Then Valor raises his paddle and makes the first offer of 100,000 florins for the necklace. Excited by the sudden interest, the auctioneer asks whether anyone in the room will bid higher. Suddenly, a mysterious voice offers 500,000 florins for the item. Turning his head, Valor stares at the person who made the unexpected bid. The hooded figure calmly confirms that they will take the necklace for 500,000. The story briefly shifts as Amundamol turns to her servant and gives him a new order. With angry gestures, she makes it clear how dissatisfied she is with the current situation. Without hesitation, she orders him to head for Lindau immediately. She specifies that he must secure the item they discussed, no matter the cost. Grabbing the servant tightly, she emphasizes once again that the object is of absolute importance. Back at the auction, the guests react in shock to the enormous 500,000 bid. Repeating the number aloud, the auctioneer announces that the current offer is 500,000. Annoyed, Valor raises the stakes and shouts an offer of 700,000, keeping the contest alive. With a smile, the hooded figure responds immediately with 850,000. Under pressure, realizes that if he gives up now, his mother will surely kill him. Believing the contest is nearly over, the auctioneer prepares to close the bidding. But at the very last moment, raises his hand again and offers 1 million for the necklace. With that final bid, he glares at his rival with open contempt. Having won the bidding war, he wears a satisfied smile as the auctioneer closes the item. Taking the necklace into his hand, he celebrates the result and says that everything is fine now. When the auction finally comes to an end, the staff bid their farewells and remark that it is all over at last. As he turns to leave, the door suddenly slams shut right in front of him. Before he can even react, Valor appears beside him and grips his shoulder firmly. Smiling, Valor asks where he thinks he is going in such a hurry. Amundamol's servant says that it is a pity. Clenching his teeth, he glares at Valor and cannot understand how he managed to get so close without notice. Suspicion fills his face as he wonders whether Valor is plotting something. Then Valor removes his mask and reveals his true face, along with the dark intent behind his actions. With a single strike, he knocked Amion's servant flat onto the ground. At the same time, Lena deals with the merchant and curses him for what he has done. Stepping onto the stage, Valor thanks everyone for waiting and announces that the second major event of the night is about to begin. In the next moment, several undead goblins appear and launch themselves at the guests. Smiling at the panic, he calls it a lovely encounter with his goblins. One of the guests lets out a terrified scream as a creature leaps at him. Lying on the floor, the merchant demands to know why Valor is doing this to him. Valor simply watches the chaos he created and calmly takes in the result. Seeing the confusion spread, Amundamul's servant decides he must escape as fast as possible, but Lena stops him with her threads and asks where he thinks he is going. The necklace slips to the floor, and Valor walks over to pick it up. With nowhere left to run, Amundamul's servant freezes in fear. Crouching in front of him, Valor warns that the real fun has only just begun. Getting right to the point, he asks whether the one listening through him is truly Amundamul. Furious, she snarls and calls him a rat for daring to provoke her like this. With a smirk, Valor gets ready to expose the heart of his plan. Still crouched, he asks whether she really thinks he came all this way as a complete fool. She is caught off guard when he tells her that he did not come here without knowing anything. Then he reveals that he knows exactly what she is hiding inside her nest. Back at the auction hall, one of the goblins laughs and says that his boss is furious. Turning toward the creature, someone stares at it in confusion, unable to understand what is happening. The goblin explains that they also brought along all the slaves who had been captured. Pointing toward the crowd, he says there must be around 300 people in total. Looking troubled, Lena comments that otherwise those people would probably just be sold somewhere else. A brief memory flashes through her mind, reminding her of when she had once been a slave as well. At that very moment, Valor calls out to her and tells her to focus again. Scolding her, he asks why she is spacing out in the middle of the job. She apologizes and says that she drifted into her own thoughts for a moment. Then she asks what he intends to do with all of those slaves. Pointing toward them, Valor declares that he will settle all of them on his own land, with the paperwork handled through her. Without the slightest concern, he adds that he will hand them over to Revis so they can be put to use. Lena finds the whole thing amusing and lets out a laugh, which makes him ask what is so funny. Smiling, she answers that he is simply a very strange person. Giving instructions, Valor orders his goblins to escort all 300 slaves somewhere safe. While changing clothes, Lena asks whether he is not returning to Wittenberg now. He tells her that he still has something else to do, and then adds that she should call him master. After saying her goodbyes, she departs, and he notices that she seems to have lowered her guard around him. With a determined expression, he turns his attention to the next task waiting for him. Surrounded by sewer demons, he asks whether they should begin the cleanup. Just then, a group of water demons glares at him with burning hostility in their eyes. He turns back toward them and prepares himself for the incoming clash. Watching the creatures, he steadies himself and gets ready to start another battle. He remarks that the more foolish creatures are, the more they like moving in packs. In the next instant, one of them lunges at him and attacks with everything it has. Extending a hand, he prepares to use his power and crush them all. Without even needing his hands, he slams the first demon into the ground and crushes it. Enraged by that, the rest shriek and rush him all at once. Drawing his sword, he prepares a variation of his technique. In a single flowing motion, he unleashes consecutive strikes and cuts down everything around him. The force of the attack throws up dust and cracks the stone beneath his feet. Then he suddenly senses that a new and much stronger enemy is approaching. A giant, grotesque creature appears before him and readies itself for combat. It lashes out with its tail, but Valor narrowly avoids the blow. Using his speed, he rushes in and lands a direct hit. Even after taking the strike, the creature turns and lashes out with multiple tentacles. After fending off the attack, Valor wonders whether they are underestimating him far too much. Smiling, he says that he did not expect them to send only one oversized brute. From a distance, the demon leader silently watches the battle unfold. Floating in the air, the leader warns him not to grow too confident in his victory. Then the leader points at him and orders the troops to kill that miserable human at once. Valor makes a hand sign and calmly prepares for what comes next. Smiling, he says that if this is how they want to play it, then so be it. At that moment, several shadow servants are summoned and join the battle. Among them stands Piffenheim, one of Valor's most loyal and dangerous subordinates. A woman also appears and comments that she is gaining many new toys today. Seeing these new foes appear, the demon leader points toward them and commands the troops to attack. With a dark expression, Valor prepares to give the finishing order to his own servants. The moment he commands them to end it, they charge into the fight. Without hesitation, the summoned servants overwhelm the sewer demons and wipe them out with ease. Watching the result, Valor comments that it turned into quite an intense battle for everyone involved. Then he decides that he needs to leave soon because there is something important he still has to find. Screaming in anger, the demon leader orders the others not to let the human Valor escape. But before the order can be completed, the leader is struck from behind by a fatal blow. Piffenheim tells Valor to leave and says that they will handle all the enemies remaining there. Reaching the crystal cave, Valor finally finds the place he had been searching for. Looking at the entrance, he remarks that he gets lost every time because the location changes at random. He then comments that the woman's preferences and sense of taste are truly bizarre. Looking off to the side, he braces himself for whatever is waiting ahead. Before him, inside an egg, the silhouette of a giant dragon can be seen. Looking more closely, he confirms that it is the lake's water dragon. Without wasting any time, he hurries to act before Amundamul can reach the location. Suddenly, the entire cave begins to shake violently, and chunks of it start collapsing around him. Turning around, he faces the new threat that has appeared before him, smiling as she enters. Immune appears inside the cave, ready for the final confrontation. Arriving before him, she finds her target and says that she has finally tracked him down. Amunde smiled and called it a gift before hurling Valor's wounded subordinate toward him. Valor caught the man in his arms, his face hardening as the subordinate collapsed weakly against him. Amunde added that his subordinate had been impressive and surprisingly good with directions. Valor quietly agreed, then said that the man was better than her. A dangerous light sharpened in his eyes as he added that at least his subordinate did not walk straight toward an enemy just to die like she had. Her smile twisted with fury. Purple energy exploded around her as she called his confidence arrogance and declared that she had no reason to worry about Silch. Dark power surged through her body, scales spread across her skin, and a massive serpentine tail lashed violently through the air. She shot forward with terrifying speed, ripping up the ground and scattering stone fragments everywhere. Valor ducked low with his sword ready, dodging as she fired glowing purple orbs at him from all directions. Valor spun into motion and unleashed the Lunar Shadow Sword Art, using Chain Crescent Slash to carve through the incoming attacks. Golden Arc swept across the battlefield and split apart the purple energy, but Amunde only laughed as her tail and magic kept pressing him. She swept in again with overwhelming force, driving him back. Valor was struck and thrown across the battlefield, crashing through stone as blood and sweat covered his face. Amunde loomed over him and wondered what gave a weakling like him so much confidence. Valor steadied his breathing and thought that he could finally see it. His sword shone with a darker light as he released Dark Moon, launching forward with a blinding golden slash. The attack tore through the air, and Valor believed he had landed a perfect hit. But Amunde slipped past it with inhuman movement, her tail whipping around before he could fully react. She smiled and said that the attack had been meaningless. Valor crashed among broken stones while she asked whether he truly thought she had come there unprepared. Purple shadows gathered around her, forming vicious shapes and spears of darkness. She called him a pathetic fool and sent the attacks crashing down on him. The shadow blades rained toward him, but before they reached him, everything froze. The darkness around Valor deepened unnaturally, and a voice said that it had been disappointing. A single eye opened inside the black void. The ground became a dark abyss, and enormous tentacles rose around Valor, wrapping the battlefield in something far beyond an ordinary attack. A monstrous mouth opened within the darkness, filled with sharp teeth and a swirling cosmic depth. Beneath it, a pale woman in purple calmly emerged among the tentacles. Valor stared in shock and exclaimed that it was Abyss. Abyss said that she had thought this time might be different, though she admitted Valor had endured quite long for a mortal. Valor froze, confused by how calmly she continued speaking. He wondered why she talked so much, then thought that all these so-called Grand Lords of Darkness were strangely talkative. As Abyss spoke in vague, ominous pauses, Valor studied her more closely. At first, he wondered whether she avoided killing him because he was a VIP. Then he rejected that thought. He realized it was not that she did not want to kill him, it was that she could not kill him. Valor suddenly told them to wait. With a faint smile, he said that they were missing something. Abyss silently watched as he asked whether it was not strange. He questioned why the great Grand Lords of Darkness would give anything to a tiny speck like him without a good reason. His thoughts returned to what he had once believed. He had thought the tutorial was only a branching point. He remembered the figures tied to that strange beginning and the choices that shaped his path. But now he understood that this game had been hiding something absurd. As a vast purple eye opened above everything, Valor realized that the important question was not why they were attacking him. It was why they had kept him alive until now. Valor understood that the great Lords of Darkness had preserved his life for a specific reason, and he decided the path was worth trying. Even wounded and bleeding, he faced Abyss with a steady gaze. He asked what she expected from him. Watching from beyond, Abyss recalled the other goddess asking whether she was curious too, and suggesting that they watch the Joker. Abyss smiled, said it was exactly as expected, then called Valor truly twisted. She suddenly drew close, wrapped him with her tentacles, and kissed him as if entertained by his defiance. She said that she hoped he would not bore her. Time resumed as Amunde attacked again with purple blades of dark energy. Valor cut through them with golden sword strikes, clashing against her storm of power. Blue system windows appeared, announcing that Abyss's gift was being strengthened. His stats were rising dramatically, the proficiency of the Lunar Shadow Sword Art was increasing, and the final form had become usable. Then a warning appeared, saying that because his mana was insufficient, his life force would be used as a substitute. Valor's eyes sharpened as the Lunar Shadow Sword Art reached its final form. Amunde laughed and told him not to act superior, calling him a brat. She claimed that nothing he did would change anything and charged straight into his glowing strike. Valor swung with all his strength, creating a massive golden slash that collided with her dark power and tore through the battlefield. Valor survived the clash, but he was left panting heavily, blood still running down his face. As Amunde disappeared, she laughed wildly and asked whether he had really thought she would retreat from something like that. She then said that by now, her subordinates should have reached Wiedenbayer. Valor's expression changed instantly. He realized the true danger and bitterly thought of Amunde. He cursed her, knowing he had to hurry and contact General Tilly no matter what. Elsewhere, the goddess told Abyss not to make a fuss. Looking down at the world below, she said that woman could not do anything. Meanwhile, at an inn, the defeated demon girl happily raised a piece of fried chicken and said that it was delicious. She asked the innkeeper what kind of food it was, and the innkeeper explained that it was called fried chicken. The green slime nervously reminded the mist that this was not the time to be carefree. It explained that the battle between Pezim and Roland was intensifying, and battlefields were spreading everywhere, so she was being far too relaxed. The horned girl casually asked what she was supposed to do about it, saying that it was not her problem. Soon after, an armored figure arrived. The green creature greeted Zaguro and asked whether anything unusual had happened outside. From inside the armor, the purple-haired girl answered that nothing unusual had happened. Yet outside Weitenbear, demons had already gathered, so she quietly added that this was only true for now. Zaguro asked where her food was. An empty plate was handed to her with a smile, and the purple-haired girl stood frozen, realizing she was completely screwed. In a dreamlike darkness, Valor drifted through water and felt strangely peaceful. He thought the sensation was soft and fluffy, almost like flying through the sky. When he opened his eyes, he was lying on a bed in a quiet room. A small antlered girl sat nearby and said that it seemed he had regained consciousness. Startled and confused, Valor sat up and asked who she was. The antlered woman gently introduced herself as Benevolentia Genetrix, then explained that she was the water dragon sealed inside the crystal Valor had rescued. With a warm smile, she added that she had also saved him. Valor stared at her in stunned silence. Noticing his confusion, she said her name was difficult, so he could simply call her Jenny. Valor repeated the name in disbelief. When Jenny leaned closer, Valor panicked and asked what she was trying to do. Before she could answer, someone knocked on the door and said that Valor seemed to be awake, then asked if he could enter. Valor and Jenny froze awkwardly. A tall man stepped inside, laughed, and said that while he had not been watching, Valor had become a man. Valor's face flushed in shock as he recognized him and stammered that he was Rudd. Rudd smiled, and Valor said he had never imagined meeting him in a place like that. Rudd replied that he had been surprised too. Jenny called it a strange coincidence that one of the purified ones was Valor's acquaintance. Valor sincerely thanked Jenny for saving his master. Then he suddenly remembered the crisis and jumped up, asking what had happened to Weitenbear. Jenny calmly told him there was no need to worry. Rudd explained that he had received word from Chaltz, and after they stayed briefly in the village, an unknown group annihilated the water serpent demons. Valor asked if he was serious, but Rudd laughed and told him to stop worrying so much. Rather than staying inside, Rudd suggested they go out and celebrate their reunion. Outside, Valor saw a sparkling blue lake stretching beneath the clear sky. Jenny explained that this was the true form of the purified Bowden Lake, and that it was the light Valor had returned to them. As Valor walked beside her, small lake spirits gathered around him. One child tugged at his cloak and said it looked cool, another cheerfully suggested fishing, while another asked if he was good at fighting. Jenny explained that they were lake spirits who had awakened when the seal broke, and that without Valor, they would have remained sealed forever. Valor quietly said that it was fortunate. After a peaceful moment, Jenny admitted there was one request she needed to make. Before she could continue, Valor's communication tool rang. He answered Roland, and she urgently reported that there was a problem. Roland explained that Pezimut had disappeared. Valor asked what had happened, and Roland said they had raided his base, but he vanished without a trace. She immediately ordered everyone to search every inch of the area. Valor realized it was his mistake. He cursed Pezimut as a cunning bastard and thought that the man's sharp survival instinct made him troublesome. His expression darkened as he blamed himself for the chaos, then vowed to capture Pezimut immediately and suck the marrow from his bones. Roland declared that she would take responsibility for now and find him. Valor refused and said he would deal with Pezimut himself. Meanwhile, Pezimut fled desperately through the darkness, wondering where everything had gone wrong. He questioned whether the mistake had been joining hands with Amionde or whether it had been allowing Amionde's subordinates to slip away. Then a red force slammed into him and sent him flying. Above him, countless red eyes opened in the darkness. A terrifying presence said that nothing could escape its sight, then called Pezimut a failure. Trembling, Pezimut cried out to the one crouching in the grave and begged for one more chance. The red power swelled violently. The voice said that Pezimut had already been given enough chances, and that failure had only one fate waiting for it: destruction. Pezimut panicked and screamed for it to stop. At that moment, Valor appeared and reached out, stopping the attack. Pezimut looked up in shock as Valor arrived beneath the red moon. Valor landed before the red darkness and shouted that he had come to make a deal with the gravekeeper. Pezimut lay battered nearby, trembling beneath the grave's pressure. The gravekeeper coldly called him Valor and said she had nothing to say to him, ordering him to leave. Valor insisted that Pezimut was trash and said that if she handed him over, he would turn that trash into recyclable garbage for her. Pezimut snapped back at being called trash. The gravekeeper silently noted that Pezimut had not even fulfilled his contract yet and still dared to act arrogantly. Valor admitted that, pathetic as he was, Pezimut's necromancy still had value. Around them, red-eyed beasts and spirits mocked Pezimut as a loser, saying that possessing him would change nothing. They added that the same applied to Valor, calling them both losers. Valor finally shouted for them to shut up. He angrily explained that this was exactly why he said he would recycle Pezimut, then called the Gravekeeper thick-headed. Thinking quickly, he told her Pezimut might not look useful, but Valor had gained some influence now. He warned her not to test him, saying that if she interfered with him, he would cut off his dealings with the material realm as well. The Gravekeeper paused and reconsidered. Remembering what this mortal had done until now, she judged that his request was not entirely without merit. She said she did not need Pezimut's soul that badly, but warned Valor that everything existed thanks to her grace. Valor interrupted and told her to bring him a few more while she was at it. She angrily told him to actually listen to what she was saying. Valor asked whether she had not seen what he had done, then bluntly said he was worth investing in. The Gravekeeper accepted the deal but demanded that Valor answer her call within 3 months no matter what. Valor repeated the deadline in disbelief. He thought it was about time for that one to appear. Impatiently, he told her not to drag things out and to hand over the spirit. A massive red eye opened, and the surrounding darkness transformed into a surge of blue, ghostly figures. The Gravekeeper explained that all those spirits had once carried her mark, and that she would give Valor one of them. Valor looked at the fierce spirits and dryly said they certainly looked ferocious. Then he noticed one particular spirit and called out Valpurgis in shock. The Gravekeeper pointed to that spirit and declared that from that day onward, Asbriel would serve Valor. Valor panicked and asked her to at least explain who she was, but the pale blue spirit slipped into the jewel on his chest before he could refuse. The Gravekeeper said that was enough and reminded him to keep his promise. Valor called after her, but she cut him off, saying she had spoken enough and would fix Pezimut as well. Pezimut collapsed to his knees, wrapped in purple energy, while she told Valor to do whatever he wanted with him. A moment later, Valor found himself alone in the forest, staring in silence. He screamed for her to come back, but she was already gone. Later, at Gross Glockner, a massive crater-like arena had been prepared. A red-haired horned woman stood with a green attendant, and the moment she sensed Valor's arrival, she warned him not to show his face. Valor appeared with a bright, shameless smile and called out to Shubi, asking if she had missed him. Shubi immediately lost her temper, called him a rotten thing, and attacked while demanding to know what all of this was. Valor calmly said the work seemed to be going well. He explained that he had asked Roland to redevelop the place a little. Shubi threatened to bury him there, but Valor only smiled and said that this was exactly why she had been alone for thousands of years. He raised his hand as golden energy gathered around him, blocking a sudden attack. He remarked that the attacker's manners still had not changed. Valor looked at the blond man crackling with blue lightning and recognized him as Philip. Gripping his glowing sword, Valor told him he had become much stronger than before and said he should use him to test how far he had grown. Philip raised his dark blade and warned Valor not to get full of himself, calling him an obnoxious bastard. His eyes glowed purple as he declared that he would kill him. Shubi glared tensely, while Philip trembled and said he would go easy on Valor just for today. Valor added that he had brought someone to introduce. He turned toward the distance and called the person over. A black-haired, wolf-like woman stepped forward with her arms crossed. Shubi immediately asked who she was. Valor explained that from then on, she would produce an undead army for him. The woman quietly introduced herself as Pezimut, shocking both Philip and Shubi. Shubi erupted in anger, asking what kind of trouble Valor was creating this time. Valor raised his hands and told her to calm down and listen. He explained that from then on, the scale of the war would expand massively. Their enemies were not ordinary demons revived by the power of darkness, but an unknown hidden force, so they needed to build an army too. Shubi admitted that Valor always knew how to talk. Valor said Pezimut would be useful as an undead production unit. Pezimut explained that because of the contract, her power was no longer what it used to be, so she needed assistance. Valor looked at her coldly, and she snapped at him not to look at her like trash. Valor laughed and called her pathetic Losermut, then summoned several shadowy female spirits from blue flames. He introduced the troops as Gundia, Aldaida, Kaldura, Fugel, and Hejuju, then said they should be reasonably useful and asked if that was enough. Pezimut brightened at the sight of them, delighted that she could work with such forces. Valor thought for a moment, then decided that while they were at it, he should give the place a new name. He called everyone's attention and announced that from that day forward, the place would be known as the New Undead City, Mors Solaire. Shubi immediately protested and demanded to know who had given Valor permission to name the place. Despite her objections, the small monsters erupted in cheers and enthusiastically praised the name Mors Solaire. Not long afterward, a report arrived confirming that the subjugation was complete and that Amunde, the demon king of water, had been defeated. In the imperial capital of Wien, the emperor publicly praised the marriage alliance that had eased tensions in the west and commended Valor's achievements in defeating the water demon king who had terrorized the southwest. He declared his deepest admiration for Valor's accomplishments and expressed hope for even greater successes in the future. Then he officially announced that Knight Valorstead Valor would be elevated to the rank of Count. Kneeling upon the red carpet, Valor formally accepted the title. Later, during the celebration banquet, Valpurgis remarked that she still could not believe he had become a count. Correcting herself, she addressed him as Count Eider Bavin. Valor responded with an awkward smile, and she observed that his behavior felt unusually restrained. He explained that, considering the occasion, he had little choice. As his hand brushed against his chest, he noticed his necklace suddenly vibrating. Valpurgis commented that using an important figure from the Western Empire to strike at Amund was exactly the sort of thing he would do. Valor denied it and claimed that luck had simply been on his side. Valpurgis immediately dismissed that explanation, insisting that luck had nothing to do with it and that his success was entirely the result of his own ability. Nearby, Calione watched the exchange while silently fuming. Without warning, Calione stormed forward in anger. She demanded to know how Valor had managed to avoid contacting her even once and asked whether he understood how long she had been waiting for him. Valor gasped her name in surprise. Calione trembled slightly as she asked whether he no longer needed her. Before she could continue, D'Artagnan stepped between them and declared that Calione could proceed no farther. Calione snapped back and demanded to know who she was. D'Artagnan calmly introduced herself and explained that she had come to serve the Count. Calione froze in disbelief as she realized yet another woman had appeared beside Valor. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Valor awkwardly raised a hand and attempted to calm everyone down. Calione questioned why she was not demonstrating the authority expected of a senior. At that moment, Roland appeared beside Valor. With a teasing smile, she remarked that being a popular man was truly sinful and asked whether that was not correct, Count. Valor panicked and stammered her name. Roland smiled mischievously and said that his reaction was adorable. She then shifted to business, reporting that the remnants of Pesamut's forces had been eliminated. Afterward, she asked whether Valor had found that particular girl. Valor briefly glanced toward Pesamut and replied that he would explain that matter later. Roland answered that she trusted him completely. Valor then asked whether Pesamut's territory could be transferred to Calione. Roland admitted that she had already been considering the idea. Valor thanked her and explained that Calione had been first in the line of succession all along. He added that, as the Demon King's only direct blood relative, she deserved appropriate treatment. Rowine blushed slightly and confessed that she felt rather jealous, admitting that she thought she had been working hard as well. Leaning close to Valor, she suggested that the two of them should simply settle their relationship already. Before Valor could respond, Roland suddenly threw herself into his arms and urged him to get it over with. Valor stiffened completely. The unexpected embrace left him speechless. Calione, D'Artagnan, and the others froze. Calione glared at them in disbelief and demanded to know what they were doing. The atmosphere around the gathered women immediately turned dark and murderous. Sensing danger from every direction, Valor nervously called out to them. Fortunately, a knight suddenly arrived and announced that His Imperial Majesty was seeking the Count. Valor instantly seized the opportunity. He declared that he should leave immediately, since the Emperor had entrusted him with a special mission. As he followed the knight through the palace corridors, he released a sigh of relief and thought that he had nearly died back there. The knight calmly commented that it must have been difficult. Valor thanked him before continuing onward. Inside a dimly lit chamber, Valor knelt respectfully and greeted the Emperor. The Emperor stated that Schwarze-Teufel had informed him that Valor required assistance. Valor immediately realized that this must have been what Shubi had been referring to when she mentioned having someone reliable to depend on. Then, a strange presence emerged within the Imperial chamber. Feeling the oppressive aura, Valor wondered whether the individual before him could truly be the person he suspected. The old man explained that he would aid Valor as long as the balance of the Empire remained intact. He further revealed that this was one of the reasons he had arranged for Valor to receive the title of Count. Valor was shocked to discover that such an influential figure had been so close all along. Then he understood the truth: a dragon. Recognizing it immediately, Valor grasped the situation. The Emperor praised him for catching on so quickly. The Emperor explained that, thanks to this arrangement, he had been enjoying himself recently. By that, he meant the stable state of the Empire. He stated that Amionde's recent activities had caused widespread unrest and that the Empire had trembled in fear because of her. Yet, once the nuisance disappeared and the heart of the Empire became united, stability returned. For that reason, he concluded that such evil had ironically been necessary. Valor privately thought the logic sounded somewhat twisted, but he could not deny that the Emperor's conclusion held some truth. The Emperor remarked that Valor was intelligent enough to understand. He then revealed that he held high expectations for Valor, describing him as someone moderately righteous who could also generate considerable wealth. Finally, he told Valor that he would be relying on him in the future. After leaving the chamber, Valor muttered Shubi's name and wondered exactly who she had sought help from. Feeling completely exhausted, he decided that he should return to his room, wash up, and finally get some sleep. Before he could leave, however, someone called his name. For a brief moment, Valor's mood visibly darkened. Then he saw Valpurgis approaching and asking whether he had time. His expression immediately brightened. He quickly assured her that he had plenty of time. Meanwhile, in Munich, the capital of Bayern, two guards stood watch beneath the moonlit sky. One of them yawned. The other immediately scolded him for nearly falling asleep during his shift. The tired guard apologized, but his partner warned him that one more mistake could cost him his military career. The weary guard brought up the condition of the Prince Elector. His companion immediately snapped at him for speaking carelessly. The guard then asked whether he had heard the rumors claiming that the Prince Elector's worsening health was the result of a curse. The tired guard laughed and dismissed the story as nonsense, saying he was only repeating a rumor. His superior angrily replied that he talked far too much for a soldier on duty. At that moment, a dark figure moved silently through the night. A flash of blood followed. One guard was cut down before he could even understand what had happened. The surviving guard trembled and demanded to know who was there. A knight clad in dark armor stepped from the shadows. His crimson eyes glowed beneath his helmet, and a terrifying killing intent surrounded him. Holding a blood-stained sword, he coldly remarked that things had become far too lax during his absence. He added that it was truly regrettable for his brother. Then his blade descended once more. Blood sprayed across the walls as the night fell silent. During a nighttime festival, colorful confetti drifted through the streets as Valpurgis walked beside Valor. She happily remarked that a festival seemed to be taking place and admitted that this was the real reason she had wanted to come with him. As they strolled through the lively streets, Valor briefly thought that he was on a date alone with Valpurgis. The moment the thought appeared, he immediately rejected it and refused to view it that way. His mind drifted back to when he had cautiously asked whether there was any news regarding the Prince Elector. Valpurgis lowered her eyes and apologized. She explained that her uncle's condition had been weighing heavily on her mind lately. Feeling awkward, Valor admitted that he felt embarrassed for becoming excited when things were not even going well. For a moment, she remained silent. Then she explained that things were not entirely hopeless. She said that the Prince Elector had previously been unable to move at all, but recently his condition had improved enough for him to take walks. Valor replied that it was a relief to hear. He realized there was no way anyone connected to the Prince Elector could truly relax while he remained absent. At the same time, he thought that Valpurgis must have gone out of her way to make time for this meeting despite how busy she was. After a brief silence, she suddenly began to leave. Valor started to respond, assuming she had urgent matters to attend to. Valpurgis addressed him and said that she needed to go immediately. Noticing the change in her expression, Valor asked what had happened. Valpurgis then revealed that a rebellion had broken out in Munich. Valor exclaimed in shock at how sudden the news was. He immediately wondered whether the rebels had intentionally chosen the moment when the Prince Elector was away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he declared that there was no time to waste. He immediately offered his assistance, saying that even from Wittenberg he could provide support. Valpurgis refused. She explained that she would be going alone because this was strictly a family matter. She revealed that her stepfather had unexpectedly launched the rebellion. Valor tried to object and insisted that even if there was only a small way he could help. Before he could finish, Valpurgis stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Valor froze completely. Holding him tightly, she quietly said that she would contact him later. Then she departed, disappearing into the sea of festival-goers while Valor remained standing motionless in the middle of the street. A purple shadow suddenly emerged nearby. Valor immediately recognized Piffenheim and ordered him to contact Rebus Schultz at once. He stressed that every second mattered. While Valor urgently issued instructions, a hidden man with dark hair observed everything from the shadows. A faint smile appeared on his face as he remarked that Valor was remarkably hasty. Moth-like creatures soon filled the air around the festival grounds. The moment Valor saw the man clearly, he recognized him as Prince Elector Saxon. He questioned why Saxon had appeared at such a time. Nearby, festival-goers admired the glowing swarm, excitedly commenting that they had never seen such beautiful magic before and calling it breathtaking. Sensing danger, Valor ordered Piffenheim to remain ready. Piffenheim immediately answered that he would. Saxon calmly told Valor not to be so cautious. He explained that he had only come because he wished to know him better. Valor began apologetically, saying that he was extremely busy. Saxon interrupted by mentioning the rebellion in Munich and asked whether Valor truly did not want to know the real story behind it. Instantly, Valor activated a skill. A system message announced that Empire Agitation SS grade had been activated. A crimson aura exploded outward and rushed toward Saxon. The black-haired man remained completely unaffected. Valor immediately realized that the skill had failed. Saxon calmly observed that Valor seemed rather excited. As curious bystanders continued admiring the phenomenon, Saxon suggested moving somewhere more private. Soon they arrived on a quiet forest path beneath the night sky. Saxon walked ahead while Valor followed behind. The man addressed him by his full name, Valorstead Valor. Saxon recounted how Valor had seized Wittenberg in only 2 days, established connections with many of the Empire's greatest powers, and already defeated 2 high-ranking demon kings. He described Valor as an exceptionally capable individual. Then Saxon revealed that his master wished to meet Valor personally. Valor replied that if the master in question was the Emperor, they had already met. Saxon repeated the word Emperor with clear disbelief. Suddenly, countless glowing moths swarmed around Valor. Saxon remarked that comparing his master to such a lowly being was absurd. A realization began forming in Valor's mind. Before he could complete the thought, an enormous moth descended before him. A title appeared. Unranked Demon King, Kraikaise. Kraikaise declared that Valor's words were disrespectful toward his master, the Ineffable Darkness. Valor narrowed his eyes. He recalled the hierarchy of the Grand Lords of Darkness. Names such as the Ineffable Darkness, the One Crouching in the Grave, and Thrashing Death surfaced in his memory. Among all of them, the title of the strongest Dark Lord stood above the rest. Then Kaise presented a proposal. He said that if valor served the ineffable darkness, limitless glory would be his. Furthermore, he offered something even more valuable. Kaise declared that he would reveal the secret of the Bayern bloodline. He asked whether Valor was not curious about the secret belonging to the one they both cared about. Valor smiled faintly and admitted that it sounded somewhat interesting. Immediately, Kaise urged him to abandon all ties to the Gravekeeper and pledge himself to the ineffable darkness. Instead of answering, Valor suddenly lunged forward. His sword crashed down with explosive force against Kaise's barrier. Determination blazed within his eyes as he declared that he would force them to beg for permission merely to speak. Kaise's eye glowed crimson. The enormous moth retaliated instantly, diving toward Valor at terrifying speed. Valor twisted aside, but the attack still hurled him backward through the air. Regaining his footing, he raised a hand and shouted for the noble kin of the blood to arise. Dark power surged around him, yet Kaise remained dominant, looming overhead with gigantic wings spread across the sky. Moths flooded the battlefield. Kaise calmly explained that resistance was pointless because the space itself had been isolated from the outside world. He declared that only the two of them remained within that sealed domain. Valor clenched his teeth. He realized he was not strong enough alone. Kaise gathered overwhelming power and unleashed another devastating attack. As destruction descended toward him, Valor suddenly sensed something unusual. His eyes widened. The necklace hanging from his chest erupted with brilliant golden light. A radiant barrier of blue and gold appeared before him. A blonde young woman materialized from the light and intercepted the attack. Standing protectively in front of Valor, she blocked the assault completely. She glanced back over her shoulder and told him that he must not fall there. Despite the danger surrounding them, she wore a bright smile. Then she urged Valor to hurry and go see Chartier.